Yeah,
What?
I don't know, dude. I was just playing along. He's too
Yeah,
freaking slow.
before I give you
The
evidence, I
president
wanna
of
You
hear
don't
like
have any evidence, Earth is a square, okay? It's latitude and longitude coordinate, right?
Yeah.
And then you can figure out there's all sorts of what's called Earth curve calculators. You can get your coordinate where you're viewing it from, its coordinate where it is. You can ask one of the AIs, say how far away is this latitude from the latitude longitude from this latitude longitude. It'll do the calculation, and then you can see, hey, should I see this boat based upon the Earth curve calculator? So one I did was capture the boat on the horizon. It was 10 miles away. Well, the horizon should be 4 miles away. So that's a big problem. The horizon's 2 times farther than what it's supposed to be, right? And I've got all sorts of these. I've seen a boat 30 miles away. I've seen in 30, in case the conversion of that's like 50 kilometers. I watched a boat
But for
sail from,
example, yeah,
well, 50,
I'm
think
sorry.
about that, 50 kilometers away. I saw a ship that was sailed away from me. So it started in Boston Harbor and sailed out like directly away. And I could still see it at 50 kilometers away.
So at what point does the air particles start
It depends on that
to
day.
it depends
It
on the day.
depends. It depends on the pressure, the humidity, how much the wind, how much particles are in the air. The best day to do the best condition to do observations are um, you want high pressure
Okay.
and low humidity. So in
High pressure,
Antarctica,
low
right, they
humidity.
say in the Southern Ocean, there's a guide that the U.S. Geospatial Agency puts out. It's like a guide on how to sail in the Southern Ocean. Now, the Southern Ocean is the ocean that's, Chile and frickin' South Africa, all that, and below Australia. Now,
Let's say
the air
the
there is
Atlantic
very
Ocean.
dry. Yeah, the air there is very dry. And in their sailing guide, it says it is not uncommon to see mountains 300 miles away. Okay? Now, if you do the calculation for a globe Earth of seeing 300 miles from a ship, you shouldn't see any mountain that is shorter than 9 miles, 9.75 miles tall. Well, Mount Everest is 5.25 miles tall. So you should only see mountains 2 times the height of Everest. But they say it's
That's
not
insane.
uncommon. Yeah, well, yeah. And the difference in between observing there and everywhere else is that the humidity is very low. It's like 20% relative humidity, which is super low, which is dry, about as dry as like a lab where they make microchips, right? A chip lab where they wear the suits and all that shit. It's a complete controlled environment. They take out all the
Yeah.
particles out of the air. That the Southern Ocean is like that, so you can see super far. That determines how far you can see is the amount of particulates that are in the air and
So
temperature and wind, and there's other smaller factors, but it's mainly the particles.
I speak Spanish. Maybe this guy speaks Spanish. I can translate to him, and actually he can understand the questions.
Now, if
I speak
someone's gonna do that translation, it's gonna be me.
but that's the problem, hippie. I speak Spanish, like you.
¿Hablas español?
Sí, yo hablo
Hablo español
español
con tú.
y sé el tema. But anyways,
Oh,
speak English, guys. That's it.
Mira,
This is
mira,
an
hippie,
English
te lo voy a
server.
decir.
I think.
Te lo digo
Hold
así
on. I think the rules here are that you're supposed to speak English.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Okay.
What's the question again? I mean, how do you know what you see outside, the sky? It is what they taught you it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what's the proof you have?
TV.
You don't even have to have proof. How about some evidence? Let's start there, and whether
Yeah.
we'll deal with the evidence, and then determine whether
Any
that
evidence.
evidence proves it.
Well, he
Feelings,
doesn't.
nothing more than feelings.
But you don't neither. right?
Don't need a what?
I don't fucking claim I know the extent of the universe. That's a bold fucking claim. Think you know what the
But
universe is?
but you do.
Nope.
Nobody does.
That's the
Nobody, not
thing,
me,
right?
not you, not the
We just,
scientist, nobody.
we just claim the Earth is flat. That's it, bub.
Yeah, the surface
Okay.
that we live on is measurably, observably, and testably flat.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I'm
Yeah.
trying to get like
You know, we can
I
prove that. And do you know why? Because we're on the Earth and we can test the Earth because we're standing on it. Things about the sun, stars, moon, out there, we can't prove anything about it. We can make up stories the same as they did in the past, the same as they do now, but we'll never be able to actually prove it because we can't go there, right? So that's it. You have to accept there's some things that can be proven and there's some things that can't be proven, and some things that are
now
beliefs and some things which are knowledge. We know the Earth is flat because we can prove it's flat by measuring it. We can't prove anything about the sun, stars, moon, or anything like that, and neither can anybody else.
I do believe that we can like use
How?
the moon to measure some things in the earth. For example,
What?
let's say
How?
Would you make a bridge that way? Hold on, let's. Would you build a bridge by using the moon?
but that's bold
But
too.
you said we can measure the Earth with the moon, dude. Can we build a bridge using the moon?
No, I'd said that we
Then
can
we
use
can't
the
measure the
moon.
Earth.
No, I said that don't. I mean, don't say
Like
things
if
that
you're,
I didn't. I'm saying that
I'm just
we
saying.
can get. Okay, let me finish. I said
Sorry.
that the moon, we can get the moon to measure things,
Like what?
not all the things. For example, the tides and the
No, you
gravity
don't.
and all. We
You're
don't.
measuring tides. You're not measuring the moon.
Yeah. No. We are using the moon
No, you're not.
to. How come?
How are you measuring the moon? How are you using the moon to measure a tide?
Because of gravity and the interaction with the Earth.
That's not true,
Is
dude.
this
Fuck,
quantum
guys are like
physics lecture or what?
fucking
Well,
pull-string dolls, man.
I mean, what we were taught it is that the moon and the interaction with the gravity of
That's what
Earth
you're taught.
creates.
But what are you
Okay,
measuring? Though?
that's awesome, awesome. What evidence did they give you that that's true?
Math.
Nothing. No, they gave you math.
They didn't give you math
Hello
either,
there.
mate.
They didn't give you
I
anything.
mean,
They
they
showed you
prove
a
it.
diagram.
They prove
Astronaut.
it by
Astronaut.
math. I can't
They showed him an
replicate.
astronaut.
They gave you a cartoon, bro. They gave you a cartoon and said this proves tides.
Did you
So
know
we
that
can.
tides are not actually all over the world? They're only in some places, in some parts of the world. Actually, most of the oceans of the world do not experience measurable tides.
As the moon
No,
is
that's
in
wrong.
different
That's wrong.
parts of
That
the.
is true. Go look it up. It's called
Yeah, it is.
It's called tidal nodes or anthropomorphic points.
Yeah, a lot of the Mediterranean doesn't have tides.
Great Lakes don't have tides. Like almost the entirety of the oceans. If you type in tidal nodes and go on Google Images, you'll get a map, and that map will show where the tides are immeasurable, meaning there's no tides at all. It's most of the ocean, not even some of it. It's most of it. I'll just post it in the chat. I mean, you don't have to believe me. See, remember I was telling you earlier about we're going to give you information you did not previously had? This is it.
Yeah, I'm actually.
Most people
I'm
think
actually
tides are
saving
all
the
over the
things.
world. Well, I'm just saying is that most people, what we're taught in school, all over the world has tides, and those tides are determined by the moon. That's not true.
Yeah.
There's a correlation. There's a correlation between tide height and where the moon is, but it's just a correlation. There's also 20 other when they calculate what the tide's going to be, which are often wrong, but when they do the calculation for their model, there's actually 20 variables, not just the moon and not just the sun. There's 20 other variables.
But you say yourself that they are
1/18 of it.
wrong.
Well,
The
sometimes they're
moon
wrong.
is
So,
right.
like a few years ago in Venice, right?
Yeah.
In Venice, there was what they called a freak tide. So they didn't predict it, but Venice was buried under frickin' 40 feet of water. Venice, Italy. And then 5 years before that, they had another freak tide where all the water went away, and all their gondolas, instead of being in the water, they were at the frickin' bottom of their little canals. Right? They didn't predict any of that. So that's the point, is that they can make predictions which are accurate a lot of the time, but they're not accurate all of the time.
But does that make it false?
No,
Or
it
just
means
not exactly
means they
right?
don't know.
Your claim
'Cause
was you can measure tides with the moon, so that you can throw that out now, right?
How's that? I'm sorry?
So your first claim, your claim that you brought up, you said you can measure. You actually said you can measure the moon with some things on Earth, but I don't think you meant that. Is it? You were talking about tides. You said you can measure the tides with the moon. Yeah.
Not measure it, but justify it. Yeah, maybe it was a
Yeah. So it's incorrect, right? What you said.
And then there's a difference between correlation and causation, right? There's a difference between saying the moon causes the tides and that the moon correlates with the tides. So a correlation means it's just two things that happen at the same time. They could have the same cause in and of themselves, right? So the thing that causes the moon to be in a place and the thing that causes the tides to be a certain way make both of those things make the moon and the tides do something. So they both have a common cause. And if you don't pay attention, you might say, "Hey, the moon causes the tides," but like, does a rooster cause the sun to rise?
Yes.
Yeah. So you ever heard that, right?
Yeah.
Like the sun comes up right after a rooster crows, right? So it must be the rooster making the sun come up. He causes
Yeah,
the sun to
no.
come up.
I mean, what I do believe, and this
maybe
is
the tides. Maybe the tides cause the moon, right?
Maybe.
no,
The
what I
dead
do
tides
believe,
cause the moon. Yeah, there we go. I like that one.
what I do believe, it is that it is, as you said, correlation. It does have something to do with the tides. I mean, we
Yeah.
cannot ignore the fact that it actually does have something to do with it, and maybe it isn't the only reason it happens, the tides, but it does have something to do, right?
Yeah,
I'm not sure about
they're
that.
related in some way, but if you look closer, so I'll give you an example. So in England, right? England's a small island, right?
Mm.
So they have the tide times all around the island. And right, you would think that England, there's one time for the tides across the whole island, right? Because the moon is pulling up the water, right? Pulling the water of the earth toward it, right? And so like it should be like 5 o'clock. It's high tide in England everywhere, but it's not. One part of England, one part of England will experience the high tide 11 hours after some other part, right? So there's a number of factors which tell you when the tides are. All you can say is that at any particular location, right, when the moon is, you know, I don't, I would, because it's a cycle, right? So there's a lunar cycle in which the tide is higher. So we know that, like, for any particular location, that cycle, that when the moon is in that position, the tides will be higher at that time. But it won't be the same time as, say, on one side of England and the other side of England, like the north or the south or the west, right? It'll be different times they have tides, but we know that, like, when they actually have their tide, it'll be higher than their normal tide at that place, right? So we don't know
I'm following.
everything.
I'm following.
Yeah, I'm just saying is that, like, it's some of these things are a little, like, natural phenomena can be pretty complicated because there's a lot of stuff going on. But the point is like the sun, moon, stars. Like, you think anybody's ever going to really know what the sun is or what it's doing? Think someone's going to go to the sun and take a scoop of it. Go, oh, the sun's made of hydrogen. Here's a scoop of it. Right?
Well, I
We can
mean,
never know. We can never actually get a
maybe,
hold of it, or the stars, right? We can't go to the stars and like, yeah, the stars are just like the sun, right? I mean, someone came up with the idea that the sun and the stars are the same thing. But like,
we do know something, like, and based on that facts that we do know, like for example, the hot or the summer or whatever, it is caused because of the sun. Maybe, and I give you this right, we take assumptions of that facts.
Sun's elevation angle in the sky. That's the only difference.
Yeah, whatever. But the thing is, there are
It's not whatever.
certainties.
That's what causes summer and winter.
I mean, what I'm trying to say is that there are certainties that maybe,
Yeah,
how
the
do
sun
how
gives
do I say
heat.
it?
yeah,
That's
we
the
have no
certainty.
listen. We have no problem with saying, hey, this is what we think. This is what our idea is, and we believe it's this. But they don't say that. They tell us that it's an absolute 100% fact that the sun is a nuclear fusion generator, right? And it's just like the stars, and the stars are trillions of light years away. They or trillions of miles away. They just tell us that. They don't say this is our best guess. This is what we believe. This is what we think the evidence shows. They don't tell us that this stuff is just their opinion. They tell us that it's 100% fact. I have a
No,
problem with that.
what I'm
I
trying
know
to say
you
is
don't.
that
I'm just saying
no,
in
no,
the
no, no.
textbook.
What I'm trying to say is that there are things that are facts, and
Like
that
what?
maybe, well, for example, the radiation of the sun. Are we
Like how
okay
much
with
it
that?
is, how much radiation it emits. Yeah, we can measure
No,
that.
no,
Yeah.
no,
You can
no, not
measure.
about how much. It is if there is or if there is not.
Yeah, it's
And I think,
detectable, right?
yeah, okay. So there is radiation from the sun. We can measure things from those radiations.
Like what?
We can, well, I mean,
You
I
can
don't
measure
know
the
What can we
radiation, right?
measure? What can we measure about the sun?
about the sun. No, but take those things that we know about the sun, the stars, and the moon. Only the only things
I
that we know
don't know
that I
anything
know
about
what are facts. You know, like for example, the hot, the temperature that we have on the Earth, it is related to the sun. And that's a fact, right?
Of course.
Or, yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
a factor. The sun is definitely a factor, no doubt.
okay, okay.
There's other
So
factors
what?
though, right? There's
Yeah, there
also
is.
local air currents, elevation, sea currents,
Moisture in the air.
moisture in the air, whether there's a lot of foliage, whether like there's a lot of other factors which determine, the season, the temperature, all that stuff. The sun is part of it, but it's not the only thing.
It is not the only thing. Yeah, but taking from there, can we know, for example, that if the sun it is the center of the universe, or let's say it is not the universe, but the center
Nope.
of the galactic way that we are?
We can't
In
know
the
that.
center of the solar system, is that what you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Can we
my
tell? No, we
English.
cannot tell. We cannot tell from where we are. No, we can't.
You don't know it. You don't know if it is a physical thing like a solar system, though. Either.
Earth could be the center. Like you arbitrarily pick the
And
center. Jupiter could be the center. Anywhere can be the center. You could make Jupiter the center, right? And you could create a model that would model what you would see from Earth, assuming Jupiter was the center. It's perfectly doable.
the sun we can
Because you got
see.
to in modern cosmology, there's no absolute reference frame. Do you know what that means? There's no such thing as absolute space. There's only the motion of one object relative to another object. Right?
Yeah,
This is the general
I do
relativity.
understand.
This is why the speed of light is constant in all reference frames. Right? So when they tried to measure the motion of the Earth, the Michelson-Morley experiment failed to measure the Earth to be in motion. And this is why general relativity was invented, to explain this away. The fact that when they went to measure, they're like, Earth don't seem to be moving, but we can't have that. So we'll just say the fucking clocks don't work and the freaking rulers don't work. And we'll just say a bunch of bullshit. It's literally what they did. And that might sound
So
crazy, but that's what they did. So what they said was that when they measured the apparatus of the motion of the Earth using a interferometer, the apparatus, that the apparatus shrunk in the direction of the Earth's orbit. The distance between the mirrors got closer because space-time bent because of special relativity, and that they couldn't measure the change in distance because of the constancy of the speed of light. That it's gonna, no matter what they measure, it's gonna look 300,000 meters per second, no matter whether they're going fast or slow or not. So they're always gonna measure the same thing no matter what. See, this is the whole Einstein, right? This is all the stuff Einstein came up. A lot of people don't know that the whole Einstein thing exists because they couldn't measure the motion of the Earth. This isn't me making it up. You can fact check me. Michelson-Morley experiment. Einstein even said in a talk he gave, he's like, the motion of the Earth cannot be measured by any optical experiment. Meaning they can use lasers, they can use telescopes, they can use whatever, and they can't measure the motion of the Earth by looking at anything.
yeah, I
Now that might be
think
disturbing.
No. I actually read something about that. I know you're telling the truth. Even
Yeah,
though
it's called Michelson-Morley.
I do believe whatever you tell me. I mean, I'm going to actually study a lot of things that you sent me because it's really interesting, actually.
Yeah, it is interesting. This topic, people think, oh, flat Earth, you guys are dumb. This topic's actually super complicated because it deals with
addictive.
science, measurement,
Potato.
history. You know what I mean?
addictive too.
Philosophy, all sorts of things are involved in this.
What I do believe, if and I say this not to you but to all globe earthers,
Whoa.
that they should actually, as you said, fact check the shape of the earth. You know, that they should actually take the time to make these
And to look
experiments.
into it, right?
Yeah, man, like they should do that, and maybe they come to the conclusion that the globe, the earth is it's round or whatever, but they at least did something to actually prove it, you know.
They've just
Even
got to ask themselves one question, right? That one question is, how do I know the Earth's? That's it.
yeah, man, that's it. I think that's the most important thing about all this. Like, you should ask that question once in your life, and whatever the conclusion is, you
And
at
if it's
least
because I saw it on
try.
TV, then you need to look further into it.
Yeah, the key
Yeah,
thing is
man.
the key thing is actually asking the question honestly. How do I know the Earth is a globe? Not how I think somebody else knows. Because a lot of people, we go, how do you know the Earth is a globe? And they tell us what somebody else thinks. We want to know how they know it, not how like they think an astronaut knows it or some scientist knows it or somebody else. How do they know it? Because they don't know it. They think somebody else knows it. Okay? And they're relying on somebody else. And then we ask them, who's that person? They don't know who that is either. They say, well, there's lots of experiments. Okay, what experiment? They don't know what that is, right? They don't know who proved it. They don't know when it was proven. They don't know how it was proven. They don't know where it was proven. They just know it was proven out there sometime. We call this
Yeah,
the magic science guy fallacy. They think out there somewhere is a magic science guy that proved all these things. They just don't know who he is, what his name is, or where he's at. But they know he's out there. And I say to them, we're looking for him too. Tell us when you find him because we want to talk to him.
He was a bounty.
Yeah, bounty, exactly. Hunt him down, man. Who's this guy that proved the globe? We want to talk to him because we've been looking
Yeah,
for him.
man.
I've been looking 8 years. But like, it's a question you ask. How do I know the Earth is a globe, and not how somebody else knows it? Like, what do you like? because people act, and normally that would not be a fair question, but in this case it is because they think it's obvious, right? If you
Yeah,
think it's obvious,
they take
they
it
think it's
for
it's so
obvious.
obvious it's a globe, right? It's so obvious. Okay, if it's so obvious, how do you know it's a globe? And then they don't. You know,
Well,
it's not
that's the
obvious.
thing, and that's what you actually do really well, man. As a ex globe earther believer, whatever.
Yeah, a while ago.
That that yeah, that you actually take the time to say, well, okay, prove it. You know, all the people just assume it, and it is kind of easy if you know how to do it, just to prove or not prove or just to experiment. And most people don't do it, you know.
Look, I'm not.
And
Listen,
it's
brother,
wild, man.
I appreciate that a lot because I'm actually not trying to get them to prove it to me. I'm trying to get them to prove it to themselves.
Yeah,
I want them to prove it to themselves. Okay, how do you know the Earth's a globe? I want them to talk it out. Like, how do I know? How do I know the Earth's a globe? What evidence am I relying on? It does the evidence that I'm relying on justify the conclusion that the Earth's a globe, right? So we'll see. We're here things like, well, there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth. If the Earth was flat, there'd just be no horizon at all. And if you think about that for 5 or 6 seconds, you realize that no matter what you're on, there's gonna if you can see the sky and whatever you're on top of at the same time, there's gonna be a horizon because the horizon's the line that divides the sky and the ground, right? So if you're standing on anything, no matter what the shape is, there will be a horizon. Like they just never thought about it. And a lot of these things they just never thought about it or thought it through. Like you even said it, like, why can't I see the Eiffel Tower? Because it's too far
yeah.
away. Like you're not fucking Superman. Like, what do you think, man? Like, like, why can't I see the Great Wall of China from New York? It's because you're not in China. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, you're in New York. That's why you can't see it. It has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe. It's very far away.
Yeah, that's something that I appreciate that you taught me today. I do not believe that the Earth is flat. I do not believe maybe that
You shouldn't.
the Earth is
You
round.
shouldn't believe at this point. You shouldn't believe anything. You should just be like,
Yeah,
I'm
that's the point.
undecided until I do a test.
That's the point. Accepting that maybe we as a whole society or world should take the time to experiment these kind of things and
If no one
see for
told you it was a
themselves.
globe, no one told you it was a globe, would you have come to that conclusion yourself?
No, I did.
No, because
I mean,
every day you experience as a flat stationary plane, right?
well,
You don't experience the globe, do you?
that's another thing that it's like a hot topic in these discussions. And the thing is, okay, in I don't know, 3, 4, 5, 6 decades ago, I can see why the government would lie about that
Don't worry
because of
about the
the
government.
space.
I'm just asking you.
No, but what I'm trying to go is like, why would they lie to us
Who in the
now?
government would even know? Do you think Donald Trump knows if the Earth's a globe? If I said to Donald
No,
Trump, "How do you know the Earth is a globe?" Do you think he's going to tell me an answer?
I don't
Well,
think
that's
he even
fine.
going
He's going to
to
say the
make an
same thing
experiment.
everybody else says. All the scientists, magic science guy fallacy. That's what he's going to do. The same thing everybody else does. He's not going to do anything different. Donald Trump, fucking JD Vance, go down the line of every government official. They don't know anything. So they're not lying. They believe it. Like you
But
believe
why
you
Just
then?
said
keep
you
giving
believe the Earth
another
is a globe,
opportunity.
and like you weren't lying to us, right?
But why? No, I don't. I
And you've
truly
never
believe that.
experienced the globe either, so you
Yeah, it
just
wasn't a
believe it.
lie from me because that's right. It was
Yeah,
something I believed, maybe blindly, but
yeah, of
I
course.
did. But that's that's the thing. That's maybe the next answer. Um, I'm sorry. That's maybe the next question that the
Question you
people
should
will
ask them.
have.
You got
Why
to
would
figure out
they?
who first. That's the like people ask
Yeah,
us
don't
why
worry
would
about
they
why.
lie? you have to figure out who would have to be lying first. Who would know
Is it a lie?
for certain? Yeah. Or is there a lie at all? Yeah.
Well, is
Right?
it?
Because lying is intentional deception, right? So they would know the truth that the Earth is flat, and then they would be telling people that it's not flat. So who would those people be? Apollo astronauts, right? The moon people, the moon landing, they would be lying. Maybe some people that work at Houston, handful of people here and there, they'd be lying, but not all of them, obviously, because so like the director of the Apollo program said no controller could tell the difference between their simulations and the real thing. So they're just looking at a screen. They don't know if it's real. But they believe it that, Earth's a globe, but they don't know. So like if you go through and actually think about it, who would actually know and who would actually 100% have to be lying? That number of people is super freaking small, man. It would be like less. My guess is less than 10,000 people in the entire world. Maybe 10,000. That would probably be a stretch. Maybe
I reckon
20 people
less.
in every country.
That actually knows, or what?
Yeah, that would have that would actually know 100% that the Earth is flat. Would probably like maybe some countries probably have nobody in their country that would know the Earth is flat.
But what do they gain from that? Like lying?
Fuck if I know.
Control.
If I knew,
What are
I'd
you
probably
going-
be on there doing what they're doing.
Yeah. Why do people lie to people, right? To gain an
Well,
upper hand, right? It's always to gain an upper hand. The only reason you lie is to get an upper hand on someone, right?
Yeah, to deceive, to get a benefit from it. Yeah,
That's right.
but what's the benefit? I mean, if it is control, then
Benefit is to
If
get
you
the
knew-
upper hand.
Yeah,
That's the whole
dude,
point
if
of
we
lying.
knew, don't you think we'd be doing it too? We'd be like, fuck, bro, you get that? I'll take some of that.
yeah.
Like we there's no way we could know. We can speculate, but we can't know. I mean, it could be a reason that we just can't even imagine. I mean, it could be a good reason, could be a bad reason. Could
That's
be
a
like,
good
hey,
point.
dude, there's fucking cannibal fucking zombies if you go too far across the plane, and we'll just tell people the Earth's a globe so they don't go over there. It could be anything. Like we don't know.
Well, I mean, that's actually a good point. Like maybe they're protecting us from something that
Could
we
be that.
don't have to know, because then it will be chaos, and
Yeah.
well, that's an aimer. But
I mean, one reason I've heard is limited resources, right? So if the Earth is a globe, then the resources are limited, right? And if you go anywhere, you just end up back at the same place, right? So there's no point in going, like, say, hey, I'm going to go for a walk in one direction. I'm going to walk as far as I can. Well, we're not even going to try if you think you're just going to end up back where you started, right?
It's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
I know, right?
Walk that way and you'll end up behind me.
when you
Walk
hey, when
away
you
from
leave
me
your
and you'll
house,
be behind me.
tell your girlfriend, I'm on my way home, honey.
Start walking away.
that would be if the Earth is ground, because you will do like, you know.
Well, not even. That would only happen on the equator. Anywhere
I think
else
it's
on the
funny,
globe.
like the Qibla where you have to pray to Mecca. If you're in New Zealand and look it up, you have to pray toward Antarctica because that prayer goes around the globe and toward Mecca.
Yeah, you can face
Just
any
think about
direction
that.
you
You're
want,
praying
really,
south
right?
to Mecca.
So you don't think that the Antarctic wall and all that shit that they come up with, the global earther?
There are pictures of a wall-looking cliff, right? And they've shown it in, the U.S. Geological Services.
Is it
There's
a
photos
ball?
of it in
Is it
expeditions and
flat,
things
like
like that. But
pancake?
whether it circles
DJ, what's up?
a
Is Dylan,
planet,
what other
whether
Dylan
it
in here?
circles, whether it circles a
Dylan?
flat,
DJ?
like Earth, I haven't seen any evidence
DJ,
of
turn
that.
the music up.
The ice
So
wall.
you just don't know.
The ice wall
Yeah.
comes from.
Is anyone alive?
So there was a guy named James Cook, Captain James Cook. He tried to
Yeah, I know him.
circumnavigate the ice, right, of
Is anyone
Antarctica
out there?
to find an inland passage,
Hello.
like a river that would go into Antarctica. Well, he didn't find it, but he did. He did say there was an ice wall. That's what he said. That there was a great ice barrier that prevented him from getting into Antarctica.
Are you
And he
kidding me?
recorded.
We're still
hold on.
on this ice wall theory. This has already been like
No,
debunked.
we're explaining.
Here
No,
we
why are
go.
you straw manning what we're doing, dude? Why would you do that?
Yeah, you just jump into a
Oh yeah,
conversation.
there's like 7
What was
more,
I
8
talking
more
about?
continents
Repeat
that
to me what I
exist.
just said. Repeat to me what I was
You're
just
talking
saying
about
to
a
him.
person. You were talking about an individual called James saying that there's an ice wall.
James,
Like-
Captain James Cook. No, I said
He's
Great
showing
Ice
how-
Barrier.
he's showing how
Crown.
retarded he is.
I said Great Ice Barrier, and it's still on maps today. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because there is an ice barrier. Like I'm just
Oh,
letting you know
thank
there
you.
is an
What
ice barrier.
is
Oh,
a
okay,
barrier?
there is one.
No, he brought up ice wall. I was telling him about the ice barrier, which is on maps, which is not a flat Earth idea. It's a globe Earth idea. That's what I was telling
Yeah,
him.
I'm letting you know that. That's what I'm saying.
You're letting me know that. Sure. Yeah. Okay.
No, not you,
Anyway,
Sherlock, the other guy. Like this guy doesn't even know the difference between you and him. Like this guy, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Your nervous laughter is pathetic. Just shut up. Anyway,
You went on a 5-minute tangent explaining the difference between a wall and a
it
barrier.
wasn't 5 minutes, about 45 seconds, dude. Good try.
Oh, so you just
Your
figured out
narrative,
how
your
it is.
narrative
Nice
meta,
try.
your meta conversation narrative spinning is an epic fucking fail, bro.
Hey, can
You're
you
not
What
good
a
at
word
it.
salad.
You're like a
What word
20-year-old
salad.
fucking kid.
What a
fucking
word salad. What a word salad.
spiraling
Wait,
out,
so
dude.
20-year-olds are kids? 20-year-olds are kids?
You're goddamn right,
Look,
they're kids.
What a
Hey, can
what
you
a
tell me?
moron, dude.
Can you tell me?
What
Yeah,
a
20-year-olds
moron.
are
why-
kids, especially nowadays,
20-year-olds
dude.
are kids? I think
I
that tells
spent
me
more
everything I
time
need to know
outside
about
by
you.
the time I was 11 than you spent outside yet.
What did that have anything to do with 20-year-olds being kids?
Because I have more experience about the world by being
Oh, so
outside.
you having more experience about the world means
When I was
20-year-olds are
11,
kids?
I had more world experience than you do now. When I was
that means
11.
20-year-olds are kids?
Hey,
Yes,
Leo,
because you
Leo,
have the
What a,
so you have the level of experience I had when I was like 5 or 6.
yeah,
you're
and
a
that
kid.
means 20-year-olds are kids?
Yes, they're kids, children.
Your
Look at
personal
you.
experience means
Look at
20-year-olds
you.
universally
You're
are
acting.
kids.
Your maturity level speaks for itself.
Oh, so my maturity level means all 20-year-olds are kids?
No, it means no. Doesn't mean all 20-year-olds
let me
are
go ahead and
children
add a
to me
criteria.
because
let me
I'm
add a
the
criteria.
20.
Yeah, look
I'm
how
talking
slow
about
you look.
20-year-olds now. People like you,
Yeah, so
Zoomers.
20-year-olds now, because of people like me, 20-year-olds now
Why are
are
you
kids.
like repeating it over and over again, trying to straw man my
Yeah,
position
because you're
over and over?
claiming
So
something
this is how you
universal
do.
and
So
factually
you're
incorrect.
saying whenever someone says so, you're
I said
saying that a straw
20-year-olds are
man.
kids. What a
Yeah, I
moron,
did say.
dude.
I'll say it again.
This guy doesn't even
20-year-olds
know
are
that
kids, including you.
18-year-olds and
Oh
19-year-olds
my
and
God,
20-years, these are
20-year-olds are
grown
kids.
adults, dude.
Oh my
What
God,
a long
20-year-olds
tangent
are
proving
kids.
nothing, dude.
Oh my God, 20-year-olds.
Oh my
Do you
God, that's
think repeating
embarrassing,
yourself
dude.
is like some
Oh
sort of
my
argument?
God, that is actually so embarrassing for him. He doesn't
Nah,
even know 18-year-olds and older are adults, bro. There's no way. And he's talking
they're
about
legally adults, but
barriers.
they have the mental maturity of a child, like you.
Oh
That's
yeah,
why you're
your
giggling and
opinion
laughing like a
matters.
little
Your
girl.
opinion matters. For sure, your opinion matters.
It's not my opinion; it's my observation. That's when I call him a girl. Must have hit the target. Anyway,
Anyway.
moving on. How dare?
Yeah.
Anyway, Cook recorded that he sailed 60,000 miles. Okay,
Yeah.
now if the circumference of the Earth is 25,000 miles, that fucking don't jibe, right? So he sailed more than twice the circumference of the Earth to sail around Antarctica. How does that make sense? So anyway, this ice. The point is, this ice wall idea doesn't come from us. It comes from the globe Earth and like people trying to make sense out of Antarctica, the Southern Ocean, and what the fuck's going on down there. Because it didn't appear on maps for a long time, and it appeared on maps for a long time, and then when it appeared on some of the older maps, it didn't have ice on it, right? So like, there's a lot of like, they say now that they got it all figured out, but even that is kind of cap. You got idiots like this dude Colin Brady who said he walked across Antarctica and that he navigated with a compass, but the geomagnetic frickin' South Pole is supposed to be in the middle of the Southern Ocean. So if he followed his compass, he would have ended up in the fucking water. So like, there's a whole bunch of weird shit, dude. So,
Yeah, there is.
but that doesn't determine whether the Earth is flat or not. Even like globe Earthers think there's fucking hidden Nazi alien bases and fucking submarine bases in Antarctica and shit. So the Nazis went to Antarctica to look for the fucking the spear that pierced Christ and like all sorts of shit. What do they call it? The spear of destiny or something?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm like the Mythbusters. You know, I'm like, well, you know, people think you say that there is a city under Antarctica, or actually no under, but you know, after Antarctica. It isn't right. Like, you don't believe that, right?
Do I? No.
Yeah, I mean, you as a whole. I mean, as a collective.
I don't think anybody in here believes there's a city under Antarctica.
Or there is an ice wall that.
I'm not even sure. Well, I mean, there's an ice wall in the sense that there's a fucking glacier that sticks out from the land that fucking, you know, hundreds of miles.
Yeah,
and it's hundreds of feet tall. So technically, it's an ice wall, but I don't think there's a Game of Thrones ice wall that surrounds the Earth. That if you climb over it, you're gonna fall to space. You know, like I don't think any of that. Like the way they depict flat Earth, like in you know, internet fucking memes and thumbnails, nobody thinks that. Nobody believes in that flat Earth.
That's the question. Yeah, that it is.
My view is more metaphysical than that. I don't have a materialist viewpoint of reality. I believe there's a material world, and I believe there's a metaphysical, spiritual, supernatural world, and they're kind of meshed together. They're not they're separated, but they're also intertwined. Let's put it that way. But you're an atheist, so you probably wouldn't go with that.
Yeah.
I guess you could be an atheist and still be spiritual and not believe in God.
Well, that's what I was about to say. I mean, I kind of believe that. I'm more inclined to believe that than acknowledging that there is a God. But I get what you say, and yeah, I mean,
yeah, the world can't be completely material. I mean, it's impossible that would be true because we have things.
We can talk about
things well, we have things that exist which aren't material, and you can't prove they exist with the material world, such as logic. Where is logic? Where does that come from? Where is that?
I can even meet you halfway and say there is a soul.
Yeah.
You know,
okay.
That's you can take it the religious way, you can take it the metaphysical way, but you know, you don't have to be you can be an atheist and still believe about the soul.
Yeah.
And that's,
well, I mean, you don't have to, like, you can be an atheist as in no God, like, because a theist thinks there's a God and he has a personality, right? He's a person, right? But there's people that think like the universe is God, like the monad and the dyad, right? That like nature's God or God is some other metaphysics. He doesn't have a personality. So technically, if you believe that, you're not a materialist. You're an atheist, but not a materialist atheist. You still believe in immaterial things.
Yeah, that's like
what I don't like is a
halfway.
materialist atheist that just say the only thing that exists is physical matter and physical energy, and that's the only thing that exists. In your mind is just chemical reactions in some physical matter created by the Big Bang, fucking 9.2 billion years ago, 90 billion years ago, whatever they're at now. I think that is fucking poison.
Which is in some way kind of hypocritical. I mean, I don't know how to say right the word, but even then, if you think that, if you believe in the Big Bang and whatever, like there is some metaphysical thing in that,
I know.
What I'm trying to say.
I know that.
Like,
I know.
Religious.
Yeah, it's
religious. If you want to say religious, you can say religious, but for the atheist, Well, but if you can see it from the eyes of the atheist,
faith without evidence, right?
oh, maybe. Yeah, but I
Yeah, well,
mean,
it
if you believe if you believe in Big Bang and you're an atheist, you believe in some kind of metaphysical world or
Yeah, a
things at
creator.
least. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you get my point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
we
world
get
was
your point.
created. The world was created from nothing, right?
Which is why I think atheists that think that espouse that say, hey, the only thing there is the physical world, and it's like a fucking just follows the laws of physics, and it's just like a machine, and I'm conscious, but that's only chemical reactions caused by atoms and molecules and stuff, and it's some emergent property that doesn't really exist, and there's no such thing as right and wrong, and there's no objective truth, and there's no such thing as meaning. I think that, even like you said, those are metaphysical statements, but they deny that they're metaphysical, and I think that that shit is poison. I think that they're fucking people that espouse that viewpoint are fucking poisonous to the human spirit, dude.
Yeah, yeah. But believing that doesn't need to go to the religious way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
I don't base
yeah,
my viewpoint exist on religion. The flat Earth to me has nothing to do with religion. I just don't. I just know one thing, that the flat Earth idea, it can support an atheist. It can't support what I call the materialist atheist worldview. The worldview that there is no God and everything in the universe is determined by physical laws. Only. Just physical laws, and that there is nothing else but physics.
what I do find strange, maybe it's nothing to do with this, but I am the only fucking globe or ex-globe earther believer in this chat. Like, I think this is like a very interesting topic, and
I'm an ex-globe earther.
well,
So
we all are. That's true.
Yeah, because
But
it's how we were taught.
yeah,
We
but
learned.
there's not a lot of people here talking about this, and there's not like an open discussion about this. Like, I'm since I don't know, it's been like 2 hours,
You
maybe
are the
more.
Yeah.
open discussion, dude.
I just
Yeah,
blab a lot, dude.
but there's not a lot of people here, man. That it's like a
Listen,
very
dude,
interesting
you're
discussion.
entertaining.
Yeah.
You're listening to you, man.
The problem if you have too many people speaking at the same time, the conversation never goes anywhere. So everyone in this room knows when to sit back, when to let the
But I mean,
conversation go. You know.
Yeah, like if
that's
it wasn't us talking, me and T-Dub, it would be freaking Drace could talk. He could talk to you too, man. He'd make different points than us, and it'd be just as valid. Everyone in here, like there was a time when we first, because a lot of us have been together for a while. There was a time when like we'd be freaking, everyone would be fighting to get to you, dude. And we all be talking over each other, screaming at each other, and then it would be very counterproductive. I'm guilty of it too. I would do the same thing. And we've just, like, over time, we've kind of learned, to just whoever's dealing with, a newcomer or somebody with questions, just let that person deal with it. You know what I mean? And let them talk to them, like, kind of exclusively. So that's
well.
why
The
it's like
thing is,
this. It isn't like
it it is easier to it is easier to learn something, uh, even it's whatever, no. I mean, it is kind of hard to erase everything you knew and to accept this new reality that you bring up. I get that from a lot of people, but I mean, given the chance to actually sit down and take a look or listen to what you say, I mean, you any people should do that, you know. Even if I came out from here and say, well, maybe I'm not a flat earther, but I did speak to a group, and they taught me things like, I don't know, man. I think it's really important for people to do that. And I'm maybe not talking
I
to
agree with
you
you,
about
man.
this. I'm talking to the people who maybe are listening in the YouTube or maybe are here in mute. Like, I'm pretty sure everyone has at least, maybe at least one question or some self doubt about what they do believe, just blindly. What we were talking about this time, like, I don't know, maybe that's why I find strange that nobody likes like come in here
A lot of
with
the
a
people in here are
respectful
flat earthers.
question.
Well, I mean, just wait, dude. It depends.
Yeah, I'll be
There's an
around.
ebb and flow to this. We'll get like 20 people after. I mean, we get that jerk that just came in here. I mean, we get like usually there'll be someone like that every 30 minutes that will come in and do
Yeah,
that, something like that.
that's annoying, man.
That's
And
normal. Yeah, it's annoying. It's annoying. Like dude, you get used
that's
to
what,
being annoyed. To be
yeah,
honest,
yeah. It is frustrating
regardless of
for
the
you
facts,
also,
I
right?
just wanna tell you something. Regardless of the facts that we give, there is a sociological and kind of psychological element to this discussion about this topic that just can't be ignored. It like people just don't just like, okay, here are the facts, and I'm just gonna just unbiased look at the facts. There's always way more to it. Some people they really like the idea of outer space and going to Mars, and it creates because that's kind of like part of their identity. They can't really hear the information. And then there's other people that are atheists and they think like the flat earth is based upon God, and their bias also would not allow them to hear the information. And then there's other ones that are just like think flat earth is a conspiracy theory and they're just government bootlickers, and they think that, flat earth is against the government and they can't hear what we have to say either. So like there's people come in here, they have baggage, right?
Yeah.
Yep. There's
Like,
even Globers who come in here and say, "Oh well, flat Earth is a psyop." So like they think we're
oh
part of the
God, that
government, but
one.
they can't keep their story straight.
So when I
Yeah,
looked at this,
that's
I literally had no preference, and which might sound weird, but I just like I was concerned about other things when I ran into this topic. I wasn't really thinking about it, and I just took in the information, and I was like, "Wow, I got to look into this a little bit further." Like, because there was like there was a news report, right, in Chicago. So it was a Chicago TV station, and they were doing the weather, and they were like, "Oh, so we're going to show you a picture from Josh Nowicki. He took a picture of Chicago from the Warren Dunes. So that's across Lake Michigan in America. The
yeah.
photograph is 52 miles. So 52 miles across Lake Michigan, he took a photograph. That's like 72 kilometers. Okay.
And
So
you could
I
see
was like,
Chicago.
wow. And he said, what you're seeing here is a mirage because it'd be impossible if the Earth was a globe. So you had to say it was a mirage. But you could look at the picture and see it's not a mirage. It looks nothing like a mirage. So that made me look into it further. That's the point. Like I didn't have any bias. I wasn't attached to the globe. I wasn't attached to flat. Like I didn't think anything. Right. So, but if you are attached to the idea of like going to space, or especially, or Elon Musk or any of that stuff, right? Any of the pop ideas about modern human progress or something, it's hard for some of these people to actually even hear the information
Yeah, and I can understand that, man. It is
because
it is hard
they're
to say,
invested in some of these ideas. Like if you're like a space nerd, right, and you know you're all into spaceships and black holes and satellites or whatever it is you're into, and then you come across flat Earth and we're like, none of that shits exists. Oh, so you're telling me I just wasted 8 years of my life being a space nerd? Like, yeah, that's what
like
we're telling you. Yeah, they
the
can't hear
PhD
that.
guy like came here and you told mm, you told them wrong, and it was like, hey, well, fuck. I mean, I can see from his eyes, like, well, I studied this thing, I wasted my time, my lifetime, studying something that in, I don't know, 2 hours in one night,
Yeah,
you're proven wrong. That's tough shit, man. That's
because
what I'm saying.
he never questioned the assumptions of his field, right? So so one of the things I brought up to him was like, when you do observations of the sky as an astrophysicist, do you take the Earth being a globe into account? Which I already knew the answer to. The answer is no, right? They don't
Yeah.
they don't need the Earth to be a globe to do any of that, right? Because everything is so far away, they assume the Earth in their model, right? The Earth is just a point, right? Everything is so far away, they can just assume the Earth is a point, and they're at the origin of the coordinate system, right? And that's all they need. The Earth can be fucking anything. It doesn't matter what it is. So it's not required to do anything they're doing. They just assumed it, right? So he just never actually questioned, the whole thing, right? So we're like, okay, we went through the whole thing, right? The Earth that has a radius, right? So,
Uh,
and this is the funny thing, is there's something called the cosmic distance ladder. Have you ever heard of this? Cosmic distance ladder?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so how they get the distances to the planets and the sun and the stars and all this stuff. It's called the cosmic distance ladder. So first they got the thing they never measured, the radius of the Earth, and then they get the distance to the sun, and then they get the distance to the planets, and then they get the distance to the, you know what I mean, based upon a bunch of different things, different like redshift and parallax and Cepheid variables and supernova fucking explosions and blah blah blah. Okay, that's not important. Important is the first rung of that, the radius of the Earth, was never measured. So they've never measured the very first thing everything else is built upon. And like we've talked to astrophysicists, and we've talked to them about, like, hey, where do you get the distances from? Well, we measure redshift, and then we go backwards, and they don't know that we're leading them back to the beginning. Okay, where'd you get the distance of the sun? And that's where it starts falling apart, because you can't measure the distance of the sun by looking at it. They had to assume that Venus was the same size as the Earth, which they couldn't know by looking at it. And then they timed Venus going across the face of the sun. So if they know the size of Venus, and then Venus takes so long to go across the sun, they can get the size of the sun. But they don't know the size of Venus because they don't know the size of the Earth.
Yeah, you keep going backwards and backwards and backwards,
Yeah,
and
so it's like
it is based in something that they
and then he was shocked.
okay.
Yeah, he was totally shocked at, like, hold on, dude. So it can't even be measured in principle. So like you can't even measure the radius of the Earth in principle. You'd have to go to the center of the Earth and then like take a tape measure and measure the surface. You can only calculate based upon assuming shit. So you can't actually measure it. So the whole cosmology, all of it, is based upon a value that's never been measured. Which is fucking, he never realized that, and he was kind of freaking out. But
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. No,
it's pretty kooky. We had the other dude. Who was it? Itar. Artar was he's a postgrad doing his PhD on exoplanets. He also didn't know about the cosmic distance ladder. Did not have any idea how that shit was created. Did not have any idea about how the distance of the sun or the planets or how any of that worked. Now think about that. This guy's going for a PhD in astrophysics, and he doesn't know anything about how they got the distance to the sun. He just read, sun's 93 million miles away. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
He did not ever question how they got that value at all.
So one thing that is really bugging me, it is that when you go and see, for example, a spaceship being launched into space, like you can go and see that. I mean, I don't, because in my country we don't have it. Yeah,
that's the thing. You don't see it go to space, dude. You see it launch. and you see it launch and take a parabolic arc and go out of sight. That's what you actually see. You can't tell if it went to space or not. Like, think about it like this: say you had an intermediate range missile that goes 1,000 miles,
Yeah.
and you had that rocket, and then you had a rocket that says this rocket's going to space. And they both launched at the same time. They would look identical. You would not be able to tell the difference between the one that went to space and the one that goes 1,000 miles.
So for example, I don't know if you remember or if you ever saw it, the Red Bull.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. The thing. Yeah. I think that man that dropped from the stratosphere, or I don't know where it was.
128,000 feet. Yeah, we know all about it. We're well aware of it.
So, like, I mean, he had a camera.
That jump. Yeah, we know the outside camera. It had a fisheye lens. It's called a fisheye lens.
Oh, yeah.
That jump.
I know, yeah.
No, here's the funny thing: is that jump actually proves the flat Earth. And let me tell you how. Because the lens that wasn't a fisheye was inside the capsule, facing out. Right, the door was facing the door. So they got the photograph of him at the door when he was 10 feet, but before they went up, right? So he's at the door and it's 10 feet, and you can see the horizon at his waist level. And then right before he jumps out, he's at the door again, and the horizon is at the exact same place at waist level. But he's supposed to be at 128,000 feet. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you a picture.
Yeah, I know. I'm actually searching the video right now. Red Bull Space Jump. I don't know how to call it.
Well, I mean, they can call it whatever they want. It wasn't no space jump.
Okay, so what I'm seeing right now is that he has the camera. This frame, this exact frame. I'm going to send it in the chat.
I think it's Planet Mexico. Dude, do you think that's Planet New Mexico?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where.
I'm saying, man. Dude, even Neil deGrasse Tyson says that.
No, there's like a frame. Well, actually, the start of the video.
Can you look in the side chat?
In the second 08. In the second 8 second. Oh, fuck me.
Yeah.
There's.
Can you look
that frame?
Can you look in the side chat, dude? Before you go through all that, look in the side chat.
Yeah.
There's a picture from that camera when they're on the ground. Look at the Earth. Look at the horizon. If you scroll up a little bit, what Dre's posted. And then there's what I posted.
That is from inside the capsule or whatever that.
No, that's mine. The one right above that. So it's right above. You see that?
Where it says
the Earth
10 feet?
No, above. Scroll up one more. Dre's posted it. There's a little fire icon under it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Remember Felix Borgmar? Yeah. Yeah.
That one.
You can
so
see.
Obviously, it shows the Earth. The Earth isn't curved from 10 feet. Now, what I showed you, the one inside, right? You see how the horizon is going right across his waist at the same place? Well, if the Earth was a sphere, the horizon is supposed to, from that height, it's supposed to dip down 6 degrees. Okay? So 6 degrees, the sun is half a degree, and the moon is half a degree. So it should be 12, the equivalent of 12 moons stacked on top of each other. That's how much lower the horizon should be. So the horizon should be like at the bottom of the door. Because the Earth, if it's curved, the horizon dips down because it's a ball, right? It should dip when you go up higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it didn't do that.
Yeah, and if you look at your picture 8 seconds into the video, you see how curved the Earth looks in that image?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, if the Earth were that curved at that height, the horizon were that curving, the Earth would be so small that it would be planet New Mexico. It would not fit any other continent.
Yeah, like comparing the two pictures with the the waist one, where it matches the waist and the earth, and the one of the frame that I'm looking at, you can tell that it is not the same curvature. I I get what you say.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the external camera is like a fisheye lens because they're trying to capture. This is an advertisement. You got to remember, fundamentally, Red Bull played for this as an advertisement.
Yeah, Red
So
Bull.
they're trying to make it look good. You know what I mean?
I mean, when I'm seeing the waist one, the one that matches, in the window at the left, you can see like certain curvature,
Nah, it's just the angle of the window. You
but
remember, this is a sealed capsule, so they got
yeah,
super thick windows.
yeah. I imagine they
So
have.
the point is the point I'm saying is the line that crosses his body is in the same place. It should be lower when he's up in the air. It should be like down by his feet. The horizon line should be down by his feet. It should drop down as you go up. Like Yagi posted that animation, right?
Yeah.
So the Earth, because it's curved, like it would dip down because you're going above a ball. But if you're just rising above a plane, the plane is just going to extend out. Now, I'm not
Well,
saying
that's
this is flat. This is obviously evidence that the Earth is flat. I wouldn't call it a proof. I wouldn't rely on this to prove anything.
well, that's another thing. Like all the pilots in planes and all that, shouldn't they like tell if
No, it's not really high. The planes don't really go high enough. Now remember, they say the Earth is 8,000 miles in diameter. Planes only fly 10 miles high. So like 1/800th of the diameter. How would they ever be able to see the Earth? They're nowhere near high enough. In fact, you shouldn't even be able to see curve from 250 miles. And if you look at like the Chinese space station, what they say is their space station, they show a flat Earth, and they're at like at 250 miles, like 400 kilometers.
Wasn't there a
the
discrepancy
Chinese?
with where he landed as well with that Red Bull jump?
Yeah, backwards.
I don't know. I don't know where
Backwards
he landed.
87 miles. Apparently, the Earth decided to
He
spin
went
the wrong way
backwards
that day.
87 miles against the rotation.
Correct.
Yeah, he was supposed to have risen up, and there should have been a Coriolis effect, and he should have gone the opposite direction based on rotation, but he landed the other way.
Was it 87 or 37? It was something 7 miles that it went. Allegedly, the Earth stopped and decided to go backwards for a couple of hours. I must have missed it.
Well, I mean, the wind has to do anything, no? Like there are a lot of factors
Yo,
that
Batman, I'm
may
back.
have interfered where he landed.
Batman?
So he's
No.
supposed to be.
Yeah.
The Earth's supposed to be rotating 1,040 miles underneath him, and the wind decided to blow the opposite way. At what speed?
How was the wind traveling faster than the Earth rotation?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to find.
Really good
Actually, I'm
engineer.
trying. Yeah. Actually, I'm seeing the Chinese space station. What you told me right now.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, I don't believe in a Chinese space station either, but Chinese can do math, so they actually faked it right.
They can find a way to.
Yeah, they faked it right because they're all faking it like their own way, right? So like, I don't know if you ever seen any of the India stuff. It's so horrible. And Japan ain't much better with the crap that they put out. And the Russians, man, they must be colorblind because the colors, none of their colors match anything everybody else does. One of their Earth images has like the MacBook Photoshop grabby hand still in the frickin' image.
So they took photos from the nah. That
No, they're not photos. They're not photos. I wish they were photos, but they're not. They're yeah, that one. So the one that was just posted, this is supposed to be like 7 or 5 years apart or something, and it's the same weather. I don't know how that happens. Yeah, when it comes to NASA stuff, I mean, it's like, I mean, you either take it on faith or don't. I mean, we can't prove that they faked it, other than, you know, they depict all these oceans, this curving ocean. We can go to the ocean and measure that it's not curving. Other than that, we can't really. We have no
Nah, the thing,
methodology to prove a photo's fake.
what's crazy to me it is that they all have like different uh, versions of it, of the world as it whole, and the photos.
Oh man, there's so many. You don't even know, dude. There's
No,
so many.
but there are a lot of pictures of the world. They are all round, spherical, whatever you want to call it. But
They're all
even
different colors, different continent sizes, different cloud color, different water
yeah, that's
color. Everything's they don't look the same amongst each other. You know what I mean? To
that's the
compare them to
thing.
each other.
Mm. That's the thing. Like they all have those, but they all differ one each other, and that's fucking crazy. Like how why in Russia have different pictures of the same world as China or USA or India or whatever, and
The
like
Russians say this is a funny one. The Russians say the moon is brown because they say they
that's
sent something up there. They said when they got up there, the moon was brown.
that's crazy,
But
man.
the United States says it's gray. And I don't know what the Chinese show. Like, there's so much crap out there. So here's another one. This private company said they sent a probe to the moon. Okay, this happened I don't know, like 6 months ago. They sent a probe to the moon, and they just happened to get there when there was a lunar eclipse from Earth.
So
So on Earth it's a lunar eclipse, but on the moon it would be a solar eclipse, right?
to be all black.
Yeah. So
Or what?
from the Earth, the lunar eclipse, the Earth is supposed to be getting in the way of the sun, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But if you're on the moon, it's a solar eclipse, right? The Earth's getting in the way of the sun, but you're on the moon looking at the sun. The Earth goes in the way and blocks the sun, right? You
If
understand?
it's, I'm
If
trying
you're on the
to.
moon, let's say you're on the moon. You are
Yeah,
on the moon, and you're
yeah,
looking at the Earth from the moon,
yeah,
or you're looking at the sun, and then the Earth goes in the way of the sun.
yeah.
Okay. Well, the picture they showed had what's called a ring of fire. You know that ring that's around during a solar eclipse?
Yeah,
The ring.
yeah.
Well, if you were on the moon, that wouldn't happen because the Earth is way bigger than the moon. The Earth would block out the sun completely. But they didn't think when they faked it. And they made a ring of fire on their fake video.
But
It's very funny that they didn't check, dude. They didn't realize that if you were on the moon, that the moon would completely block the sun. Or the Earth would completely block the sun so that you couldn't see it.
Yeah, you can see the same thing with the moon landings. The Earth from the moon landings is very tiny, kind of like how the moon is from Earth. But the claim is that Earth. Yeah, claim is Earth is supposed to be 4 times larger.
And the angular size of the Earth would be much larger than the sun from the moon in their worldview.
fucking insane. Apocalypse.
Yeah, I'll show you a picture.
Just did it for clicks.
Yeah, so this is supposedly they were on the moon, and this is the picture they took. So, allegedly, but that would be the Earth blocking the sun. But the Earth would be so large from the moon that it would block the sun completely, and that there could be no ring of fire.
That I mean, the distance doesn't have anything to do with it. Like if you take your finger, for example.
Yeah, but
and
the
you
Earth
look-
is Earth and the moon are the same distance either way, right? So like if I'm on the moon, if the moon blocks out the sun perfectly, right? So that they're the same size. If I'm on the moon and the Earth is larger than the moon, it'll look bigger in the sky, right? It won't be a half a degree. I think it's like 1.7 degrees, which is like 300 times the size or something. Hold on, I actually got the math. Let me find it.
Yeah, but it's kind of like your example. Your thumb can like barely block out the light, so that at arm's length, so that the light spreads around your thumb, and you can see like a halo around it. That would be on the Earth looking at the moon. The moon is your thumb in this instance. However, in the other instance, the same distance, but instead of a thumb, you have a book, for instance, and the book completely covers the light, so you don't see that halo effect.
Actually, you may laugh, but I'm doing that same experiment right now. Like I'm blocking the light from the ceiling, but I'm thinking like, does the thumb blocks me? You know what I'm trying to say? Like if I am in my thumb and I'm trying to look to me, like I'm pretty sure I can't see me because I'm bigger.
Yeah, that's the point. You're bigger than your thumb, just like the Earth is claimed to be bigger than the moon. And so, if I put this flashlight behind your thumb, you can see the rim of light around the thumb because the flashlight is a little bit bigger than the thumb. But if I put the flashlight behind your head, you're not going to see the light because it's shining at the back of your head. If you were at the position of the thumb in this hypothetical.
Yeah.
Because that object is bigger, so the light doesn't get around it. So it didn't work out geometrically. They didn't account for, like, they keep telling us like, oh well, the sun is 400 times further away and like the 400 times bigger, and that's why they look the same size. But that wouldn't be the same if you were looking from the moon. The Earth would look far bigger than the moon due to perspective. The same distance, much bigger object.
Well, this is all kind of a lot. For me right now, but I'm going to study a lot more probably tomorrow because it is 3 a.m. right now. But it was really nice talking to you. I'm grateful for this space, and I don't know, man. I thank you all for showing me your points with patience and nothing, man. I'm going to study all the things that you sent. I actually saved a lot in my browser to continue looking it up tomorrow. But anyways, I think I'll say that that's it. Yeah. Fuck. That's what I'm going to say.
It was a pleasure listening to you.
Hey, I'm going to be around practicing my English more. So I think I'll see you here.
facts are subject to interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
Because
That's
you know
what
you
I
have to
think.
start from like first principle. That's why I said if you don't know how to determine the truth, you know. So, for instance, if you try to start and like reconstruct flat Earth versus globe, and you start from the beginning. Hey, dude, I ain't gonna listen to what anybody said. I'm start from the beginning. Okay, so start from first principles. What is the observation of the Earth? What do I see? Looks flat. Okay, fine. What's next? How do I determine whether that's true? First of all, why are you even doubting it? Why would you even doubt that that's what it is? What's the evidence that that's not the case? Like the globe Earth can't even get past that point. The thing is, you can't construct a logical argument for the globe at all because you don't have the first step, the observation. Right? You always have to start with the assumption. If Earth was a globe, what would happen next? Right? You don't start with, man, the Earth looks like a globe. You know, yada, yada, yada. That's why this is that. And that's why this other thing is this other thing, right? So you have to start with an assumption because it's not experienced. Right? So it's constructed in the mind. It isn't perceived with the senses, right? Because we either have our senses or our mind, right? That's the only way we can gather information about the world. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So the globe's starting point's the mind. And the flat Earth starting point is perception. So when you start with the mind, you can imagine any fucking thing. That's you know, that's all possibilities. Whereas perception is limited to what human beings perceive. So we've narrowed it down. Hey, what do we perceive? But if you start with imagination, that could be anything. And then how do you go from the imagination? Hey, I can't. I think it's this, but I can't perceive it. How do I figure out what I imagine is actually true when I can't get the physical, when I can't perceive it?
I just have also a
See, that's what I mean by
question.
first principles, because this is a Gordian knot, right? To untangle.
Yeah.
Right, and this is why this topic goes back and forth, and because we're globe Earth versus flat Earth, are at two different starting points. If I'm being generous, it's two different starting. Now, obviously, most people just believe it's the globe because they were told it. But if you try to actually take the intellectual, rational position and try to say, hey, we're gonna work through this problem and figure out what's true, then the first principles from which you do your analysis matter.
I just have a quick question as well. For you. Like, who's the most hardcore, like, flat earther here? Would that be, like, who would you say is?
Me.
Okay, so if I took you up, let's say I took you up to space. We went all the way up.
Every fucking
I'm the
time, bro.
I'm the hardcore
I
one.
know, but I know.
What if I
go
took
with
you to
it.
the beach?
Yeah.
That'd be the best
I
offer he's
don't
had all
really
week.
like
You literally
I don't
saw
really like
flat
the
Earth
beach.
your whole life and don't believe it, bro. But you want to
I
take
don't
me
really
to
like the
somewhere. No, you've seen a flat Earth your whole life and don't believe it. But you're saying you could take me to this imaginary place, and yeah, if you see the globe, you should believe that. Why don't I just deny that the same way you've been denying flat Earth?
But go with my question a little bit.
I think I gotta see the globe every day. How old are you? For 29 years or whatever you are. I gotta see it every day for 29 years. Then I'll believe it's a globe.
Okay. I just have to ask you one question though. Like, go with the analogy real quick, or the hypothetical situation. So I take you up to space, and you see around Earth, it's a globe and everything. And then you come into here and you say, I've seen the truth. It is a globe.
I've seen the truth. No, say,
Yeah.
hey, I went to space. I looked at the Earth and it looked like a sphere. That would be the truth.
Check the side chat, Stitches.
You see what I said? It looked like? Just like the Earth looks like it's flat, but you don't believe it is flat? I can just play the same game. I could say it looks like a sphere, but actually, it's just a sphere that's so big it's actually flat, right? So a sphere of infinite radius is flat. I'll just say that.
Just reverse the idea. He took you up into space and you saw the Earth being flat. What would you do?
Then I'd say it's flat.
Yes, what's underneath it?
Yeah.
Only from space. See, you can only determine what reality is if you go far away from the Earth. You can't do it when you're here. You got to go to the magical space place.
Yeah, like if I took you all around, like the entire perimeter of the Earth,
Do you understand? Remember when I started? I said the first principles that you have to start in concepts and ideas.
Yeah.
Space, as far as you're concerned and I'm concerned, it's a concept and an idea. It doesn't exist in any reality. And you think that somehow you can go to the place which is a concept to prove reality.
Well, let's say it's not a concept, but just like this hypothetical situation, it's hypothetical. I take you around the entire perimeter of it, and then you come here and you'll say it's a globe. Would anyone here be willing to accept that from?
I hope not.
Hardcore?
I hope not. I really hope not. Why should they?
They should take one of their most hardcore person's words.
So you base truth based upon the words of a stranger. See, this is the fundamental problem, man. You found the problem. Okay? Regardless of what I tell them, I could go up to space, see the Earth as a ball, come back down and say, hey, Jedi, I went to space, I saw the Earth as a ball. Now, Stitches, would he know the Earth is a ball, or would he just believe it?
I'd say no, because it's a first-hand experience, and you've been up there.
Now, I would know if I went, but he wouldn't know.
Then we'll just take Jedi with us, for fun of it.
Oh yeah, and then he'd come back and tell somebody else, and then they won't know either.
Then
This is the fundamental problem is it's a belief system. The globe is a belief system. You just pointed out the fundamental problem is that you don't think that you can figure it out yourself and that you have to believe the claims of strangers.
What if we get a video of it as well, and it shows it being round?
Yeah, but then you have to believe things about the video.
What if the video is undoctored, it's unedited, and it's...
How can you tell that?
Factual.
What type of analysis can you do to video to figure out what's in the video actually depicts reality? Nothing. There's nothing you can do.
We can see if there's any jump cuts in it. We can see if there's any AI detection. We can see other things of that.
Yeah, but there's look. The biggest way to fake video and pictures is to just label them wrong. Right? You take a real photograph of a painting and then say this. Look, you take a real photograph of a painting. So say you have a hyper-realistic painting of Morgan Freeman. You take a photograph of it and you say, hey, look, dude, this is a photograph of Morgan Freeman. No, it's a photograph of a painting of Morgan Freeman. It's not Morgan Freeman. You understand? All I did was caption it wrong. Now I could take a photograph of a globe, a painting of a globe Earth, and it would be a real photograph. 100%. You could examine it. You could examine the fucking film. You could look at it with a microscope. It would be 100% real film. But it doesn't mean what's on the other side of the camera is what I say it is. Okay? But you know what we can do? If we take a photograph of the Earth, can we test what's in the image in reality. Like check this out. So say we went to New York City and someone showed us a photograph of the Eiffel Tower in New York City in the middle of Central Park. We could go to Central Park and see if the Eiffel Tower's there, right?
Yeah.
And it wouldn't matter anything about the photograph. We ain't got to prove the photograph's fake or anything. If we go to Central Park and there's no Eiffel Tower there, we know whatever that thing is, it doesn't represent reality. Right? So we can do the same thing with their photos. Whatever the photos are, we can check to see if what it shows in the photo of what the Earth is actually exists in reality. And you have a whole bunch of evidence, which you just said, that show that the curving water, the curving ocean, all that stuff doesn't exist in reality. Exists in imagery. That's all. That's the only place it exists, in concepts, on screens, in picture books, toys in the corner of the classroom. But with a place where it has to exist is out there in the natural world. That's where it needs to exist. And no matter how many people, if I go do my own tests and I go, hey, dude, there's no fucking curvature to the water. I don't care what the fuck they show me. They can show me pictures. They can show me math equations. They can show me whatever the hell they want. Doesn't matter. Is it going to falsify the observation? So I'm looking at nature. I'm not like going into this abstract concept of like ideas about what the world is, right? When I don't have the basic natural evidence that's in the natural world to support my ideas. Science always comes down to empirical observation. It doesn't matter what fucking people say. Do you understand that we invented science and the scientific method so that we don't have to deal with bullshit like this? People claiming they did stuff. People saying they got this result. It has to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. So that means if someone says, hey man, I mixed these two things together and it exploded. Okay. I should be able to mix those two things together and it explodes. If I do the exact same thing as them. Right? Has to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. But ultimately, if that person just wrote down an equation with the two substances and said, boom, two things go together, go boom, that would be even less valid because they wouldn't even have even in an empirical starting point at all. Science is empirical. It's not based upon ideas, thoughts, rationality, theories, explanations, just those stories or anything like that. It's based upon tests done in the natural world. And this is where I think the Western civilization has really gone wrong in the last 100 years, is because we've gotten away from experiment and gone into fucking la la land of theoretical physics. I mean, we've had Jedi can attest to this. We've had people in here with science degrees talk to us that don't know what the scientific method is. It ain't our version of the scientific method. It's the scientific method that's in the fucking textbook. We had somebody last night. What did he say? He said, the first thing you do is an observation and then you start modeling it. It's the fucking dumbest shit I ever heard. Science isn't models.
To hear this.
Well, I mean, not enough scientists took the philosophy of science. You can't do science without certain prerequisites, right? You need logic, right? First thing. Do you need logic to do science?
Yeah, I'd say you do. You need some form of intelligence.
No, actual logic, not just intelligence. Reasoning. Logical reasoning.
Yeah, I'll agree with you on that then.
So, the reasoning, the logic comes first. You can't do science without it. And the reasoning behind science is empiricism. is that facts about the natural world are known by testing the natural world. It isn't, they're not known by thinking about what should happen in the natural world. They're known by actually doing it. So if you have some theory or some hypothesis about something that happens in the natural world or some fact about the natural world, the only way it's considered a scientifically valid theory or hypothesis is if you do the experiment. Until you do the experiment, you're just talking.
I see what you mean.
You agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. You need actual verifiable. You need to do the tests.
Yeah, or it's not science. Anyone can sit there. Me and you could smoke some fucking weed and just talk about, oh my God, what if this, what if that? Well, that's not science. Speculation isn't science. Imagination isn't science. The scientific part is the actual experiments. That's the scientific part.
It is rather fun though to speculate as well. I can't lie. I do love thinking of theories.
That's fine. But the thing, when we get to this, the main problem is in modern day, because of just in the modern society, when people hear something is based upon science, they hear absolute truth. That's what they hear. Oh, it's the scientific consensus. They hear that's the absolute truth. They hear it's scientifically proven. They hear that's the absolute truth. Not knowing that the real science is the experimental result. And though you have an experimental result that does something, I do some tests, I get some results, I have measurement data, all that crap. That ultimately has to be interpreted by a human being. Okay? And then you have your assumptions, right? Your presuppositions about what that data might mean. And it could mean, and it could fit your hypothesis, but that doesn't mean exclude other hypotheses. Just because you have a story that fits, it doesn't mean all the other stories are wrong and yours is right. But
yeah, I
this
can
is
definitely see what you mean in that.
yeah, and these are like if you went to the philosophy department of any university and talked to the people teaching philosophy of science, this is all well known. This isn't stuff I'm making up or invented. I'm not being super smart. I just happen to know about it. And it's been known that the modern science uses inductive inference, reasoning, and all of that. Any type of reasoning done doing this method has the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent, right? So, for instance, if the Earth's a globe, ships will disappear over the horizon. Ships disappear over the horizon, therefore Earth's a globe. That's affirming the consequent. I could equally say, if the Earth's flat, ships should disappear over the horizon. Ships disappear over the horizon, therefore the Earth is flat. Affirming the consequent. Almost all scientific claims have this packed in it. But they don't tell you this because it's will to power, man. Don't underestimate that people espousing to do science that aren't actually doing science are really just doing what they do for power.
There's a lot of power in like the sort of things we talk about and the sort of information what we give out.
Well, I mean, which one do you think will get a better girlfriend or a hotter girlfriend? All other things being all things being equal, the rocket scientist or the electrician?
Probably electrician, just based off how
The electrician. Even though the rocket scientist can make like 7 times more than the fucking electrician.
He doesn't
And
come in
have
a life.
status.
What are you on
And
about?
have status.
What
That's
is
the
this
thing.
question?
Oh, what's your husband do for a living? Oh, he works at Rocketdyne. He makes rockets. He's a rocket scientist. Oh, what's he do? Oh, he works at frickin' Frandan Electrical and fucking wires fucking sockets. There's no status in that. I'm not putting it down. I have more respect for that than the rocket scientist. I'm just saying that there's a power play in this shit.
There's always going to be some sort of power play in any sort of like job. Like electricians.
In society, well, do you agree? Do you agree that in society, rocket scientists is considered more of an accomplishment than an electrician?
In society, yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't agree on a fundamental basis because, yes, rocket scientists do a lot, but we also have electricians.
We're talking about what a woman would choose, dude. We're talking about what a woman would choose. Status.
Are you
money.
saying that women
All things
should
being
choose
equal, they're as good
the
looking
rocket
as each other, they're
scientist,
the
or
same
what?
as each other. The only difference is the job that they have. From a woman's point of view, going rocket scientist because it's cooler.
It is cool. And little less riskier than an electrician. Do you know what the most common death for electricians are?
Driving to their job.
I was going to say microwaves.
Suicide, depression.
Suicide.
Yeah, also that. But for like on the job death, it's mostly microwave because the transformer's in there. If it's not turned off, then they release a high voltage, high amperage, high frequency.
Are you talking about near field coupling?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and you know that this is a whole other thing. I don't know if I want to go down this road, but near field coupling itself. No, it's known about in physics. It's not really worked out. Meaning, so you have electromagnetic radiation. There's near field and far field, but they're all concerned about the far field radiation, right? Photons and all that shit. Right, speed of light and all that crap. Like, think of anything you hear about science, right, is general relativity and black holes and speed of light and all that crap, right? Lasers, phasers, da 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 da. But that's only half the story. That's transverse waves that have left the emitter. But at the emitter itself, like you said, these alternating currents, they oscillate, right? So what happens is you get too close, you'll get within, it's called like 1/6 of the wavelength that's being emitted, and you'll couple to it and you'll fucking fry. It'll transfer energy right into your body faster than the speed of light. I hate to tell you, it's instantaneous.
It's pretty instant.
But they don't talk about that it's instantaneous. It's a whole field of science that's freaking just abandoned.
We do need
It's
a
not
lot
sexy.
more research in things. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I majority focus on biology than anything else. That's the main thing I focus on. Neurology.
Electricians die of AIDS? What the fuck, man?
Hey, I mean, is there AIDS in electricity? Who knows? Who knows?
Maybe you have to take that back, man. Maybe the freaking electricians are getting laid more than the rocket scientists. They're dying of AIDS. I don't know.
The electrician community is going to have an absolute field day with you. You know that, right? As a carpenter.
No, no.
Yo, by the way,
carpenters,
is that
carpenters,
the
wood jobs.
Batman?
Okay.
Or is this just some
So,
rando?
Jesse, your problem is that you're stuck in theory too. You've never looked at what the actual data for the study of terrestrial refraction actually shows. Doesn't show the bullshit that you anti-flat earthers say. It's nothing even close to that. I actually found it yesterday. Shit, yeah. Hold on, I'll read something to you. I found this old post. This is from Simulation Study of the Refraction Effects. K. Beckett, School of Surveying, University of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia. The abstract. The atmosphere, an optical environment of electromagnetic observations, has an unstable and chaotic structure, which is also seen in the refraction effect of electromagnetic radiation. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of refraction effects on the results of geodetic observation. So far, no universal solution has been found which fulfills precision requirements of geodesy. Short story is, you have no fucking idea what it does. There's nothing to disagree on. There's no model that makes accurate prediction. No one knows what the fuck is happening, okay? All we can do is make qualitative descriptions of seeing shit. There's nothing quantitative. All the quantitative shit I've ever seen shows that what you guys say is 100% wrong.
Well, I recognized in my opening paragraph that we may not agree that there is a possible way to measure drop over distance, but my question wasn't about refraction. It was saying, if, for the sake of discussion, that there was a way to measure drop over distance, would this be a genuine experimental procedure?
Scientific experiment are looking for causes of phenomena. Now, this is a measurement. Using very scientific tools, so we're going to try and be very, very accurate.
I'm gonna just ask you the same thing I've been asking all you guys, and I have not got a straight answer in 3 years. What is the justification for you thinking terrestrial refraction does fucking anything at all? Other than that's what you read in the textbook, or you read online, or you read on the webpage.
Does anything at all?
Does anything at all? Yes.
You mean
now,
like
we know there's some we know there's refraction like twinkling stars, right? Scintillation. Okay? But you guys have gone further and says like it's bent in a direction. Okay? It goes in one, either, it gets bent in a curve. There's no evidence for that. There's no justification for saying that. There's nothing. That's what I mean. You guys say, hey man, I hear this, and I'm sure you've said it with your own freaking mouth, is you guys didn't account for refraction. And I say, oh, how do you do that? Nobody knows. Nobody can tell me how to, quote unquote, account for refraction. How do I do that?
Just apply 7/6R like the globers do. It's easy.
Yeah, exactly. There's nobody can tell me how to do that. So if you can't tell me, if you can't say, hey, dude, this is how you do it, you don't know what the fuck's going on. And you have no justification for including it at all. So if you have no reason to include it because you don't know what it's doing, I'll just exclude it. Until someone gives some valid substantiation, okay, to some general refractive condition in the fucking air that's happening all the time. It's just a bunch of fucking hot air. You didn't account for refraction. How? How? And when I say how, I mean anyone can make a model and quote unquote account for refraction, but that model actually has to be able to make predictions, right? Predictions. So before you do the experiment, right, you say, hey, dude, this is the weather conditions. I'm going to punch the meteorological conditions into my fucking model. Okay, this is this far away. We're going to push the fucking button on the camera, and the image in the camera should look like this. No one can do that. You know no one can do that. Or in the reverse, take the picture and then get the meteorological condition, get the picture and be like, okay, this image is displaced this much. Here's the meteorological conditions that existed. Then go check to see if that was the actual meteorological conditions. Then you would have a predictive model. So no one can do any of this crap. And then there's all the other things, the other problems you guys don't want to deal with. Okay? Dispersion, where's that? Vignetting, where's that? All the effects we have that we have to compensate for in lens design, because lens design deals with high refractive elements, and that's what you guys are saying, that the fucking air is this gigantic refractive fucking lens. We don't see magnification. We don't see all these other effects that would happen if refraction was going on. Where are those? There should be other indicators other than something as higher than it's supposed to be, or lower than it's supposed to be, or flatter than it's supposed to be. There should be other indicators of what's refraction that we could see, measure, all that shit. But I don't see any of these. I don't see it quantified in the scientific literature. I don't see it anywhere. The only time I've ever seen it is the Bricker fucking paper, where he modeled, hey, dude, there should be this much dispersion over these 147 kilometers, and there wasn't any. What are you showing me, Jesse?
Dispersion, chromatic aberration, or chromatic dispersion.
Yeah, we know what it is. Some lenses do it worse than others.
What's the light source?
Oh, one is the sun, and the other is a snowmobile headlight.
Okay, yeah. Astronomical objects have dispersion. Okay, terrestrial objects don't. Your snow, your what do you call it? Your snowmobile headlight, whatever it is. Do you think that that's white light, like the sun?
It's a halogen light, so it's not quite as white as the sun.
It's nowhere close to the sun. Halogen emits a single wavelength.
Well, but I mean, by halogen, I mean a
so how would you have
filament.
any dispersion, Jesse?
No, it's not a discharge. It's not a gas discharge lamp. It's a hot tungsten black body radiation light source with a little bit of halogen in there to keep the filament from evaporating so fast. So it's a broad spectrum. It's not just a single wavelength.
I do not think that's dispersion. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, there's a blue fringe at the top and
yeah,
red,
there's
orange.
also red on the side too, right?
Well, the camera's tipped. So if you were to see how the horizon line of the snow is kind of tipped.
There's red on the side of the light, on the right-hand side of the light.
Yeah, there's some lens dispersion.
Why would it be
also
over there? Lens dispersion.
There's some lens dispersion also, but that's going to happen all the way around. The atmospheric dispersion is because of it only happens in one axis. That's my theory, anyway.
Yeah, I'd have to see the fucking full video for this shit, dude.
Oh, sure. It's lanolins. I'll get it for you.
This is only 6 miles. I thought.
Just give me 1 second. I will get you the video. I time-stamped it to somewhere near there. We're near where I got the screenshot, a little before actually. So if you let it play for a few seconds, you should find it. I did enhance, I did brighten the, increase the contrast, but that's all I did.
How do you know what lamp his fucking snowmobile has?
We could ask him. Halogen lights are. I'm a mechanic, so I know halogen lights are very, very popular for that application. And since he was not using like the very latest snowmobile there is, it's quite unlikely he had any gas discharge, light.
Could be a LED.
And it's also unlikely it was converted to LED. But we can ask him. Definitely.
Are you just guessing, dude, or so you don't know, you're guessing?
But it doesn't really matter. It's putting out all the colors. I mean, we can see reds, greens, and it met the fact
Yeah, it
that
looks just like it just looks like regular scintillation to me, man. You just cherry picked a frame.
It looked to me like there was a strong predominance of the blue on top. But anyway,
subjective. I could measure this in something. So why would there even be this type of refractive effect on a frozen lake?
Well,
especially at 6 miles.
If the ice was significantly colder than the air, which is possible on a clear night, the black body radiation could chill the ice faster than the air because ice has an emissivity of almost 1. So if the ice was colder than the air and it formed a strong bottom dense gradient, that would be curving light downward towards the ice, and that would be curving the blue light downward farther, which would make the blue part appear higher.
This is what I'm talking about, this curving up and down. What makes you think light does anything like that?
Because light has been measured to go faster in less dense air and slower in more dense air, and because light travels as a wave
That's great. That's conceptual. I'm not talking about concepts. I'm talking about in terrestrial observations. You guys think, so you guys look, bro, the conceptual idea is that there's a spherically symmetric atmosphere with a vertical temperature gradient and a vertical density gradient. And by that sheer fact alone, that a spherically symmetric atmosphere with a gradient, light is just automatically going to curve. Right?
I'm not sure what you mean by what did you call it? A spherically
symmetric. Spherically symmetric.
I don't know what that means. I know what spherical means, and I know what symmetric means, but
the atmosphere is curving.
Think like an onion, Jesse.
The density gradient is not a straight line; it's a curved path. Remember?
Oh, you mean on a globe?
Yeah, on the globe. Yes.
Okay.
So it's automatically going to curve conceptually. It has to. And in fact, Andrew Thomas Lunds talks about this, is that it would be impossible to have any type of straight line mathematically. Because if you have it completely horizontally, what would happen is that if you had a ray, it would get trapped at the boundary of the density gradient and form a perfect circle that goes around the Earth. Like say you had 30 degrees and 31 degrees, and at the boundary of the 30 and 31, you had a laser and you shot it. In a spherically symmetric atmosphere, it would duct all the way around the Earth, come back to the same place.
Oh,
mathematically, in the mathematical. Listen, I'm talking about conceptually in a mathematical model. So when you start talking about, hey, light's bending down, that's just fucking. That's because you're assuming spherically symmetric atmosphere and a whole bunch of shit. It's conceptual. What's the data say about what light does? You don't know. None of you globe earthers know, because none of you have ever bothered to go look at the literature. The actual literature. When people have gone out and tested it, it doesn't do what you guys think. I'm sorry to tell you that. And you guys spent years arguing about it. What do you think I did? The thing I just read you, Jesse, do you think I just made that up? Do you think I called this chick fucking 20 years ago and told her, hey, write this down? For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of refraction effect on the results of geodetic observations. So far, no universal solution has been found which fulfills the precision requirements of geodesy. So when you sit here and say light would do X, you're implying that you have some universal solution to what the light does. And that you know what it does. And that whatever your answer is of what it does, it's true. It's just universally valid and accepted. Experimentally, no. I'm ripping the whole rug out on this shit, dude.
No, it's repeatable.
There's no valid justification for any claim of refraction, no matter what it is.
Oh yes, we can. You see it when you put it in glass. When you put a pencil in glass, it's refracted. You see it.
Jesse, do yourself a favor, okay? Go on Pablo's Dog's channel. Do you know that channel?
It rings a bell vaguely, but I couldn't say I would know.
He's been going to the same spot in the same parking lot for 3 fucking years, and every 3 days taking video and doing a horizontal pan across Santa Monica
you
Bay.
can see that when you look at where you're looking at, where you see the fish.
The shit he's seeing is just like there's no, you can't. It's unexplainable observations, just unexplainable. Flat Earth or globe Earth, dude. Literally, like one of the observations, it's like an inferior mirage of something that's past the horizon, and an inferior mirage of like a double inferior mirage. There's all sorts of crap he's got videos of, and there's a whole bunch of other people that have, like Keith Carmody and fucking, there's flat earthers that aren't in like our little circles. They're out there. They're out there doing observations, right? Repeated, controlled observations over and over and over again, and none of them match any model of anything. There's no justification for any claim that the light should be doing X, Y, and Z, and that then there's have you ever seen any of the data where they actually take the meteorological conditions and then do the surveying and then try to match them to see if they match up?
I'm sorry, I was trying to find Pavlov's channel. Say that again.
It's called Pablo's Dog.
Yeah, there's a bunch of YouTubers that got that name because it was a famous term
I'll
from.
get you a link.
Yeah, thanks. And of course, that YouTube hides the flat Earth ones, so it's hard for me to find the correct one.
There's that.
Oh, thank you, sir. There, I subscribed to him.
Cool. I mean, not a lot of flat earthers even know about this guy. And there's other ones. There's a whole group of. There's Plain Truth and what's his name? There's a whole bunch of flat earthers that just do observations. They're not really into the. I mean, they got YouTube channels where they post their observations, but they're not into debating or going on freaking Twitter or anything or TikTok or whatever. They're just out there just like doing their thing, dude. So there. Anyway, I'll bring up this one. Hold on. There's one called empirical modeling by trigonometric heighting. That's one study that was done in Greece. Dude, it's even on McToon's. McToon has a refraction section on his website. Apparently, he's never read any of the papers that are in it. So there are 3 or 4 that are on there where they actually took the meteorological conditions while they did their surveying observations, and they never match up. They just don't match up. Like what they observe doesn't match up to what should be with the meteorological condition, according to the way everybody thinks refraction works, should be one thing
What kind of
that
equipment is
makes
he
their
using? What kind of
observation
equipment did he
this
use?
other thing. But they never match up. They're just completely they're uncorrelated.
Could you drop a link to that? I would be interested in reading that for sure.
It's probably on McToon's fucking site. Hold on.
Was that the Romanian Rhapsody I heard?
Oops, hot mic and.
Hey, Wild Bill, it's good to see you.
Hey, Jesse. It's better to be seen.
McToon does have it on his page. Moron. Apparently, he never read it.
Thank you.
That's just one. I mean, it's a whole. Jesse, I don't know why you're just discovering this now.
Well, better late than never, right?
Yeah. Here's a graph from it. This is the survey observation and the meteorological observation. Completely unfucking correlated. Then they try 3 different models to try and fit it, and it don't work. So what do you got against like a laser test, like going out and doing a laser test like 100 days in a row, the exact same time, the exact same place, the exact same methodology, 100 times in a row, some crazy distance. Because like FE core, that's like one of the things like people, it just like goes right over her head. That's not one test all done one night. and to say there's some freakish meteorological condition that allowed it. Well, it happened again 3 weeks later, and their meteorological stations didn't pick it up because they have different weather conditions each time. But for some reason, each time lets them frickin' shoot a laser 40 kilometers.
Well, to me, the first step of any form of measurement is to get consistency. And the laser tests don't work every time. And in
Give
my
me an example where they didn't.
there was actually, if you watch the EpiCore video, there was one where they could get it to shoot over the observer's head, but every time they tried to bring it down to get it to actually directly hit the observer, it would disappear. But
so Jesse, put 2 and 2 together, mate. It goes over the observer's head by 8 foot. It's supposed to be 600 foot or some ridiculously high distance. Oh, wait up. Refraction, I forgot. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah. So the difference between what they observed and the prediction is 2 orders of magnitude, Jesse. You know that, right? You know how large of a difference is the prediction. If you have a prediction and the result is 2 orders of magnitude different than the prediction, there's a problem.
Yeah, I know. I myself have measured circulating ray conditions and even sharper than that.
Circulating ray conditions. What, in your spherically symmetric atmosphere that don't exist? What do you mean circulating ray? How do you know the ray's curving at all?
Well, when I measure an elevation angle to the waterline on a ship at 7 miles and it's 36 feet above where it should be.
That doesn't mean the ray's curving, though.
Well, so how
it just means that the angle of arrival at your camera was displaced. It doesn't mean the ray curved. It could have moved up and down, left and right, all over the place before it entered your camera.
So how could a straight ray that started out below me...
Because light is not rays, dude. And light in the air is... I've never showed you this. I've never showed you the turbulence, the fucking... Oh my god, I'm almost positive I've showed you this, Jesse. I'm almost 100%. Maybe not. Look for something. I'm looking for something. Just give me a second. Look for a graphic. What's this? Oh, okay. So look at the graphic in the chat, the diagram.
All right, scintillation in action.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay.
Hold on, dude. We're having a conversation.
Do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Wait your turn, dude. Okay. This isn't simply turbulence. All air is like this. It's packed with these bubbles. And what happens is it's the wave front that gets tilted. Okay? If the rays so the ray approximation model is only good for short distances. Did you know that? It's only valid at short distances. It's a simplification to make for lens design, like the thin lens approximation and all those things. The geometric optics, it's not meant for long distance stuff. anything like that. It's not like I can give you a professor saying that it's just. So what happens is you have light that comes off of something, and there's a wavefront, right, that comes toward you. But as it's passing through these bubbles, it's wobbling back and forth. In the angle at which it hits the camera, if it hits the camera tilted like at a 45-degree angle, an object in the distance will appear higher or lower. The ray didn't traverse a different fucking path. It still went to you straight from the source to you. It went in a straight line, but because the wavefront is distorted, it isn't a direct proportional image to what's out there. And I'll show you another one too. It's from another thing. Now these all are from surveying. The first one came from them trying to figure out how to survey in tunnels, because tunnels have the problem where the walls are warmer than the center, so they have a horizontal displacement, and they had to figure out how to deal with that. And of course, they do a bunch of modeling. Okay, so 1 second. Okay, make sure I get the right one. Okay. No, this is from another paper. This is from the dispersion paper. You see how that says centroid shift? So the centroid would be, say you were on a crosshair, so you're on a bullseye out there.
Right.
But it's going to appear shifted because the wavefront. So say you have a bullseye, and the bullseye is a plane, right? What happens if you took that bullseye now, just with no refraction, just normal situation, and you tilted that bullseye at a 45-degree angle backwards? That bullseye is going to look smaller, right?
Is the
The
bullseye
top is going to look like it's lower, and the bottom is going to look like it's higher. I'm just saying hypothetically.
like a target in the distance gets leaned
Yeah,
over?
like a target.
Yeah.
Yeah, like whatever. If you're looking at some plane in distance, its orientation, say it's 90 degree. You're looking at it perpendicular. So the light from that is coming at you. It doesn't stay perpendicular. The wavefront gets distorted and twisted like this, like in this graphic. And then when it arrives on your camera sensor or your eyeball, it's at a tilted angle from when it left, right? So like the bottom arrives closer before the top or some other thing. But these little peaks of the waves, that's what actually activates the sensor or the fucking the epithelial cells in your eye. It's the peaks of these frickin' wavefronts, because that's where the energy is. But what I'm saying is, just because something appears displaced, and there's a guy that worked on this for the U.S. Geological Survey called Fred Bruner, okay, and he gave presentations on it because the ray optic model doesn't work, and it's never worked, ever. In 300 years, it's never worked. So he tried to come up with a different methodology, doing the angle of arrival, meaning if something appeared displaced up or down, that meant that the angle that it entered the camera was different. It was at, like, say something would be in the center of the camera. Let's say it arrives at an angle 1 degree higher than the center. What is that image going to appear like? It's going to look, whatever it is, that was going to be in the center is going to appear higher.
Right.
But it's not. But it's not actually higher. It's the angle that it entered. It's the angle that the light entered into the camera.
So I'm trying to understand. Are you saying basically that the light took a straight path from the ship's waterline to me, but then 2 feet in front of my?
No, I didn't say a straight. Look, I didn't say necessarily a straight path. It's wobbling. It's moving around. This wavefront is it's like scintillation. It's shimmering. Like these are oversimplifications. What's happening is it'll go into a bubble of one refractive index. I'll show you. I already did show you. Of what actually happens is that hold on a second, because it was in the first paper I posted. What ends up happening is that the light will oscillate around a mean value, right? So you have the straight line value, but as it travels from point A to point B, it's going through these pockets of air and it's moving up and down, right? And these air pockets, these bubbles. So let's say it goes into the air is full of these like bubbles, like in my graphic here, like in the graphic here from the surveying, right? When it enters into one bubble, the wavefront shifts and tilts. Then when it leaves the bubble, it tilts back, but doesn't tilt back all the way. Then it enters another bubble, tilts, and it's doing this the whole time, going from source to receiver, whipping back and forth. And then you're going to catch it at one point in time, and it's going to look a certain way, depending on how the air is, the condition of when you receive that light, the condition of the air. You know this if you've gone and done observations, that you could come back an hour later and everything looks completely different. I know this from my observations. I got a fucking observation of a windmill where you can just see one blade barely sticking out from behind something, and then an hour later I can see the windmill completely as fucking clear as day, all its blades, everything.
So do you think on that one day that all you could see was one blade, that if somebody had had a laser?
It was an hour later, Jesse. It was an hour later. It was the same day.
So do you think at that moment in time when all you could see was the top of the top blade, that if there had been somebody at the base with the laser, you would have been able to see the laser?
Well, no, because the base is behind trees.
Oh, it's trees.
I'm talking about the top of the blade. Like, look, the one where I could see the whole thing, I could see the hub in the three blades. The one where I couldn't see it, all I could see is a blade faintly sticking out from behind the trees.
What does
there's also radio towers which I could not see at all at first, and then when an hour later when I took the pictures again, I could see two radio towers. They're tall ass radio towers. They're fucking hundreds of feet tall. They're like twin towers that I couldn't see at all.
Okay, so
I did observations. So there was a buoy, and it was rocking back and forth, right? So the top of it was rocking toward me, and then away from me. And when it rocked toward me, I could see it, and then when it rocked back, it completely vanished, as if it was like disappearing behind a fucking wall. It wasn't bobbing up and down. It was rocking back and forth toward me and away as the waves pushed it, right? The waves push it and it rocks forward, and then it goes in the trough and then it rocks back, right? So it's rocking back and forth. And the tip of it's going into whatever, and it would disappear, and then it would rock forward and then it would reappear. Then it would disappear, then reappear, then disappear, then reappear. It's very strange. Anyway, the point of this is, this curved fucking ray shit, there's no evidence for any curved rays. Okay, the curved ray claim is the Earth is a globe. There's a spherically symmetric atmosphere, right? So the ray has to be taking a curved path to go around the globe. There's no evidence for that at all. There's no justification for that. It's just like Earth's a globe. That's what must be happening. That's it. That's the only thing there is to that.
So where did the 2.5 arc minutes of upward angle come from?
I just told you. I just told you. You don't understand it, dude. It doesn't mean a curved ray. It just means the path is bouncing up and down, dude. Okay, well, Jesse. Can you draw a sine wave?
Yes, approximately.
Okay, and where the camera sensor intersects that sine wave, right, is going to determine where it appears on the sensor. So you might intercept it at the peak and then it'll appear higher, or you intersect it at a trough and it'll appear lower, right? That's not a curving line, though. It's a straight line. Well, it's not necessarily a straight line. It's a straight path that's oscillating around a mean value. The mean value would be the straight line, and it's oscillating about that straight line, deviating. And all the evidence says that this is the case.
Oh,
all the measurement evidence.
So you're saying that, tell me if I got this right or wrong. You're saying that the path of light coming from the ship's waterline to the camera was following kind of a sine wave pattern up and down, but otherwise basically straight. And I just happened to be at a portion in that the length of that sine wave that caused me to look up at it. And if I had moved forward or back, a half a wavelength, then I would have seen the opposite angle.
Yes. Now that's an oversimplification. Okay, obviously it's not a fucking pure sine wave.
Well, what's the wavelength of this sine wave? It's steady.
Depends on the size of it depends on the size of the inhomogeneities of the air. You see I showed you these. Did you not see these? These little bubble graphics. These don't come from me. These don't come from me. These come from the surveying literature. I didn't make these graphics, dude. I'm not making this stuff up. This stuff doesn't come from me.
So, what would be causing the specific
turbulent cells make the wavefront oscillate around a mean? Okay, I don't know else how to describe it.
Is it the density of the air in the cells, or is
changes of temperature, density, and they're in motion.
Fuck.
And the thing is, the size of these, it isn't going to be like one size. There's going to be all different sorts of if you could see them, it would look like a foam, right? The air is more like a foam, but there's all sorts of meteorological conditions that affect it, right? Wind, temperature of the ground compared to the fucking air, crosswinds. The point is, it's that the spherically symmetric model has no justification. That's my point. That's my only point. There's no justification for K values or anything like that. What is the K value? It's, hey man, this thing is up 2 inches. And the only way this would be up 2 inches is if the light ray was this much bigger than the fucking globe Earth of 3,959 mile radius. So we're going to come up with a value that's the ratio of that 3959, and we're gonna say the light ray. You understand? You guys, I don't know if you guys over or this topic perfection. They're really bringing up to justify the globe. No refraction model can make any fucking prediction, period, other than like Snell's law on designing lenses or something. I got another one. Hold on. What's the name of that? Jesse, you ever see this one?
Let me look. Oh yeah, Taylor was showing that.
Yeah, you see these values? You know Fort Emgon. You know how big of a degree Fort Emgon is? Well, one Emgon is 0.0009 degrees. The largest deviation in this data set is 4. So that means the largest deviation that they measured as far as an angle of arrival was 0.0036. Now, do you know how much that is at 25 miles? It's like fucking 8 inches. Right? So, but the most important thing is, remember how I said is that it oscillates about a mean, right? If you look at this measured vertical angle, you see the values. You have the 0 value where there's no deviation, and they oscillate about that. They're not skewed to one side. They're not skewed to the other side, because if it was a continuous curve, they'd be skewed in one direction. Right?
I'm not sure I'm following exactly what you're saying.
The 0 is the straight line path. When it says the blue lines, right, are the measurements of the angle of arrival of what they're measuring.
The absolute angle or the relative to the mean?
The angle of arrival, the deviation of the angle of arrival from where it actually is, from the straight line.
The
0 is no deviation.
From total station position 1 to target 1?
Yeah.
TPS 1 is the total station position 1, right? And then T1
they have more than one total. They have more than one device.
Right? And they also have more than one target, right? And T1 is target 1, right? So are you saying that total station 1 and target 1 were at the same geometric elevation?
No, they're not at the same geometric elevation.
So one's higher than the other?
No, give me a second. T1 is T1 I think is a retroreflector.
Yeah, all the targets were retroreflectors, I believe. Left by some previous project.
Yeah. Anyway, the point is that the straight line is the zero. All these the measurements in totality oscillate about this zero. If the Earth was curved, they would all be skewed in one direction.
Why would they be skewed in one direction if Earth was curved?
Okay, because you'd have refraction curving the light, right? So you'd always have a deviation in the angle of arrival. Always. There would never be a straight line. It wouldn't be. You see how this is symmetrical? There's an equal amount of subrefraction, if that's what you want to call it, and refraction about the zero. It's evenly distributed.
Are you saying that the zero on this, the 0 milligradians on this chart is
I'm gone, dude.
Jesse,
I'm gone.
if there's a straight line, that's the difference either side of the straight line. If you think you live on a ball tard, the light incoming would predominantly be on one side of the line. You know this. You're acting dumb for some reason. Please stop it.
No, it's just it's been a while.
I thought I wasn't explaining it good.
It's been a while since I read the paper, and I'm trying to remember the context because all he dropped here was the little one screenshot. And if I remember correctly,
Post the paper again if you want.
The paper wasn't about Earth curve or lack of Earth curve. It was about variations to the vertical angle, and so they actually measured the vertical angle.
Yeah.
And then they.
That's right, Jesse. They measured the light, dude. I don't care about the fucking Earth curve. I only care about they're measuring refraction on whether it exists or not. That's what we are trying to establish. Is it justified of saying there's fucking curving rays, dude? If there was a curving ray, most of the data would be skewed on one side of the fucking zero. Because the angle of arrival would be higher. It would always be higher. This isn't like this is the only shit, dude. This is what I'm talking like. Remember what I started with? You guys have read the textbooks, read fucking shit online, never looked at academic research, and even papers that exist. Very few of them have measurement data in it. And then if you actually sit through fucking 100 papers that have actual fucking measurements, none of them, and I mean none, match any of none. I'm sorry, okay? Fucking rant. The fact is, I'm at the point. If someone says to me, you gotta call for refraction, I'm gonna say why. People need to justify why is it call for it? And just going, I want the data, I want the evidence, I want whatever that says, yes, you should count for refraction because, yes, this is happening all the time because we've measured it. Here are the measurements. Here's the data that shows, yes, this is happening all the time. Yes, here's the measurement of curved rays. Here's the, there's none of that shit. There's none of that. But fucking, dude, we've been arguing this topic for a fucking decade. And some of the fundamental things about this topic that's been argued has never been established to even be true in the first place. Fucking arguing about refraction 1,000 fucking times. Jesse, I'm gonna give you a newsflash. I got into this topic because I was doing work on refraction, specifically negative refraction, not the run-of-the-mill refraction, way more technical level than this shit. And then the Chicago skyline, I saw that shit, and they're like, "This is a mirage. This is refraction." Dude, I've been studying refraction for fucking nearly 3 decades. And I just hear fucking people say this shit that doesn't, there's no evidence for any of this shit. It would be cool if there was, but there ain't. It's just something you guys just say, you're an account for refraction. Flat earthers never account for refraction. Your calculation's wrong. You didn't account for refraction. Okay. Here you go. You account for it for me then. You fix our math. No one will ever fix our math. No, dude. They're measuring the angle of arrival of the light, dude.
But
what aren't you getting, dude?
Well, that's what I'm trying to ask about is
elevation means nothing. Don't say elevation. Because the device is pointed straight at the other device. There's a straight line, imaginary straight line between each of the devices.
You have a clear line of sight. They're just measuring the angle of arrival and how much it deviates.
So was that measured angle as it was read by the instrument within a plus to minus 4 milligradient angle?
They're making continuous measurements. You understand? Continuous measurements. They're constantly. I don't know what the polling rate was.
Every few minutes, I think, except they would take a few minutes off to do a self calibration on each unit. But what I'm just trying to understand if you're saying that 0 degrees was the actual measured angle of arrival for total station 1 when pointed at target 1.
Well, there is no angle if it's 0 degrees. What do you think they're measuring, Jesse?
Well, I think they measured the elevation angle to T1 from TPS1 repeatedly, and of course it's T1.
They're on top of a hill looking down into a fucking hole at a landslide across the way.
Okay, so they've recentered these measurements to center them around the average,
you see,
right?
look at figure 3, the top image of figure 3. They're on top of a fucking hill looking down, okay? So they got a couple things here. 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 is a vertical tower of thermocouples where they're measuring the temperature.
Yes, that's beautiful.
The vertical temperature profile. Right, so they're just pointing down into the landslide, dude, and measuring the angle of arrival that the fucking laser hits them, that the laser hits the total station. That's it. It's not fancy, dude.
Okay, so I think we agree that the total stations were pointing down significantly more than 4 milligradians, right? At their targets, at least for target 1.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what they're pointed down. They're only measuring the light. They're shooting a fucking laser off of something and then measuring the angle that it comes back. It knows the direction that it's pointed, right? And they can measure the direction that it picked it up.
So I guess,
Jesse, if you fucking shoot like say you had a pistol, okay, and you fired from the hip, the bullet fucking ricochets off a piece of iron and hits you in the eye. Okay, the angle of arrival is higher. You know that the angle of arrival is higher than when it fucking left your gun. Okay.
Because the shrapnel or the piece of metal is falling
Because
as
it left at hip level and then arrived at eye level.
What's the
So they're shooting
significance of it?
because they're just shooting straight at the prism, and then measuring the reflected light what the angle was, where it should be versus where it is or where it appears to be. These are like infrared, dude, bouncing infrared light off of reflectors.
Right, yeah, most of my total stations also bounce infrared light off of reflectors. One of them uses a visible red laser, though. But, so are we in agreement then that the actual elevation angle measured by the instruments to the targets
mean nothing? That's what we'll agree to. They mean nothing. We've already established that.
Dude, I don't care. Like, I don't care if they're looking fucking down from the top of the Empire State Building.
Well, I guess I don't understand
This
what
would
you're
be
arguing.
even worse. Look, bro. This would be my argument. My argument is here's data, right, of the very little data on refraction measurement data we actually have, right? Because if I ask you to post some, you won't have any. You know that, right? You'll have none.
Definitely not this much.
I posted 2 things. You got 1 thing then? I mean, what the fuck, bro? It wouldn't even matter. Whatever you posted, I've already read it. I guarantee it. Okay? My point is that we should be making claims based upon the empirical evidence, not based upon theory and speculation. Okay? And then we go, okay, let's look into the scientific literature and see what's actually been empirically tested and verified. And then you look at the data and it's nowhere fucking near the effect that they say that is said to happen. It's nowhere near it. It's not even close. But people are going to tell us there's these special refractive conditions that can happen that can make the horizon fucking appear 10 times too far away, that can do all sorts of crazy shit, right? Fine. I have no problem believing that. If you can substantiate that it's even possible, which nobody can do. Certainly not fucking possible to happen every other, every single time we go out. Goddamn flat earthers are so lucky. Oh my God, there's the horizon again 10 miles away. God, am I lucky? Jesse, if you actually are going on observations, I know you've made the long distance observations that bust the globe. You just don't show them to nobody. Just as a sheer probability, dude.
Oh, I've showed them, and I even showed the ones that show concave. No,
they don't show concave, man. They don't show, dude. No, dude. And things are just getting displaced up and down, dude. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, I don't know if a magnifying glass does this.
I have one of those triangular straight glass prisms that's 6 inches long, and it does that. I can hold it up and look through it, and depending on which way I have the pointy edge, it can make everything look higher or everything look lower, as well as rainbowy.
Yeah. Now imagine in between you and something else, there's like 20,000 fucking prisms, and they're all moving around. But they're only moving around a little bit. Okay. Now you're going to end up with an image that would be displaced 1 second one way and then displaced another second another way. I mean, stars twinkle for a reason.
Yeah, Muse, we don't allow incoherent nonsense or strawmans to be representing our community. We work on empiricism, logic, and so we test the claims. We don't just believe the claims. That's your side. Remember that.
We're more than happy to unmute you if you're willing to engage in a proper conversation. But don't be disparaging and don't come at this like a bigot.
And don't pretend you're one of us and don't try to speak for us. Just speak for yourself.
Yeah, that clown wheel crap, leave it at the door.
What was this experiment that you did, Indio, that the last people were talking about?
No experiments.
What?
So what Indio did, you can just scroll up. I'll give you the timestamp, and you can have a look at what he did.
I'm here. What's the question? What's the query?
You want to know what experiment you did, Indio? I said it was not an experiment.
Yeah, I didn't do any experiments, man.
Then what were you guys talking about?
Observations and measurements. Those aren't really experiments. Experiments are for natural phenomenon. And they determine cause and effect relationships. So just measuring something, like if you went to the doctor and they measured your height, that wouldn't be an experiment, right?
True.
Yeah, so we're just doing measurements. That's it. We're measuring to see if the Earth. Measuring the distance of the horizon.
Okay, cool.
And to see if it matches the globe prediction, which it does not.
So where is that?
According to the globe mathematics, from my observation height of 15 feet, it should have been 4 miles away.
No. I'm asking where's all the data, I guess. I don't know. The video, did you make
In the side
yeah,
chat?
you can scroll up. It's in the side chat.
Yeah, I just tagged it. It says here, and then just click the attachment.
Yeah, or you can go to our home server and scroll down. There's A to C, a ton of data for you to go through.
Yeah, but this particular one is in the side chat. Obviously, this isn't the only thing we have.
You need to charge your phone, Indio.
Why is that?
You're at
What's wrong with my phone?
Oh,
well, it was it was freezing out, man. It was killing my battery. I mean, it seemed like 40 degrees marinetraffic.com, yeah.
What is that? Is this just show? Is this talking about boats or something?
It tracks the boat position.
Position of boats, okay.
Yeah, so this particular position, hold on 1 second. These particular positions, when they're in Boston Harbor, their position is given by a radar station in a place called Gloucester, Massachusetts. There's a radar station that tracks all the boats that are out there.
And then this second picture, what is this from, like Google Maps or something?
Yes, the red circle is where the horizon. The red circle is where the horizon should be, and the line is in the pin is where the boat was, according to the coordinate in the aforementioned image. So there's a coordinate in that marine traffic image, and that's the coordinate position in the pin.
Gotcha. And then that's the position of your camera, 10 feet above sea level.
15 feet, yes.
Or sorry, 15 feet. And then what's the next one? What is, can you explain
That's
this
a
to me?
buoy that took the temperature data that's in the line of sight in the video that's further down. That's a USGS water buoy or NOAA water buoy. So it measures the air and water temperature every 8 minutes or something.
Okay. Where does that one picture show the or say the position of the
The
buoy?
Google Maps.
No. In the, I guess the fourth picture, one of the weather buoy, the temperature one.
Yeah, that shows the air and water temperature.
Right, but you said you saw it in the video.
Yeah, the actual
How do you
buoy.
locate its position?
It's right in the line of sight. It's right in front of the boat.
I know, but how did you determine how far away it was?
I don't need to know the
On the
distance
map?
of the buoy.
Okay.
The buoy's unimportant. I only got the picture of the buoy because of the air and water temperature.
Okay, guys.
It was just a coincidence that it was in the line of sight.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were. Okay. Heard. Yeah, I got air temperature, water temperature. Okay, cool.
Yes.
And so you were tracking this to try and figure out the conditions of the air around above the sea. Right?
Yeah, so I planned this for like 2 months. Well, I was looking for 2 months for a day where the air and water temperature were the same to go do an observation, or nearly the same.
Is your video in black and white, or is this?
It's infrared.
Oh, infrared. Okay. Yeah, so I see 3 objects, or sorry, 4, I guess.
Yeah, 2 of those are lane markers and one's a buoy. So there's a shipping lane that crosses this, that goes left to right across the screen. And they have lane markers. So there's the buoy and the 2 lane markers.
Crap, you're seeing even more than you should see.
So you're saying at 3 p.m. you were able to, is when you took the video at 3 p.m.?
It's between 3 and 3:15, somewhere in that section. Because when I finished, I took a picture of a clock, which is further down. Clock that's right there on Revere Beach. Which is coming quite fucking useful for some reason. How do we know you were there at that time? Yeah.
I've really never heard any Globers ask these same questions about their own pictures, though. That's weird.
Yeah, I know. Here's a, and that, like, like the blue marble, the 72 blue marble, it's actually a dispute within Apollo, moon landing nerds, when that picture was actually taken, because they can't figure it out from the transcript when it was taken, because they never indicated it. They got transcripts of like what they're saying inside their little studio. I mean, on their way to the moon. Yeah, so it's a dispute among Apollo enthusiasts for the timing of that picture. So yeah, they do dispute it sometimes. Now, the key thing about me getting the air and water temperature the same is that any refraction effects that they say exist have to be minimal. So I did everything possible to minimize any effects of refraction, if there is such a thing, doing anything, by using A, infrared, and B, doing it at a time when the air or water temperature is nearly the same.
What do you mean if there is such a thing as refraction?
If there is such a terrestrial refraction, that's what I'm talking about. That the specific terrestrial refraction that they say bends light around a ball. That is horseshit.
I don't think people make the distinction between refraction and terrestrial refraction, but I see what you're saying.
Well, that's because that distinction doesn't fit the propaganda rhetoric that they do. Because if you say there's no refraction in these observations, they go, you don't believe in refraction? Now, there is a general phenomenon called refraction, but that's not what this is, okay? What they're saying is a specific type of refraction, specific condition that creates it. i.e., there's a density gradient that's curved. And because there's a curved density gradient, when light passes through it, it automatically curves around the ball, making the ball look flat.
Well, that density gradient it would be the air.
Except those density layers are flat.
Yeah, but it has to be a curved density gradient.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So light passing through 2 different mediums of different density even if they're
There's only one medium,
parallel
dude.
to
Yeah, but we're talking one medium. We're talking about air.
I know, but medium of a different density and temperature, doesn't that change it?
Well, what you're
Wouldn't
claiming
water
is
like
that,
if you? So I know what you're saying. If you go from air,
but density is like, but density. Okay, let's break this down real quick. People use the word density, but that's technically wrong. It's the temperature gradient that causes the refractive effects, not the density gradient. In Maxwell's equations, which determine the refractive index of something, there is no density formulas. There is no density calculations calculating the density of the medium. Why is that?
in
When the
Maxwell's
speed of light
equations?
in Maxwell's equations of electricity and magnetism, because light is electromagnetic, right? Propagation.
Yeah.
Okay. So depending on the medium it passes through, that alters the speed at which light propagates. So when it goes through one medium where it's traveling at one velocity, and when it enters another medium where it travels at a different velocity, the light will be displaced. It'll be deflected. Okay, this is what refraction it technically is. But the properties of these mediums is not based upon density. It's based upon electrical properties. The technical terms are electrical permittivity and magnetic permeability, and that is how much that medium, when the light goes into it, its electromagnetic wave, how much it polarizes electrically or creates a magnetic field, how strong a magnetic field it creates at the same time, and then there's a resulting field that's created from that interaction, and that's what determines the refractive index of the medium. It's not the actual density, because in fact, there's turpentine, for instance. When it gets denser, its refractive index goes in the wrong direction. Doesn't
Right, so
increase, it decreases.
Uh-huh.
Because it's electrical. Because it's the electrical properties. It has nothing to do with the matter per unit volume. Because density is matter per unit volume, right? It has nothing to do with matter per unit volume. It only has to do with the electromagnetic interactions of the molecules and atoms themselves. In temperature is the one that affects that the most. In fact, it's something like 4,000 times greater than changes in the density. And this isn't my opinion. This is in Understanding Astronomical Refraction by Andrew Thomas Young. You can go read it in there.
So I'm not like super up to date with Snell's law, but I know that the issue that we're having right now is about refractive indexes and how those are calculated.
Well, this would be a gradient refracted medium. This wouldn't be Snell's law because there's no well-defined boundary with two different refracting mediums.
Can't
Snell's
use the
law is
differential
not
version of Snell's?
What is that? Never even heard of that. The differential version. They use the principle of least time. That's what they use.
So, like, if we're talking about the same medium,
and they're not equivalent. Snell's law is not equivalent with that.
So you're saying it's not Snell's law that's in play here when you're talking about?
You can't use that. It's not equivalent to it. You don't. So there's two ways to do this. You can use Fermat's principle and the principle of least time. If you wanted, and you could use that in Snell's law. It's the special, what's called a special case of that. Meaning, there's two mediums with a well-defined boundary between them. So using the principle of least time, you can get Snell's law to spit out. But you can't use Snell's law to get the principle of least time. It doesn't work the other way.
Get the principle of what time?
The principle of least time.
Principle of least time. Okay.
Yeah.
Fermat's principle.
So electromagnetic radiation will take the path that it spends the least amount of time in the medium.
Right. And
that's why they call it the principle of least time.
And I guess so. Like I think when we're talking about refraction in the atmosphere, I know you guys don't like the term or sphere. Sorry, atmosphere or in the air above the water, is that there are different temperatures and possibly of different densities. So that's why the air refracts. And you're saying you can't use this because they.
No, I'm saying that there's no experimental evidence.
You can't take the integral of like the air density.
You can do whatever calculate. Look, brother. You can do whatever fucking calculation you want. You can come up with any model you want. Eventually, no matter what, you have to test that against reality and actually get the validation of the model in reality, in the natural world.
Hey, Moonbounce, are you there? I see you're not muted right now. Moonbounce, I'd like you to speak up, please, instead of making excuses for not having a conversation. Unless this is an alt, and there's a reason you don't want us to hear your voice, I'm not quite sure. But you've made some claims in the side chat that are very interesting, and I'd appreciate discussing them with you. Like your claim that the sun always sets at 3 miles, and that is verification that the Earth is a sphere. Okay, well, it appears that you aren't willing to actually actively defend any of your positions or have a conversation, so your claims are therefore irrelevant to the conversation. So I'm gonna deal with this, and we can return to the recording. Thanks for pausing, Yoder. I appreciate it.
Right. That's how you verify models. There's no model that exists which can accurately predict anything when it comes to this. Because it would be, if it was a deterministic model, that means that I could take a photograph, and if I knew all the geometric particulars of the photograph, I could tell you the weather that day. You understand? Because then I could get out the air density, I could get out the humidity, I could get out by reversing it, right? Like, oh, look, man, that the ship is, well, you'd be able to reverse it, right? So you would predict the refraction, how much refraction, like say there's a boat out there, and the boat's supposed to be sunk down 6 feet and it's picked up 10 feet instead. I go, okay, I can do a calculation to figure out how much refraction would have to exist for the boat to be displaced that much, right?
I think that's what I'm trying to say, is that you.
But that should be a reversible process where I can look at something else. The boat, like, hold on, dude. There should be a reversible process where I can look at the boat and get the meteorological conditions to spit out.
From looking at the boat?
Yeah, from looking at the boat. If it's a deterministic model, it should be reversible.
Even if the model is deterministic, just from looking at a photograph, you don't have all the variables. I don't believe.
What variables am I missing?
The temperature of the air between.
No, I should be able to predict the temperature that it was based upon the photograph.
How?
Because say the camera is the same height as the center of the boat. And then when I take the photograph, I know geometrically that's where it is. Then I take the photograph and the boat looks like it's 5 feet higher.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I should be able to spit out the meteorological conditions that would cause the boat to look 5 feet higher.
I see what you're saying.
It was an accurate deterministic model.
I believe
but there isn't one.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. And I think that's almost correct. But the amount of calculation you would have to do, because you have to take an integral between the air densities between you and the boat. Right? Because you had to, between the distance.
They used to calculate the variations, is what they usually do.
Because again, if we're just taking the simplistic Snell's law, I guess the refractive.
You can't use Snell's law, man. I just told you that. I'm gonna post in the side chat a paper that demonstrates mathematically Snell's law and Fermat's principle in a gradient index medium are not equivalent. Okay, I'll just post the paper.
Well, obviously, I should probably look into this more because I don't.
The whole point is this is all academic. You know, we can see, like I said, we can sit here and talk about models all day and argue about what ultimately whatever concept you come up with, it has to be proven by experiment. And I challenge you to find any academic paper that accurately predicts the refractive index from the meteorological conditions by running it through a model, right? That they take the meteorological conditions, run it through the model, and then their prediction of what they survey, look at, whatever, matches it. matches their prediction. It can't be done. It's never been done. And it says all through the academic literature that it's fucking mysterious and they can't figure it out.
I mean, I agree with you, but I just think the calculations would be astronomical that not even a fucking supercomputer could do it within our lifetime. Is why.
Yeah, but when so what am I supposed to say when people go,
think it's
"You don't
because the
believe in
law-
refraction"?
No, that's not
When
what I'm saying. You're asking for something that is, I don't know,
they say,
unreasonable.
but brother, I'm not asking
You're
for
trying
it.
to
They
ask
say,
me for the whole what the temperature is between all of the air in between you and the picture you just took due to the refractive index.
but they
Is that
say
not-
that they can do that.
Who said that?
Dude, listen, if they have a model, look, it will be just as complicated in either direction. Whether you get the at either end of the prediction, at the input and the output. Okay, so you have an input and an output in the model in the middle. Okay? Got it? Understand? Input, output, model in the middle. Now your inputs could be the geometry, or your inputs can be the meteorological condition. So if your input's the geometry, the meteorological conditions should spit out, and if your input's the meteorological conditions, the geometry should spit out. They say that they can do the meteorological condition input and spit out the geometry that should be seen.
Okay, who is they, and where can I find it?
Walter Bislin, there's one.
Who the fuck is that? Walter who?
This is all over the place. I mean, I don't even know where to start. Every anti-flat earther in the world says that the globe, all the observations that we do, such as the ones that were posted in the chat, match the globe prediction.
Walter,
whatever that is, and that globe prediction is. Well, hold on. And the globe prediction is I have a bunch of refraction sliders, and I can alter, and I can use a computer program with 3D elements in it, and I can move the refraction sliders until that matches the observation. And then they'll say that that movement of the sliders is a globe prediction of the observation. They say this all the time. This isn't new.
Right, so they changed the variables of a model to try and reflect reality?
Well, they just changed the. No. So say I have an image, right? I have an image. There's mountains. They're 100 miles away, and they shouldn't be seen. So what they'll do is they'll put in the geometry into this little 3D program. It's called Walter Bislin's Advanced Curve Calculator. They'll put in the dimensions, right? 15, 1,000 feet
That's
tall,
what I would-
1,000 feet elevation. The mountain's 100 miles away. It's got 9,000 foot elevation, and it should, the horizon should be, and somewhere in front of it, the mountain should be cut off, 1,000 meters. And they'll say, okay, that's possible because I went into this computer program and I moved this refraction slider and increased the refraction in the slider using the model, using the refraction model. You just keep adding, you just keep changing the temperature gradient, right? You just maximize the temperature gradient until poof comes out, spits out, hey man, I made a prediction that matches the globe. That the globe predicts that that's possible. Well, none of these are actually predictions, they're all postdictions, right? But the point is that we've argued about refraction for a long time. I have, going on fucking 10 years now.
I know, me.
And there hasn't been a single fucking iota of evidence that any fucking model, like when people say, hey dude, this can happen on a globe because of refraction. And I go, okay, you think refraction exists and can make that happen. Justify that. Justify it in some way, any way, shape, or form. And they'll just talk in generalized platitudes about sugar water and all sorts of nonsense instead of actually saying, okay, they did these experiments in this place, and they took a theodolite and they carefully measured displacements and they carefully measured the meteorological conditions. And this model, if you put the meteorological conditions in this model, it matches the displacements that they measured. So we know this model accurately makes predictions about. There's none of that. That doesn't exist. It's just claimed that it exists, but it doesn't actually exist.
I think you want it, so these models that are created, I think you want these models to be able to explain something that
models don't explain things, dude. If you're going to claim that refraction explains it,
sorry,
you need to have a justification for that. that exists in the natural world. You need something. Just saying that you can conceptualize a magic condition. I mean, gravity could explain it too. I can explain it with gravity. There's a fucking black hole at the center of the Earth that's fucking bending the fucking light around the black hole, such that it makes the globe look flat or something. Like I could also say magic. I could also say elves. I can explain it in all sorts of ways. That doesn't mean it has any validity or justification.
True. I just wanted to say that I think you're so like I don't think if I was trying to prove the Earth was a globe that I would use a model of refractive index to try and prove that. You get what I'm saying? So like I mean,
no, they use it to say that all our observations don't mean any. All our observations also prove the globe. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know how familiar you are with what happens in this topic. So,
India, we've talked 100 times. How dare you? Okay. You send me your fake news stories every day almost.
You're talking about crit, bro.
Oh,
I'm not crit.
So sorry. Yeah, you're right. My bad.
Dude,
yeah,
wow.
dude, I should. You're lucky I can't come through the screen right now, motherfucker.
I'm so sorry.
They're just so
Love
angry.
you, Crit.
They're so angry at us. They'll just say anything at this point.
Crit, why'd you change your name? Triggering Triangle? What the fuck is that?
The whole point is if you're going to claim, if you're going to claim something, you have to actually have a justification for it. So, what is the justification for claiming refraction bends light around the ball, or that it's even possible? Is there any demonstrations, experimental evidence? Has anybody actually taken a fucking curved surface and did something, constructed a lens, added fucking, I don't know, CO2 or any other thing, did it in water or whatever, and made a curved surface look flat? No one's ever done that. As far as refraction, has anyone ever measured the light to be curving around a curved surface, or that it's even possible? Use a hill, use whatever, use a fucking man-made surface. I don't care. Has anyone demonstrated it's possible at all? That's the thing. No one's even ever demonstrated that it's even possible to do this. So it's only possible in some theoretical concept in someone's head.
So I haven't looked, but I can almost guarantee you that somebody probably has.
No, they haven't.
Looked, you're stupid.
And
I can't provide you that information, so I'm not going to claim that. I just want to put it.
Well, this is what we call the magic science guy fallacy. You think out there's some magic science guy that did the experiment. You don't know what he did. You don't know how he did it, but you know he must be out there somewhere.
I think it's an iteration on Snell's law.
Don't you think I looked,
that you can't.
Don't you think I looked? I've been looking for 10 years, dude. I've had every globalologist, physics, astrophysicist, PhDs, and you fucking name it, all come in our chats of the thousands of fucking people I've talked to, right? And specifically demanded the information, and not a single person has brought it. But you think somehow you're the guy that's going to go find the guy. You all think that. All of you. You think that somehow you know there's somebody out there with this information. Bro, I've read all the academic literature on this particular subject: terrestrial refraction, astronomical refraction, what is it? Survey refraction, going back 150 years. And it all says the same thing. It is an intellectual mystery.
Okay. I believe. I don't think you're lying.
I could read you some citations, dude.
So, I mean, sure. Actually, yeah, that would be awesome.
Only if you're going to be a flat earther, he'll do that.
Fuck. Next time you guys ask me for a citation, I'll tell you only if you become a round earther.
You don't have any citations, dude. We've been asking for globe citations for 13 years. You haven't shown us one thing yet.
This.
Crit, shouldn't you be looking for more fake articles to send
Look
you?
at
What are you doing?
Yeah, I put out fake articles.
All right, hurry up.
Suck my ball.
Work on it, dude. I'm fiending for him.
Teclo.
Go on, you
Gay
bitch.
motherfucker. Gay.
It takes one to know one. Anyway, moving on.
Listen, I'm not saying
So,
you're wrong. I'm just saying
look,
I feel like your expectations are.
yeah, but I don't care about your feelings, dude. Your feelings don't matter. You're ignorant of the subject, and you're really just showing your bias. That's all you're doing. You have no information that I'm wrong in any way, shape, or form.
True. Very true.
Okay, but you.
We're debating hypotheticals here.
No.
No, we're not.
No, we're not, because no one's ever observed this. You've never observed this. It's just some conceptual thing. It doesn't exist in any way except for in the minds of people. It doesn't exist out there in the natural world. You've never looked up. Imagine Napoleon's army is marching, and he gives away his position because it was refracted over a hill.
Again, I'm not saying the proof of there being a round Earth is due to the refractive index of light bending around a sphere. There's other proofs for that. You're just
But
one.
that one doesn't happen in the first place, so that's not a proof of among the other proofs. So you can't use that one.
This is like a straw man that is used. So many.
No, you're just ignorant. You don't know. You just don't know that what you think are proofs actually aren't proofs. Just like you thought refraction was a proof for the globe, but we actually understand refraction far better than you. We argue with scientists on this, and we study this. So we know that refraction does actually not help the globe at all, and it debunks it. And so
let me read you.
If you would like to concede and jump to your next claim, or what you believe is a proof, we can destroy that as well.
I don't have any claims, my friend.
Let me just read something. Variations in the refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of a wide range of sizes. These include both variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence that cannot be accounted for by any deterministic model. I don't know how you can not be more clear than that. If temperature vertical profiles are unknown, then the refractive coefficient cannot be reliably determined.
Send me it is whatever you read.
The propagation path of light in the atmosphere is influenced by inhomogeneities of the refractive index. These refractive effects deteriorate the accuracy and direction and distance measurements. Not just the up and down, left and right, too. In geodetic applications, as illustrated by two examples in this report, the refractive effects cannot be accurately corrected. I mean, and on, dude. As a geodetic leveling, the atmospheric refraction can be the main source of error in the trigonometric method.
Sure, yes, because the atmospheric conditions are likely unknown. That's why it can be a source of.
That means they're not predictable.
Variable.
Yeah, that means
not that they're not predictable, but that they're not known. There are unknown variables. I mean, if you had temperature sensors set up, this is how you could do an experiment. I mean, if you had a controlled environment.
Okay, so you're going to mention an experiment that was already done, and then I'm going to tell you about it. So you think people haven't tested this shit? It's been tested, dude. It doesn't match prediction. What don't you get?
Then send me whatever this is, please. I beg you.
Okay, I'll give you a specific one where So when they did, it was in. Yeah, I'll find it real quick.
Yeah, just send me whatever it is. Listen, dude, I'm honestly not trying to fucking argue.
I don't know why you're defending an idea that you literally have no evidence is true. That's what I don't get.
All I'm defending is your claims of there not being any evidence of it. I don't know.
do you have any evidence? What do you mean my claims that you don't know of any evidence? I'm claiming what you don't know exists actually does not exist.
Fair enough. Send me what you're gonna send me. We'll look it up. We'll check it out.
This is a particularly good one. It's called Influence of Atmospheric Refraction on Terrestrial Laser Scanning at Long Ranges, proceeding of the 4th Joint International Symposium on Deformation Monitoring. So they're highly accurately measuring deformations of landslides, right? Has that landslide moved? Because they want to predict whether it's going to, fall on a town or something. Okay. Hold on, I almost got it. There's one more thing I need. This. So these were measured. These actually measured the angle of arrival of two lasers. Okay, so I'm gonna post in the chat. Can we still hear me? Test.
Yep, gotcha.
All right. So this graph. Okay, so here it says forward correction. Right. So what they did was they monitored this landslide continuously for 48 hours. This is 1 day of measurement. Now, the globe Earth quote unquote refraction prediction is that the deflection of the laser due to refraction would have been something about, I think it's 8 meters over this distance. Picked up, right, around the curve of the Earth. But according to what they measured, even at the maximum, it's 8 inches, not 8 meters. And the maximum is only at noon, as you can see, right? When it's at peak solar radiation and peak temperature, right? So the point is that this experimental result doesn't match any model. And I can post another one. He's still here? Or did he bail?
I'm here, brother. I'm trying to read your fucking paper. So wait, did you give me a paper that you said doesn't agree with experimental models? Is that what this paper
it doesn't. With their measurements don't agree with any model because the measurements of the quote unquote refraction in this measured a deflection of about 0.0036 degrees.
And it didn't match with whose other measure.
The prediction, the deflection angle should have been like an order of magnitude greater than that if the current refraction models are correct.
From what they predicted. So they're
no. From what their data shows. See, there's data and then there's the prediction. The data don't match the prediction. You guys are fucked up. You globe earthers are fucked up. No, you globe earthers are fucked up. You think the story is what happens in reality. No, you have reality, and then you have the story, and then you see if reality matches the story, and if it doesn't, then the story's wrong. What I'm showing you is reality doesn't match the story.
Why are you
You understand?
just asking a question, dude? I was just asking you questions. Relax.
No. You're asking me questions starting from the same starting point of the story's correct. No, fuck the story. It doesn't matter what they say. We have data. The data is what determines everything. Doesn't matter what people say about it. Only matters what the data shows.
Yeah, I'm
this
asking
data shows
from the worldview that I have, just like you are. You believe the fucking Earth is flat.
This is different than the globe prediction by an order of magnitude. Order of magnitude is too small at its worst.
Dude, let me read your fucking paper before you want me to argue about it. Holy shit, dude! Don't get so upset. It's fine. I'm just
you can mute yourself and go read the paper. That's fine. We can talk to somebody else.
Okay, I'd love to.
All right. See you later.
At least he'll be a flat earther after this.
It's always the same. We provide the evidence, we back up what we're saying. They can't provide any proofs of the globe.
Yeah, like cognitive dissonance is strong.
Yeah, you're not bad to talk to because at least you can say most of the time when you don't know that you don't know. You know, we get people through here all the time that they will never say that they don't know. make something else up. Oh, it's this or it's this. At least you say you don't know. But you still argue that you do know, right? You argue like you know, but you say you don't know.
I do like to argue.
You can tell. It's more like a passive arguing, though, isn't it? Like pretending to ask a question to see what answer you get that you think you already know the answer to, and then you argue the answer you get.
Yeah, I'm just trying to probe, what you guys believe, my beliefs, and see how they do.
Do you probe the globe side if you're not making any claims? Do you ever probe them? Okay, what questions do you ask them?
What questions do I ask the globe?
Yeah.
Well, mainly I try to verify the claims of the measurements of like the distance to the horizon, because that is
And what
like
do they-
the
Yeah.
majority
And
of
what do
your
they
guys'
say?
claim. That's basically the only thing you guys have is truly that like the measurements from the horizon don't make sense on a globe.
That's nonsense, man.
We go into refraction and shit like that every time.
Goodness.
So
You can't even define.
Why do we bring up the distance to the horizon? Why is that important?
because that's the really only thing that makes sense. That
Why
you
is it
guys can put
important?
into your
Why is it important, though?
because it's the only like physical kind of evidence you guys can produce, I guess.
It's not our evidence. We don't use it as our evidence.
Sorry, measurement, I guess.
Okay, listen. The horizon is you guys' evidence. Ships go over the horizon. The sun sets behind the horizon. All that shit. Did you forget?
Sorry,
he's already forgotten. He claims to have no arguments or claims anymore.
Brother, I am lost. I got it.
Okay. So the globe claim is that the horizon is created by the edge of the ball, and that ships go over it, and the sun sets behind it, and the moon sets behind it, because it's physical. It's the physical edge of a ball, right? You've never heard ships go over the horizon? And they're sailing over the curve of the earth?
We were just talking about it, brother.
No, listen, don't, dude, don't. Have you ever heard of ships going over the horizon, and that is the curve of the earth?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if the horizon moves around, what does that mean for that claim? It can only be one of two things.
I don't know what you're asking me.
Either if the horizon, if I go out and the horizon at freaking 3 o'clock is 10 miles away, and then at 9 o'clock it was 8 miles away, and then at 11 o'clock it's 3 miles away, can that horizon be the edge of the ball?
No, the horizon is not a physical thing.
Okay, fine. That's why we bring it up, because there's still people in 2026 saying ships go over the horizon.
Yeah, the apparent horizon, I guess.
Yeah, so that means it's an optical illusion.
Yes.
Okay, so ships over the horizon or sunsets or any of that crap having to do with the horizon is not proof of a globe.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. You'll still fucking argue it in 10 minutes. You're going to do the NPC reset and then fucking bring up ships over the horizon. Watch.
I'm already starting to forget. Just kidding,
I went down it. We bring that up. That isn't a flat Earth proof. We use the horizon to demonstrate that the globe geometry has to be wrong.
I get it.
Okay. Our proof are laser tests. Our proof is shit like that. So like a 36.7 mile fucking laser shot across the Bonneville salt flats. The perfectly symmetrical reflection at the Bolivian salt flats. That's our proof that the Earth is flat, or just actually measuring the lack of curvature. Because just gawking at the horizon wouldn't prove a flat Earth, but they say it proves a globe. I mean, DJ was talking about last night. When I first entered this topic, they said that the very existence of a horizon was proof of a globe.
Yo, what up? Why nobody talking?
It's the problem with you go-berters. It's like you guys are just like whack-a-mole. You're trying to create an unfalsifiable condition. Oh, see the boat cut off halfway 10 miles away? Proof of a globe. See it cut off halfway 20 miles away? Proof of a globe. See it not cut off 30 miles away? That's also proof of a globe. Everything you see, proof of a globe. No matter what it is. Even if the observations contradict each other, still proof of a globe.
So look again. I just want to point out I wasn't trying to prove a globe Earth. We're just poking against.
I'm not talking about you specifically. Don't personalize it. I'm just explaining to you why we bring up the horizon.
Okay, my bad. I thought you were talking to me.
You have decided you don't want to actually make any arguments.
No, I'm not trying to make any hard claims here. Well, when you talk about globe earthers and them having, you said that they're trying to make an unfalsifiable claim.
Yeah, they're trying to make their claim unfalsifiable.
Well, I'd argue that's what you are also doing.
Okay, in what way are we doing that?
Because you've made your claim of flat Earth almost unfalsifiable. What is the evidence that would make the Earth not flat?
Measured curvature. Measuring curvature of the Earth's surface. That's simple.
Without refraction?
What do you mean without? What does that mean?
As in, what kind of curvature, what kind of conditions?
That the surface of the Earth is physically curving.
How would you make those conditions to be able to test that?
Well, you could shoot a laser.
Okay, is a laser not a form of light? That would
Yeah, it is.
Refraction?
Yeah, but there's no justification for the refraction, which we already covered. There's no justification for that. This is what I'm saying, is to make it unfalsifiable. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You literally did the thing I was just saying.
By asking you how you would test this?
By mentioning refraction, which there's no justification to bring up. Just like what if you said, you mean even that doesn't gravity affect light? What if your reasoning was, well, gravity bends light around the Earth? Would that be a justified caveat to that?
Is it a dependent variable? I don't know.
Let me ask you, would it be no, let me just hypothetically, dude, this is a hypothetical. Okay? I say, hey, you measure the curvature of the Earth. Well, how do you account for gravity bending the light? Would that actually be justified, or would you have to justify that in some way on using that and saying this is a variable that could confound the measurements? You'd have to justify it, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, so the same thing with refraction. You need to justify it that it can confound the results in such a way that we can't measure the Earth. See, a confounding variable actually has to confound, okay? And if it isn't sufficient, say there is refraction, but what if the refraction is so slight that it's not enough to confound the measurements? Such as when the Lake Isomere laser test, when they shot the laser 41 kilometers, and the result was off the globe prediction by 2 orders of magnitude. And even if you take something like standard refraction, it's still off by 2 orders of magnitude.
So how do we determine if refraction plays a part in these measurements?
Well, that's not my problem.
Then what the fuck?
There's no evidence. There's no evidence that it does.
See, this is what I mean by Indio. You don't make any fucking claims. You don't give a shit.
No, because we don't listen. Yeah, we don't need to answer every possible imagined fucking thing in the head. You need evidence, right? So, like, this is called like the onus probandi. Okay, that you make a claim, then the burden of proof is on the person to prove the claim or show evidence for the claim. Okay, we don't have to proactively go search out every possible claim and find counter evidence to it even before it's said. We don't need to go find counter evidence for refraction. The burden of proof is on you to show that their refraction exists such that it can confound the results of a measurement.
See, this is what I mean by putting yourself in an unfalsifiable.
It is falsifiable. You go find the data that refraction can confound the results of the measurement, and then you're fine.
So you brought up a laser measurement. You said what? 31 miles or something?
Yeah. So there's a 41 kilometer, 25 mile laser shot from 10 feet above the sea, like the lake. It's actually it used to be connected to the ocean. They cut it off, and they turned it into a saltwater lake.
What's it called?
Lake Isomere. It's in the Netherlands. It's IJSELLMEER or something. It's Netherlands. They spell it weird. It's IJSELMEER. So,
the fuck do you put a J in that? Okay.
I don't know. I'm not IJ, so it's even weirder. So,
they did a laser measurement over 25 miles.
Yes, they did a bunch of distances, and then they went back 2 weeks. Then they went back three weeks later and did it again. They brought They brought weather stations, meteorological stations, and placed at both ends of the shot. Right, so they have the weather conditions. They replicated it. Okay, and the thing is, the result is 2 orders of magnitude different than the goal prediction. So the goal prediction is that the laser should have been 420 feet in the air at the other end, and it was 4 feet in the air.
Right. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find this. Do you have the source for this, or I need to just?
Which? Isomere?
Yeah. Were we the ones talking about the influence of atmospheric refraction on terrestrial laser scanning at long range too?
Yeah. Yes, I'm the one who gave that to you.
Okay, I read some of that. We can talk about that.
Okay. What about the data? I don't give a shit what the people say, dude. I only care about what the data says. What did they measure? That's the only thing that matters.
The effect of the measurement object at the atmospheric refraction are linked, unavoidable, and cause apparent surface displacements up to a few decimeters.
Yeah, that's right. Decimeters. That's right. You guys need fucking meters. Multiple meters. So in the case of this one, that's the point. That is the point. Thank you for bringing that up. And the decimeter is and hold on, the decimeter is the distance measurement, by the way. So you kind of screwed up.
That was
because they're using the LiDAR also for distance measurement. So the distance measurement was off by a few decimeters.
They also carried out a numerical simulation. And the simulation was off by a few decimeters too. I don't know. It's just.
Who cares? We can look at what the standard refraction predicts what it should be, and then we can look at what the data says, and they're not even close to each other. They're different by orders of magnitude.
their simulation was only off by a few decimeters
Simulation of what?
of their perceived curvature, or the perceived the apparent ray versus the actual ray. And then there's a beta measurement between the actual ray and then the chord, which is the measurement between the same point from the actual ray chord. And then there's also the apparent ray. They did the experimental study and they modeled it, and it's also integral. It's an integral between the densities between the observer and the electromagnetic wave, or the point of the electromagnetic wave, and its beta equals the negative of 1 to 0 of the partial derivative n over q L minus S over L ds. And so the measurement is not a linear equation; it's an integral, which I was saying.
Yeah, that's
earlier.
fantastic. Okay, but you have a measured deflection angle. The angle of arrival of the laser. So they bounce. They use 2-frequency LiDAR. They bounce each laser off, and then they can measure the difference in the angle of arrival to measure the refraction. So they have an angle of arrival. The angle of arrival is displaced by some amount, and then you can take that angle and extrapolate out. Right. So the displacement that was different, the difference in displacement was 0.0036 degrees at maximum.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's in the thousandths, right? 0.003 is in the thousandths, a thousandth of a degree displacement. Okay, so if you take a thousandth of a degree displacement and go, hey, 1 kilometer away, what is the distance of a thousandth of a degree displacement? It's like 8 inches. Okay, a kilometer away for the globe, the refraction is feet. Okay, it's multiple feet. So why the so-called standard refraction, if it existed, would be a confounding variable because it's large. The actual measured existing refraction that exists due to measurement that we know empirically is not large enough to confound any fucking measurement. This is what I'm talking about. What is the data? What's the justification? Not the justification based upon some concept, but the justification based upon empirical evidence.
I get you. Check.
Okay.
Check the.
Science is empirical. Hold on, I want to get clarified. Is science based upon empiricism? Is that the foundation of science, empiricism?
No, that's one of the references in the paper you posted.
No, is empiricism the foundation of science generally?
In a general sense, yes. Yes.
Yeah. In that if you don't have an experiment or an observation, you're not doing any type of science.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So the empirical observations and experiment control, okay? Not people's opinions about what should happen. It's what the data says. That's why I keep harping on this. What I found out about globe earthers is that you guys actually are not empiricists. You guys hate empiricism. You like explanations and storytelling time. Okay? You fucking hate looking at data. You hate looking at what the measurements actually show. You can't stand that shit. Okay? Because you like the stories, because it makes you feel better about the world. Well, there's
I'm an
a thing called
engineer, so I disagree. I like data. Big fan of data, actually.
Okay. Well, what am I supposed to do when they say there's X amount of refraction, and all the textbooks say that, and there's a bunch of people running around parroting, but when I go and look at the actual empirical data that's been accumulated over 100 years, none of it matches that crap. None of it. I'm not saying some of it matches and some of it doesn't. None of it matches. None.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, you can't believe it. How's that possible? Because if you go read the academic literature on refraction, you'll find out that none actually matches.
Yeah, you're right. I don't believe you. So, but that's okay. You
Look,
don't believe me either.
measurements
Put
of
it
the
nicely.
variation of the vertical angle. 0.004 mgon. Okay? Gon is a measurement of angle that they use in surveying in Europe. Okay? Now you can convert gon into degrees. Now the max values here. These are the max, dude. Would be a displacement of 8 inches. Okay? At 25 miles. We have a measurement that's 2 orders of magnitude off, and the most, based on empirical data, that refraction could deflect it is a small amount. Now I could say, okay, let's multiply that by order of 10. Still not enough. In fact, I can take the standard refraction value on these measurements, and by the way, I posted the link in the chat. So I could take the standard refraction, the 76R. That would only move the laser down 5 meters. Now remember, I told you the predicted height, the globe predicted height of the laser is 420 meters. So let's subtract 5 meters. Okay, so what are we at now? 415 meters. Well, they measured the laser at 4 meters. How much refraction does it take to move the laser down from 400 fucking meters to 4 meters? Okay, and if you do the calculation, this matches a globe of a 65,000 mile radius. Yeah, so if the globe was 65,000 mile radius, this would confirm that globe. Like I said, there's no justification for the refraction thing. There's no data that supports it. It's just a story. Huh? It's an ad hoc hypothesis used not to falsify the globe. And here's the most ironic, 2 ironic things that I've noticed about this. You want to know what the evidence for globe refraction is?
Sorry, I got a dip, brother.
Yeah, it's that the Earth looks flat. That's your evidence for globe refraction. The flatter it looks, the more refraction it is.
Roger.
That's great evidence. Yeah, peace out.
All right.
I had a question. It's a neutral one, I think, because it's not trying to really disprove one or the other. It relates to like based on what we see, should we believe it, and like should we just believe what other people tell us? Because I'm a skeptic in terms of that stuff. Like we should definitely verify anything, right, before we think it's true. But the question, so because I'll think like, yeah, I've never been up high enough to see if the Earth is a globe or anything about what it is. If I walk outside and I think about what we talk about when we're in here, because I've been in here for a few days, a couple times now, and I don't mean this in a dismissive way at all, but like,
it's a recording.
If the surface I'm on
is this a recording?
Sorry?
You sound like you're reading from a script. Yeah, it just sounded like you're reading from a script.
But I've thought about it. No, sorry.
Okay,
I've
go ahead. I just had to interrupt to make sure, man, because people come in here with bots and shit. I had to make sure.
Oh yeah, no.
People come in here with AI and bots and talking shit. So.
Oh, it's probably annoying as heck. Yeah. But it's a really simple question. I guess I'm trying to build it up by all this boilerplate. Sorry about that. Is like, if I believe the surface is flat or if it's curved, does it make a difference to my life? That's what I'm asking myself. You know what I mean? Like, well, what if it is curved? What if it is flat?
Yeah, it does.
Like, if I'm a glober, right? You know what I mean? Like,
the physicality of it doesn't make a difference. The existential consequences are what makes a difference.
Right. Yeah. So I feel like I can see it both ways.
Because there's actually existential consequences to one versus the other, right? So you can't support. You can have an atheist materialist worldview. with a globe. You can't have it with a flat Earth. There is no materialist, atheist worldview. Can't support it. That's the major thing. That's what I mean by existential consequences. Why you exist, where you are, what all that stuff, all the existential questions.
It makes it harder to if there is no curve to the Earth, it makes it harder to believe that it couldn't have been.
No, there can't be a Big Bang materialist universe.
I'm not thinking about arguments. I'm like trying to process it. I'm new.
Yeah, I know. So like, there's existential questions, right? Like, where am I? And now talk about in the grand sense. Where am I? Who am I? Why am I? Existential questions of, existence. Say all the other human beings just vanished, and you were born yesterday. You'd have all these questions. Why am I here? What's my purpose? Where am I? All these questions. Now, the globe is one answer. Flat Earth is another answer. The globe has certain consequences. Flat Earth has certain consequences of the where am I question. And from the where am I question, you can ask the other questions. Why am I here? Right? So the globe is the foundation for a materialist atheist worldview, where the universe is a purely mechanistic device, basically, and there's a big bang, and then random shit happens, and then there's evolution, and then there's people. So you hear all that? That's a creation story. Science, so-called science, has a creation story, even though it's an atheist creation story. So there's no deity driving this. There's just mechanistic nature driving all this. Now, flat Earth, there is no mechanistic atheist mechanism to make a flat Earth. So it must be created by default. It's the only way. It's created or uncreated, what's called the ontological primitive. It has to be created. And then if it's created, then there's all the consequences that follow from living in a created realm. Who created it? Is he a god? Is he not a god? Is he a fucking alien? Is he a freaking demon from another dimension? You know what I mean? So there's all those questions that come after. But there can't be the mechanistic worldview, where there is no purpose, right? There's no sentient thing driving it, or ever drove it.
So like, if does it also mean that we're probably the only place that has life? Is it kind of implied in that too?
So far, all indications are that we are the only place that has life.
Yeah.
I mean, people speculate that there's life other places, but that's just speculation. And 50 years ago, when I was a kid, if you believed in aliens, you were a crackpot.
Right.
Now it's just mainstream from repetition of the media and all those things. Now people think it's possible, even though if you take all the physics that we know, there's no way, there's no mechanism from which we could ever get to this is an internal critique of the globe idea. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So even if all their physics and they had infinite amount of money and any freaking infinite amount of intellect and whatever, even within the paradigm, according to the physics they know, it's pretty much impossible to get to another star in any human scale time frame. So, for instance, they say they launched Voyager. It won't be the closest star is 4 light years away, according to them, right? It won't get there for 150,000 years. Okay? That's the closest. And you have to assume, does the closest star have life? Right? Maybe the closest star that has life is 20 billion light years away. You know what I mean? I mean, could there be? I mean, in the current paradigm, there is they talk about all the stuff being out there, but it is pure fantasy because they can't verify it. They can't, even within their paradigm, none of it can be verified. because they say we can't get there; it's too far away.
Even if they got there, it would take forever to get that data back, if it, in some way, or who knows. What would
Yeah, and
happen.
that's the other problem. Even when you get there, how are you going to tell anybody?
Yep. Yeah, mind fuck.
You know, all that stuff like the space travel. I mean, we've been lost in fantasy, like the Western civilization. We've just been lost in the fantasy that, you know, and Elon Musk is no help, telling people we're going to Mars in fucking 5 years and going to the moon in 2 years, and we're gonna have a base up there and shit. They've been saying that shit since 1970s.
True. Yeah.
I mean, you could buy tickets to the moon from Pan American Airlines. They're selling tickets.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Right? The Katy Perry went up into space or whatever. I completely forgot.
Well,
about
yeah, there's that. I'm talking about in the 70s. Pan American Airlines was selling
Oh, really?
tickets to the moon.
Huh.
Yeah, they thought during the Apollo program, they thought freaking like space tourism was just like right around the corner. That's what they're telling everybody. It's right around the corner, a couple of years. They're still saying a couple of years. I've been hearing a couple of years for 50 years.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So, and I mean, that's the only like there's no practical consequences. The consequences are more metaphysical.
I gotcha. Yeah. That's why I like can't. I wouldn't be able to deny flat Earth either. You know what I mean?
I mean, there's I guess the practical consequences could be like military and communication. I mean, those are practical. If there isn't a big ball in the way, then you know. Well, I'll give you for instance, in a very particular example. During World War II, the Germans had invented a radar system called the Knickerbein, which in German means crooked leg. So from 2 locations in Germany, they sent radar beams that crossed each other over England, and their planes would fly within the beam, right? One beam emitted dashes, dash, 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 and the other beam emitted dots, dot, dot, dot. And we were then they were intersecting the beam over the target that they wanted bombed. So when you got dashes and dots, you knew to drop your bombs because you were over the target. Well, here's the problem. Fucking from the line of sight from Germany to UK is 11 miles under the horizon. Okay?
Uh-huh.
So you got a fucking problem, right? And
Yeah.
so when they did shoot down some planes, this is how they found the English found out about it. There's a video about it. It's called The Secret Wars. In the first segment, the scientists that actually did this talk about it. And they got a couple pilots and they're recording themselves and they heard them talking about it. And they noticed that some of the planes that were downed, they had radio equipment that they couldn't figure out what it was. And they said something. So one of the scientists figured out they're using it as some fucking bombing system and that they're beaming it from fucking England. And all the other scientists in the War Department said, "You're crazy. Earth's a globe. That's impossible." And the guy had to go to Winston Churchill himself just to get a plane to go up and see if they could detect the beam, to detect a radio signal. Then they did. They went up. They detected the radio signal, and you know, and then they jammed it and did all sorts of stuff to it, right? But that is a practical thing where the globe mattered, right? People probably died because a bunch of scientists thought the Earth was a globe and thought they couldn't shoot radar that far, and you know they could.
What was it called again? The Secret Wars for Germany and UK. If I look that
The
up,
Secret
or
Wars.
Knickerbein. If I look up Knickerbein.
The Knickerbein is Knicklbien. But I can post the Secret Wars it's on YouTube, so I'll just find it and post it.
Okay, I'm curious about that. Yeah. Yeah, because it's pretty fascinating when it comes to the larger scale engineering problems that would cause this to emerge. You know, that's interesting. I think that's really fascinating because I can't do anything with my eyes. You know what I mean? There's like nothing I can really do.
Yeah. So right there in the
Listen,
chat.
this kind of stuff.
So I put in the chat. So there's another one too. So in World War One, it's always funny because this is where the practical application really matters. If people don't like dying, you're allergic to it. So in World War One, a guy in Australia noticed that he was picking up radio signals from Berlin, Germany. Now this is in Sydney, Australia. This would be antipode, nearly 10,000 miles away, under the globe from Germany. And he noticed this, so they decided that they're going to try to. And this is the funny thing, is that in World War One, they didn't say this can't happen because it's a globe, but for some reason in World War II, all of a sudden it's a globe, and now they can't do these long-range radio transmissions. They were already doing it during World War One because they set up a system. It was at Cornwall, England, UK, and they set up a teletype machine that would send messages to Australia. It's 10,000 miles. Now, how do you do that if Earth's the globe, right? It's on the other side of the globe. Yeah. Right, so there are practical applications. I mean, there's Laura chirped radio, which goes like 800 miles. NATO's, their microwave system was 820 miles. They had an old Cold War era microwave system. There's also what is it? They call OTHB radar, which goes to like 4,000 miles.
Oh yeah,
They claim that they can pick up aircraft in North Korea from Australia.
Over the horizon radar, is that what that is?
Yeah, OTHB. Yeah, they call it over the horizon.
I was literally just Googling
OTHB,
that,
and
like,
there's OTHB and OTHA, and it depends on the frequency or the wavelength, what they call it, one or the other.
Is it alpha or beta or something like that, or the I'll look.
Yeah, sorry, like they just named it AB for whatever reason. They didn't consult me on their naming convention.
Yeah, right. Okay.
And then there's more, right? So Admiral Byrd was in Antarctica, supposedly, Little America, and he did a weekly broadcast on CBS radio in the tower that picked up his transmission. This is 1936 now. Was in Riverside, New York, which is on Long Island. He was in Antarctica. And there's another instance where JFK, when JFK was assassinated, the Secretary of State was somewhere between Hawaii and Japan because he was doing Secretary of State. He was doing like some foreign visit to Japan. He was in between Hawaii and Japan. They radioed him, and there's the transcript of the White House talking to him and telling him the president's been shot, turn around. Oh, he's 6,900 miles away.
Fascinating.
Yeah, so like you have certain practical examples. Those are practical, technical, examples.
It was.
I mean, for just a normal person, it wouldn't matter.
I want to note that down. I'm really sleepy, so I have to actually type it out. I won't be able to just remember the over the horizon stuff. I'll be able to remember that, but A and B, for example. But you were saying,
yeah, there's all sorts. So they came up with a reason. They came up with a reason after they were already doing it on how they could do it. They said, "Oh, there's an ionosphere, and the radio waves must be bouncing off of it." Well, that's all fine and dandy, but it's called tropospheric scattering or skywave propagation. It's one of these two names that they use. Now, the thing they forget to mention is that only the long distance communication at the frequencies they say, if it's during the day, should only go 500 miles, right? But the Marconi system from 1918, he discovered it during the day, the 10,000 mile radio propagation. Because the ionosphere is supposed to there's supposed to be multiple layers. And and this doesn't make sense to me, and it never has. The night side, for some reason, you have further propagation on the night side in the globe model than on the day side. And no one's ever explained why, or even come up with any reason that I've ever heard on why you can send radio waves further at night than during the day. I have my hypothesis. I think it's called radiation resistance.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if
I've
you
heard
have an
that
antenna,
vaguely. I've heard vaguely that during the day the waves can be weaker, but that's my recollection of that
yeah,
pretty weak.
I
It was in
wouldn't
some
doubt it.
class in community college. Yeah.
Yeah, there's something called
Oh, go
radiation
ahead.
resistance. So if I have like an antenna, right, and if I take another antenna that's an emitter and like beam it right at that antenna, you can basically trap the radiation from that antenna. It can't escape it, right? Because it's like, think about it like this: you have a wave coming from like a small lake, and then the wave coming in from the ocean. It'll just overwhelm it because the volume of water is so much more, right? Or it's coming in faster or whatever. So that's basically what it does. There's more. It has a higher amplitude radiation, so it can just push it. It stops it, not completely, but it stops the antenna from radiating. It's called radiation resistance.
Okay.
Okay, so it has to do with impedance mismatch and shit like that. But I don't want to get into all that. Now, when the sun's out, the sun is an emitter of every wavelength. The sun is as far as like a radiation emitter, like electromagnetic radiation, it emits in every freaking wavelength frequency. Like if you had a measuring device, you could measure individual wavelengths down to like the 20th decimal point. It's pure noise as far as electromagnetic radiation goes. Now, some are more intense. It's brighter in some wavelengths than others. The point is that it doesn't matter what type of antenna you emit. If the sun's out, you're going to be getting some radiation resistance from the sun, no matter what frequency you're emitting at. And I think it has something to do with that, but that's just like a hypothesis. That when the sun's out, the sun impedes the freaking radiation being emitted from antennas, but when it's nighttime, it doesn't, and the radio waves go farther.
A friend of mine I think she's in Iran. She was saying that she likes to use the internet at nighttime because it's better. Yeah, I mean, she's got all that stuff going on. She's a graphic designer, and she says that she'll wait and work in the middle of the night because the internet speeds are faster because the sunlight is now. Well, there's less people. No. There's less people using the internet. That's why I'm wrong. I think I'm fucking mixing this up. And there's just less people online. I think I'm wrong there. Never mind.
Yeah, but they probably connect through wireless internet, like cell towers or microwave links or something like that. I don't think they're running cable in Iran.
So I might have spoke too soon there. I realize there's also less people online. Oh. Well, I'm in Germany, so it's getting close to like 4:20 a.m. I gotta fall asleep soon. It was nice talking to you though. I took some notes.
Yeah,
on
man.
Some,
yeah, we're here all the time, man. Come back. You might not talk to me. You talk to somebody else. Everybody here is pretty knowledgeable about this topic, and all that, because this topic covers a lot of other subtopics, like what we were just talking about, freaking radio waves, right? So like flat Earth versus globe Earth, it covers history, science, physics, sociology, psychology. There's just so many. It touches everything because it's like a base idea that people have. I mean, it's people all around the globe. I mean, put it this way. I was watching a Western, and those motherfuckers said a planet in the Western. Now, people didn't talk like that in the 1800s. They weren't talking about the Earth being a planet, okay? They just didn't talk like that. So it's just like, but they don't even, it's so in the modern vernacular that like when they wrote the script, they didn't even think twice about writing down planet as his dialogue.
Yep. I know what you mean. There was a computer show called *Halt and Catch Fire* about the computer revolution in like the early '80s, and a guy was calling something a killer app, and people didn't use that phrase. This is my
Oh my lord!
they wouldn't have called it an app like it's a cell phone, fucking like it's a smartphone. Anyways, that's something I noticed, but and then in your side of things, you probably would have picked up on that term being used in the calling something a
If they
plant.
said killer app in a freaking '80s movie about computers, I don't even. I'd probably blow a gasket.
Yeah, Halt
I
and Catch
hate
Fire
shit
was a
like
cool
that.
series. It was a cool series, but there was that little blip throughout the dialogue or whatever throughout the script. So.
Fire that script writer immediately.
The other stuff was all right. I was like, I'll have to overlook that part, but whatever. So yeah, if I was into this kind of stuff you're talking about, and also watching a Western, maybe it would stand out. Maybe I would have noticed it. Like, it seems oddly educated, like, or this literate even, like for what, the 1800s. So
Yeah, but he was like, it was that freaking, what is it, 1873, the freaking, the Yellowstone series, the one that happened before that. It was the freaking old guy. So he's like 70 years old and 18 something. So like, he ain't calling Earth a planet. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Dude grew up, it was freaking 17 something. You know what I'm saying?
Was it Yellowstone? Was that the name of the series? It was Yellowstone?
Yeah, it's the Yellowstone, but it's the one with I think Bill Elliott is the. Is it Bill Elliott? Yeah, Bill Elliott is in it. They're like going across. It's like the first they made, like there was Yellowstone, that TV series. Then they made a series of when the Dutton family first went out to Montana, right? So that series where they start off like in Texas and go, this whole drama of them, and his daughter gets killed in the end, yada yada yada. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. It's called like 18 something.
I haven't watched any Western series, so I'm not gonna be any help trying to remember the names. But it's starting to sound interesting. I bet I can find it. I might fall asleep to it tonight.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I wouldn't say I watched the whole thing, but watched most of it. But it's good. It's good for a Western, though. That Yellowstone series annoys me because that little Dutton family is a bunch of fucking sociopaths, and they kind of like glorify it. It's kind of aggravating when you think about some of the shit they do, branding people. Yeah. Well, they volunteered. Oh, they didn't have much of a choice. The choice was, hit the road and be homeless in freaking Yellowstone, or take a fucking brand. Dude, anyone even propose to brand me? I'm like, oh yeah, I'll do it. Dude, they're the ones getting fucking branded. Just wait. I'll go along with it right until they're close to me with that fucking iron, dude, and then they're getting it right in their face. Sick, dude. I mean, I know it's a TV show, man, but I think that, it's like boiling frogs, dude. We take these degenerate ideas, man, and we just we get desensitized to them,
Right. Yeah.
I don't like it.
Just accept it as what it is, and then later on, oh, by the way, we were wrong the entire time.
Yeah, dude. Like even the Epstein thing, not to bring him up, but it seems like the reaction to that is tame, dude. Dude, everything should be on fucking fire. Like, I'm serious, dude.
Yeah.
100 years ago, everything would be on fucking fire if that shit came out.
I agree completely. There are not enough wood chipper sales going on right now.
Bring back freaking. I mean, there was. Think of they had riots over this 40-day work week. You know what I mean? Like, fucking pedophilia, dude. Man, there'd be 20 million people in freaking Washington with guns, dude. Like, I'm not saying anybody should do that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, I'm very underwhelmed by the response.
Yeah.
But whatever. You don't have to worry about that in Germany. There's only like good people in Germany, right?
Well, right. Yeah, sure. I can't pretty much keep myself. I'm only good.
Safer that way.
All right, I gotta go to sleep and try to get up and be helpful at work tomorrow. But it was really nice talking to you. I took some notes on some of the stuff we talked about. I appreciate it.
All right.
So,
all right, cool, man.
Yeah, have a good rest of your
Thanks
night.
for stopping by. Good talk.
Yeah, glad I did. All right, have a good one.
Bye. Oh my God, a normal person. I'm confused.
Shit, you got me, man. I think the Earth is like a fucking turtle.
Nobody said
Yeah,
anything
well,
like that.
that's ridiculous. Yeah, that's ridiculous. But in reality, we are measuring the Earth flat. We're not able to measure any rotation of the Earth.
No,
So
we
in order
can't
to
measure
believe,
rotation. Like if you're on a
I just posted
ship
a
and
link for you.
the ship goes behind the horizon and just falls off, like we can't measure that.
no, but we have modern technology now. So
Yeah,
we
do
know,
you have eyes?
we know with
Have you ever
modern
looked at a
technology.
ship
Get good.
heaving?
Let me respond to you before you try and respond to the response I haven't even made yet. We know that when a ship goes beyond the horizon, that it's not physically obstructed by the curve of the Earth. How do we know this? Because now we have modern cameras and high-powered zoom lenses. We can bring that ship back into view.
Can you? I mean,
Yes.
what do you do for a living?
Well, that's got nothing
You
to
don't
do
need
with
to. You
bringing a
don't need
ship
to
back
know what
into
I do.
view.
No, it's because I am
Hey,
a sailor
get good.
and I
Get good.
like to
Get
do
good.
this all the
I'm gonna
time. I just
get
look
good.
at ships.
Get good.
Good.
Check
Stop
it out.
talking through people.
I'm going to post up in the side chat an 11-minute video. You only need to watch the first 20 seconds. So when you see it appear, I'll tell you when it's loaded through. When you see it appear, you just watch it, alright?
What?
Just watch the video.
He's going to prove to you that we can bring ships back into view after you think they've gone behind the curve of the Earth. We can
Well,
prove
that
that
can
it's
be
not
very
going
useful
beyond.
to me because I'm a like a navigator. I'm a sailor.
Good. Well, yeah, have a look at the video and we can prove this to you in multiple sources.
There you go. It should be up now. 2 minutes
Send
past
me
the hour.
a link on DM.
It's in the
It's in the
side
side
chat.
chat.
In the side chat.
You might have to tag his name.
The music in that video makes the hair stand up on the back of my neck.
So when the video first starts, you see an empty horizon, which is the name of the video, the empty horizon. Then they zoom in, and look at that. Ships appear out of thin air, which I find somewhat interesting because a lot of people claim we're on a ball and ships hide behind or beyond the horizon. If that's true, then it doesn't matter how much zooming you do, you cannot zoom something back that's hidden. But it's interesting that we can zoom in and voila. Ships for all to see.
I watched some of the video. It's just not true.
Well, if it's not true, what did you just watch then?
Dude, I am on ships all the time. I
I
have
don't really
binoculars,
care.
I have
That's
cameras,
great.
and I like
You're
zoom,
saying it's
like
not
Tim
true.
said, and
Hey,
I
get good.
don't
Check it out.
doesn't
You're
like
saying it's not true. Yep, you're telling us about all the cool things you've got. That is awesome. Nobody cares. You told us it's not true, so if it's not true, you can explain to everyone what the shit you just watched then. If it's not true, what is it?
I don't care what is it. I just have binoculars.
So this is you.
I have
I sail on ship, therefore fuck you, I'm right. That's what you're saying.
I am on bridges.
That's great.
With binoculars and high zoom cameras, and that like just doesn't happen. I can see the ship going like behind the curve.
Excellent. So if it doesn't happen with your high-powered cameras, why don't you record it and show us what actually does happen? Instead of just telling us, nah, you're wrong, why don't you bring the evidence to the table and show us, yeah, you're right?
So get good. Are the dolphins jumping over curvature?
Over curvature?
Are the dolphins jumping over the curvature of the Earth?
What dolphins?
Side
No,
chat.
but sometimes at the bow of my ship, I see the dolphins like swimming in front of us.
Yeah, I posted an animated GIF in the side chat. The dolphins are at about the same location that a ship
Oh.
would be if it were disappearing behind curvature. So my question is, are the dolphins jumping over curvature?
No, this is actually called refraction. You see, they are not even on the water; they're on top of it.
My point is that the
This is
horizon
when
is an
the light.
optical phenomenon.
Listen, this is when the light reflects.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So refraction creates a horizon.
Yeah, kind of.
So it's not Earth curve.
No, it. If you look. Just 1 second. I'm in a game.
So when is the horizon Earth curve?
Yeah, dude, just look up what refraction is.
Yeah, I get it. So that's our point. The horizon is an optical phenomenon that you witness that changes with meteorological conditions.
No, I'm saying that you can see things behind Earth's curvature because of the refraction phenomenon.
How would you know there's curvature and refraction?
Just look it up. Like I don't have visual
I know
aids.
what the claim is. I'm asking you for an answer because I know
Well, I
know
don't
what the
have
answer
visual
is.
aids to
There is none.
explain to you. Sorry.
Yeah, there is
Also,
no curvature. So is it refraction that gives a horizon or refraction that makes you see too far or both?
It makes you see behind the Earth's curvature. It
When
makes
does
you
it do
think
that?
things that are above it. It depends.
Are the dolphins behind Earth curvature?
They can be. I'm not sure about the.
Yeah, you're not sure about curvature, are you now?
No, I mean I'm not sure about the GIF, but.
Well, yeah, you're also not sure about curvature because you don't have any.
I guess not. I guess the Earth is flat. Shit, you got me.
Yeah, because you want it to be refracted when you see too far, and you want it to be refracted when you see obvious miraging effects. You want refraction to explain away your lack of curvature in both
In the
cases.
GIF you're showing me, the dolphins are like when they're jumping, they're not returning to water. If you like look closely.
Oh, so in real life they
returning
don't, or
to
do
a
they?
point, they are returning to a point just above the surface of water because the
Don't
refraction
be
is making
silly.
you see them.
Dolphins swim in the water. They don't hover above the water.
In the image they are. Look at the image you sent me closely.
Yeah, I get it. So that's not curvature.
No, it's it's the refraction you're seeing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what happens with boats too.
With boats? Yes,
Yeah, boats do
refraction
the
can
same
also
thing. When
happen
they
to
go in
boats.
the distance, sometimes it looks like they're floating.
Refraction can happen to boats too.
Yeah, I agree. Here's a
think it's
lighthouse under
also
different conditions: cold, warm, and hot.
yeah, it also depends on the water vapor or something. I don't know.
Yeah, there's no curvature here.
There is, yes. If
Where is it?
the weather is nice and there's no refraction, you can like see the curvature. I'm just
Well, that's what we're
explaining
after. I want to
your
see that. I've never seen that before, dude. Nobody else in
So-
here has, and neither of you.
So
Have
let me
you
get this
ever
straight.
written a
Get
book?
good. Hold on. Get good. Get good. You're just telling us now that this magic refraction is making us see further. So that means on a clear day when there's zero refraction, our optical limit should be reduced.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Same with infrared too, right? Like if I look in infrared, I should see through all the heat haze of the atmosphere. I should see things clearly and undistorted. Therefore, the
I don't
curvature of
know
the Earth
about
should be obvious.
I don't know about infrared. Like I don't know its effect on your vision.
Oh, you don't know anything about infrared. Okay, well, people use infrared because you can see further with it than you can with your own eyes.
Isn't it like it sees, or is that thermal vision? I don't know.
Thermal is a form of it, but you can use what's called like near infrared. The 720 to 850 nanometer wavelength range is the Goldilocks zone. So you can get cameras, you can set them to see them in monochrome black and white with an infrared filter. And if you look at the horizon with your own eyes, you just see things fading into the distance. But then you slap on that infrared filter with your camera and you can see beyond where you could with your own eyes. You see the objects that were once obscured by the haze of the atmosphere.
I see.
Yeah.
So I guess my eyes are not working properly, and I should get new eyes.
Well, we're saying when we use instruments to look for curvature of the Earth, we can't find it. In this example I'm showing you, the observer was at 35,000 feet in an airplane, approximately.
What is 35,000 feet?
About 10,000
Speak
meters.
to me in kilometers and
Yeah, 10,000
like
meters.
Yeah.
Okay. The distance to the horizon should be about 500 to 600 kilometers away from that height. But he can see about 1,200 kilometers. Something like that. He can see about twice as far. You know, so I mean, if I don't know, see, what is that going to be? 500 miles is 800 kilometers. So he's seeing 800 kilometers away. And he should be seeing a 400 kilometer curvature of the Earth. He's seeing twice as far as he can with infrared. You can zoom right in. Those are the Rocky Mountains, which are plainly visible and clearly identifiable because everything between the observer and the Rocky Mountains is desert. So we can't find curvature here. Nobody can. We've got many attempts to do this with lasers, with mirror flashes. You can take a mirror, you can flash a friend, or have a friend send you with a mirror above the surface of water. Direct line of sight. So what we're trying to find are examples of where this curvature of the Earth is supposed to be. When people say it's well refracted, then what they're saying is yeah, the Earth looks flat. And they're saying my best evidence of a globe is how flat it looks. And the only way I know it's a globe is because it's so flat looking, it has to be refracted. And I know it's refraction because, well, Earth has to be a globe. And anybody who questions or challenges this doesn't know what they're talking about. And when people ask me about it, I don't know what I'm talking about. That's the kind of conversation we have in here all day, every day with people.
And it's clearly a curvature, so I don't know.
Oh, where is it? You know, if there is curvature, then it's not where it should be, which means we also have a problem.
No, dude, it's like everywhere. Like everywhere.
Everywhere.
It's very.
So like an
very
ant on a
slight.
ball, you
That's
can't
why it's
detect it,
so
but you know
slight.
it's there.
In your sock drawer, down the local fish and chip shop, whereabouts everywhere.
Have you ever been in an airplane and just looked down?
Yeah,
Have you ever flown one?
Yeah, I used to fly for a living for my work, not a pilot.
So you know, so you saw what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I also know that you shouldn't be able to see curvature even if the Earth is a globe from that height.
What?
Yeah. Which is why we need to use precise measurements and object markers to measure it. It's why we should be able, like, the curvature should not be distinguishable unless you were taking line of sight observations to specific markers in the distance. And at known distances or tested distances. You can use the globe calculated distance and test for that. So, what do you say about the infrared footage that I showed you from an airplane? Like, I think it's really funny that I spend a few minutes describing an observation with you of an airplane, an observer in an airplane seeing way too far, and then 2 minutes later you try to rebut me with going up in an airplane.
So is it the video where? 1 second.
Because your eyes from any height are incapable of perceiving curvature of the horizon from the left to the right in your field of view, we have to test it in the z-axis, which in this case, for convention's sake, is from your point of observation off in the distance, and looking for evidence of drop over distance that conforms to what the curvature should be. And this approximates to about 8 inches per mile squared. Is that like 13 centimeters per 1.6 kilometers squared?
You fly planes, so you went to like navigation academy, right?
No, I said I didn't fly a plane. I wasn't a pilot, but I flew for a living. I flew all over the world.
Well, what did you fly if you're not a pilot?
Listen, I've been a passenger and I've been in the cockpit of airplanes. Doesn't make me a pilot.
You said you flew airplanes.
No, I've flown in an airplane. Yes, that's how you go in an airplane. You fly in it.
Thought you said you flew it.
No, I asked you if you've ever flown one.
No, I've driven ships.
Stick to what you know.
Yeah, so anyway, sounds like you don't know much about flying, but you're asking us about what we know about flying.
No, it's like you can see it if you look out the window. Didn't you see it when you flew?
No, I never saw the curvature, and when people take their infrared optics, super zoom lenses, as in the case I showed you, to try and look for it, they can't find it either. Do you expect to see curvature to the left and to the right when you look out an airplane window?
I did.
You did. So if you look behind you, and you look left and right, you see it curving down to the left and down to the right as well, huh?
What do you mean?
So when you look out in the other direction, you're seeing an arch. And it's just like arches, just humps and humps and humps and humps of curvature in every direction you look. That's what you're telling the audience right now, that it's obvious that you don't know how you're seeing. And you lack complete spatial awareness too. All right, because if I'm looking straight ahead and I see an arch of a horizon, and then I look to my left and I see an arch of a horizon, then if I look between front and between left, should I see where the two arches meet? No, I see another arch. Oh my gosh. But in reality, you don't see this. People claim to see it at the beach, and that's even crazier. People claim that they've been in the International Space Station and they can see the arching curvature of the horizon, and that's still impossible. You have to be able to detect it in the z-axis, going from the observer off into the distance.
That's only about 3% of Earth. You would only see about 3% at that altitude.
What do you study?
What do you study?
Navigation.
Navigation. Oh, really?
Yeah, what about you?
Navigation.
You also study navigation?
Yeah, I do.
So did
Do
they
you know?
give that problem in navigation where, like, I'll give you a problem in navigation. If you go like 50 miles north, right? And then you go 50 miles west, and then 50 miles south, and then 50 miles east, where would you end up?
It depends what map you're using. Depends
What
what
do you
coordinate reference system you're using. Depends what conventions for west and east you're using. Am I going west and east
for west and
with
east?
relative to magnetic north, or west and east relative to the celestial pole north?
No,
Am
no,
I following
magnetic.
rum lines west and east, or am I following great circle routes going left and right? Can I actually form a square on a spherical surface? Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you something.
What?
How is latitude derived?
Derived? What do you mean derived?
Yeah. What does latitude express? What is it?
It's the way like they mapped the globe.
Listen,
Like
I
they have
study navigation,
and
don't you? I'll give you the answer. It's your angle to Polaris in the north, or degrees of declination. Degrees of declination too. It's also degrees of declination from the celestial equator.
That's what latitude is?
Yeah. I thought you studied navigation.
Well, not this navigation. This is weird.
Oh, really? How do you derive longitude?
What do you mean derive?
Yeah, where does longitude come from? How do you determine your longitude?
So longitude is like circles from the two poles.
Wrong. It has to do with the sun at your zenith, at your observation.
No, what? No.
Subtracted from the prime meridian. And with the cosine of the latitude is derived from rotating 15 degrees per hour. I thought you studied navigation, Get Good. Why do you come in here and lie?
I did, and that's not what they taught us.
Is longitude parallel?
Parallel to... No, it's not.
Okay, is latitude parallel?
Yes.
So what you describe with latitude and longitude is a spherical surface.
Mm.
It's a spherical coordinate reference system.
Yes.
And there are 2 points of origin. One point of origin is associated with the north, where the lines of longitude meet, and the other is where the lines of longitude meet in the south. It's just a mathematical construct.
Yeah.
Right. It was
It's
formed
like
out of the celestial sphere model, which is not something that exists in physical reality.
Well, how does it not exist in physical reality if it works with me all the time?
Because it is a coordinate reference system. It's not a real thing. It was formed out of a concept of the stars.
How is it not real if it just works? Like I made trips according to these maps, like
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
they
something can
I
work and
arrived
be.
on where I wanted to go. So I don't understand. Like how is it wrong?
Listen, what you build is a model, okay? And just because a model can work up to a certain point within a certain tolerance for error doesn't mean that it's true.
No, I'm not talking about models. I'm talking about I've driven real ships according to these maps, and I got to where I wanted to go.
I know. I'm telling you, the
Exactly where I
map is
wanted to
a
go.
model, is a conceptual model, dude. The map that you apply, you have not measured actual distances with your ship.
How did I not
That's a fact.
measure act? Just 1 second, I'm in game. Fucking
You
died. Yeah.
calculate distances
So
on the map that correspond
yes.
to where you believe your position is with the ship. You haven't
So
used
let
your
me.
ship
So
itself to
wait.
actually measure distances.
I know my speed, right?
How do you know your speed? How do you know that that is
On the
accurate? To
ship.
what degree?
I know what the engine does. Like I know its capacity. I know my speed, dude. I just know what my speed is.
Oh yeah, so when
And
you're
I
going
know
against
what
the current,
time I departed and what time I arrived. So I know the time of the voyage.
oh, so how do you know where you are to know the distance that you went?
Look at
You
the
use the
fucking
map, right? You're gauging in circular logic. So you say I started at this coordinate here, I end at that coordinate there on the map.
Mm-hmm.
And it took me 4 hours to get from here to there.
With this
And you
speed.
calculate your speed, but that's not a measurement,
No, I
dude.
don't
You're just
calculate my
using map
speed. I
calculated
know my
distances.
dude. I know my speed. I know my time.
You really don't know your
All
speed.
what's left you can do is you can get distance from that.
Okay, so how do you know if you're heading into a 4-knot current versus an 8-knot current?
There's like a 1 second.
Well, I mean, you typically use GPS, right? That's super high resolution, and it calculates your distance on the coordinate reference system.
No,
you
we use
discover that you need
there's
to
like this
increase your power a certain
device.
amount in order to keep up the same velocity that you had maintained earlier.
No, just 1 second. There's this device called Navtex. It like gives us regular weather updates on certain areas. So and including current and wind and stuff like that. So we add it to calculation and we get the we get the correction for the course we're taking according to that.
Yeah, but it's not measured is the point.
How is it not measured? I'm just telling you that
Yeah.
there is current that comes like there is a like for an example southwest 3 miles per hour current in some place, and it's like pushing against us. So we like and
How do
it's
you know
like
you're slowing down?
pushing us right. So we expect our course to be a little to the right.
Yeah, but you don't know, you're not measuring by how much exactly you're calculating. It's based off of estimation.
Yeah, no, we do measure. We do measure exactly where we should be, and it's all the time. It's right every
You're
single time.
describing calculations and estimates.
No,
You're
no,
describing
I'm telling you, we
statistical
have
sampling from weather data.
like we have data and we apply it to equations and we get results that we can apply it to reality, and it's exact that.
Exactly. Like I said, you're calculating, you're using equations and statistical estimates.
Yes, we do
That's
that.
not a measurement.
Yes, it is. What is a measurement too?
Yeah, that's probably where we should start with this whole conversation. What is a measurement?
If not that, like, if the map says that there is a port on this particular place, and then I go to this place on the map and I see a port, then what's wrong? What's like the wrong thing you're describing here?
Well, it depends. It's going to be the distance is going to be wrong because if you're using a spherical coordinate reference system over a terrain, over water that's measurably flat, then your coordinate reference system, without any kinds of corrections, it's not giving you the true distance. That's a geometric truth. It's proven by Carl Gauss. I can cite this. Hold on. All right, side check.
Yeah.
Relying on experience or observation, often without due regard for system and theory.
Yep, that's what I said. Primary source knowledge from sensory experience, measurement, direct experience, measurement, experimentation, touch.
But see, if science that is based on the fact that the Earth is a globe is like wrong, and I use that science and I get results every single time, like how does that make it like not?
Because you don't know what science is.
I
You
guess
don't
not.
understand what the definition of science is. Science is empirical, using empirical data to identify the cause of a phenomenon. So the scientific method is a method of using empirical data to prove the cause of something. Now you can't do that with the globe. So your statement is wrong.
So you're
You can't
saying
use.
that wait, so you're saying that using like evidence that are based on things that we experience is like not a good thing or something?
No, I'm saying to prove your globe, you can't use empirical, first-hand, direct evidence. You have to use philosophy and belief. So you
Oh,
think
so it's kind of like a religion.
Like a religion, exactly. So I want to ask you, if you disagree with me, I want you to tell me what science you can use to prove the Earth is a ball.
What science do I use to? Yes, the
Yeah,
science of looking.
There is no science of looking. That's
Yeah,
called
I look at
observation.
things and they disappear behind the horizon. They
Right, but
disappear
that's
like ships disappear hull first. Hull is like the bottom part.
so. Is that science to you?
Yes, it
No,
happens
you're
to
wrong.
me and it works every
You're wrong.
single time. So
No,
it's like
no,
science.
you're wrong.
Typically right.
Observation alone is not science. Observation is observation. It is the first step in the scientific method. There are 5 other steps that you need to complete before you can call this science. So that's step 1, observation of a scientific inquiry. But without a scientific experiment, you're not doing science.
Yeah, you can't just
So
observe
science
the
is
ships
more
going
than
hull first and then come to the conclusion that it's because of Earth curve. That would be fallacious. That would be of not sound reason to just assume that something is the cause of something. Correct?
so like inputting the same data through a like an equation over and over again and getting the same results in theory and in real life is not like good enough evidence.
No, that's not what you put forth. You put forth an observation of the whole of the ship disappearing from Earth curvature because you observed the whole of the ship getting obscured first, right?
Yes, that's the data.
So you made an observation and then you presumed the cause.
The
That is
result
not of
is
sound
the
reason.
ship going like down every single time.
So you're observing it and then you're presuming the cause. Don't you see that? Come on.
That's called confirmation bias. It's a logical fallacy. You're appealing to the observation as some sort of proof for something, but you could be wrong. Because, for example, the ship going over the horizon can easily be brought back into view, there or thereabouts, with a high-powered zoom lens. So you haven't proven that the ship is disappearing due to a physical obstruction of Earth curve, because we can show you examples where that doesn't happen. So this couldn't be considered science. This is a speculation that you have come to due to confirmation bias. You've been told it's due to the curve of the Earth, but in actuality, you haven't tested that.
And we're not
It's a
trying to attack
logical fallacy.
Yes. And we're not trying to attack your ego or call you stupid. Like I did the same thing before I actually thought about, wait a minute, that isn't of sound reason. I am just presuming this. I am just being fallacious. I did the same thing. So the silence after we tell you, you know, this is not of sound reason, and then I can hear the gears turning in your head. And don't let your ego get in the way of you admitting, yeah, you guys are actually correct. Because this isn't like we're not trying to call you stupid or anything like that. Like many globe defenders call us, but then when we call them out on their fallacious reasoning, they crash out. You know what I mean?
Yes, the silence is because I'm playing Dota 2.
So you're not actually registering what we are saying and agreeing that presuming the causation of something is not scientific?
I mean,
What did you say?
if something goes down, isn't that evidence that the thing that it's like on is going down as well?
It is. It may be. You know, it could be evidence, but it requires further inquiry. You can't just make an observation and say this is why it's happening, and not prove it in a logical sense. You can't just see something happen and say this reason is why this is happening. This is why we're observing it, and then end it there.
Get good. I have a question. In the side chat, I posted an animated image. Is the candle sinking?
What candle? Just 1 second.
It's in the side chat.
Yes, the candle's going down.
Is that your final answer?
Yes, it looks like it's going down.
Please look at it again.
And the top GIF, the candle looks like it's going down. Yeah. The bottom one, it's like a slope or something, and the camera, it's an angle or some shit.
Not at an angle. It has a piece of material between it that affects.
Yeah. What is that?
I'm not sure. Some kind of lens.
The bottom picture.
I would
don't.
like to get one. That would be cool to make the same, replicate it.
Called a Fresnel lens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, back
Yes.
to you.
What's
I just
in
know
the
that
bottom picture? Like, I did not understand the bottom picture yet.
it's the same setup.
Yeah, I
Just-
know, but how is this square thing affecting making the candle go down?
I know it's trippy, right?
Yeah.
But this exists. And then we discussed earlier how the horizon is optical.
Yes, but
You keep
what
bringing
is
up ships sinking, and I'm
happening in
just
the
saying.
square? No, you didn't tell me what's happening in the square. Like, I still don't understand.
It's optical phenomenon. Like clearly the candle's not actually
Yeah, like,
sinking.
how is it being caused by this piece of paper that's in front of the camera on the bottom picture?
And I think Amphibious already answered that.
Or what did he say?
I think somebody said a Fresnel lens.
Yeah, it's a Fresnel lens is what that lens is called.
President lens? What?
A Fresnel, Fresnal.
What does that mean?
That's what that is. That's in between the camera and the candle. Right? And then that Fresnel lens, why it's there is to simulate the atmosphere.
Yes, but what it is? Like, wait, I need to Google it. I don't understand what that is.
It's just a type of lens, right? It kind of distorts what you're seeing, right? Same as the air, distorts what you're seeing, right? So it's just a way to show what we see over long distances on a short distance.
My point in sharing that is that this type of optical phenomenon exists. I'm going to mute up and pass the mic back to Amphibious. He was doing great.
Amphibious, you got anything to say?
Concentric grooves instead of a continuous surface. Yeah, okay. But how is that like a ship going down?
Well, it's the whole point of it is a demonstration of an
Oh,
object
so you're trying to tell me
leaving
that
the picture when it
looking at
appears
something doesn't mean that
disappear
it's
from the
true?
bottom first. I'm trying to explain it to you if you don't want to talk over me, right? So the object is the candle is similar to like a boat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as they move the candle away on the flat surface, it appears to disappear from the bottom first.
Yep.
Right? So the condition of it appearing to disappear from the bottom first is not due to curvature. And so the whole point of this demonstration is to show that this effect can happen without
It's due to the
having
lens.
smooth surface.
Yeah, that's cool, but I don't see if we don't use lenses in the ship's bridges that I work on.
Right, that's fair, but also this is only across a 3-foot table or 4-foot table, right? When you're looking across boats over the ocean, you're looking across miles.
So, just 1 second.
Right?
Dude,
So the effect of the Fresnel lens is to magnify the effect, right? To increase the magnitude of the effect over a short distance, so we can demonstrate, right? And we know that
You're
table's flat,
saying what
so we know that the effect can happen on a flat surface.
So you're saying that the effect that the forensic lens makes happens naturally over large distances?
Yeah, well, that's what we observe, right? right? When people say boats disappear over the curvature of the horizon, right? Heard that saying before? Yes?
Dude, if you were right, then we could see the ship with the telescope. Of course.
Hello? You good?
I got you, but I'm saying if you were right, then we could see the ship with the telescope, of course.
He's choking down his
Isn't it?
tears.
Yes, 1 second. My net is not good.
Yeah, no worries, my friend.
Yeah, earlier he had. Go ahead.
Take your time, man. I want you to take all the time to digest this.
My hope is that he's actually digesting it and not playing the video game that he was saying he was distracted by. Because why else would you come in here to not, actually try and learn? There's a lot of people that come in here and they just want to reaffirm their bias. And then when they come to the conclusion that they are being, of not sound reason, they either leave, get emotional, and they don't learn. But I guess that's part of the process, right?
Yeah, it's tough to realize you don't have sound reason when you've never really been taught what reason is.
Exactly.
Yeah, my internet just like I switched to a different network. What were you saying?
I was saying the Fresnel lens, right? It
So
demonstrates that we can see a distant object over a flat surface disappear from the bottom up, right? So when we're out in nature and we look over at a boat and we say it disappears due to the curvature of the horizon, that's actually a fallacy. It's called begging the question, right? You're assuming that there's an effect happening due to a certain condition, right? And that condition hasn't been measured, it hasn't been established.
Sorry, I
Who?
got the right
So
symptom.
the way, so I think that neglects the way the forensic lens manipulates how you see the candle.
Yeah, it kind of increases the effect, the similar effect that you'd see with air,
Oh,
right?
so
Air
it does the
air has
same
a
thing.
magnifying effect, right? It can distort what you see. You see things blurry sometimes, right? Through the air.
Yes. In
Right?
the when
Same thing.
refraction happens, you also don't see what really
Whoa,
is
whoa, whoa,
happening.
whoa, whoa, whoa!
Uh-oh.
Brother.
Word.
Whoa.
You triggered AI. You
So
got him.
if
Got him going.
refraction happens, then that means light's being redirected, right?
Yep.
Okay, fair enough. So if that's true, here's the facts of reality. The facts of reality are that we can see boats 30 miles away when they should be buried below 400 feet of earth curvature. Hold on, hey, friend, I'm not done with my sentence, thanks. I'm not going to be gracious and allow you to interrupt me, okay? Not going to
Let
happen.
him get his point out, and then he can share with you any related information if you want to verify what he's saying.
So, we can see boats 30 miles away. Should be buried below 400 feet of earth curvature. We can also see boats disappear from the bottom 1,000 feet away. Now, the problem is, in both instances, that supersedes globe geometry. Either it's disappearing too close where the horizon wouldn't even exist yet, according to globe geometry, or you can see it way further than the geometry of the Earth would allow. Now, if that's true, and it is, then all the effects that we see are in the category of optical phenomenon. So you can't just say, I can't see the bottom of something, therefore the Earth's a globe. You have to prove the underlying geometry. So what say you? Do you have any proof of that underlying geometry?
I have a question, okay? What?
Yeah, there already is. Hold on. There already is a question. There already is a question.
Who have what?
Hey, man 87, man 87. Somebody already asked a question. It's on the table right now. The person who's supposed to reply isn't you. So you don't get
Okay,
to butt in and say, I have a different question. So just wait your turn, okay?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No worries.
So what are we talking about here?
So real quick, Grim showed that things can disappear without curvature of an object. I demonstrated that curvature of an object is superseded by observations, allegedly a claim to the curvature size. You can see things disappear closer and further than the alleged curvature would be in the way. So now we have categorical proof that what we're witnessing is in the category of an optical phenomenon, which we all know. And so in order to claim that this is proof of a globe, you have to have proof of the underlying geometry of the globe. So the question on the table is, do you have any proof of the underlying geometry of the globe is the cause and the sole cause for this phenomenon for you to say that this happens, therefore globe? Go ahead. All right, silence is acquiescence, so let it be written, so let it be done. Things disappear out in the distance due to optics, not because the Earth is a globe. That question is closed. So man 87, it's up to you now. What's your question? Oh, he left. But yeah, get good. What do you have to say about that?
About what?
I don't know. Were you listening?
Yes, you were saying something about like every instance of sight is just optical. It's not like a proof of anything.
That's not what I said. But that's I mean that you could boil it down to just because you see something and make geometric assumptions about it doesn't mean your geometric assumptions are correct. So you'd have to prove your geometry.
Basically, you're saying that if I see something, it's not true.
No.
Okay. I think
If you see something and then you make claims beyond what you see, right?
So I'm looking at
Assumptions and logical inferences.
It's
Go ahead.
not clear, right?
No, see, I have no idea what you just asked me because you were talking when I was talking. So I'm going to stop talking. Go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, so I'm looking at a laptop right now, so it doesn't have to be like, it doesn't have to exist. Like,
Okay, so you're reducing what I said to silliness. Nobody ever said anything like that. What you're doing, sir, is you're coping with reality. Okay, nobody said anything that stupid. Okay, nobody, except you. You posited the idea that if I see a laptop, it's not a laptop. No, dude, that's not what nobody's saying.
no, you need.
We're saying
I need to give you scientific evidence and prove that I'm looking at a laptop when it's just a
no,
laptop.
no, not at all, not at all, not at all. So, for example, if you look at a laptop and you could tell by its form that it's clearly a laptop, that doesn't tell you what brand it is. That doesn't tell you what processor it has. So you might say, oh, there's a laptop, therefore it has a GTX 7080 inside. Well, no, you wouldn't possibly know that. Maybe it doesn't have one of those. So the assumption that it has a certain graphics card inside would have to be proved separately from saying this is clearly a laptop.
But I can tell it's a laptop without like knowing what its processor is. Like,
exactly. So when you make a claim about it being a laptop, that is true. When you make a claim about what processor it has, that could be true, but it's not necessarily true. So, for example, you look out into the world and you see, oh, I can't see that boat. And that's true. I can't see the boat. That's true. Then you say, I can't see the boat because the earth is a curve. Well, that could be true, but just because you can't see the boat doesn't mean that that is true.
But in this case, like looking at the laptop is all I need to prove that it is indeed a laptop.
I know we agreed. We agreed that if a laptop is a laptop and you identify a laptop, it's a laptop.
Yes,
We all
so
agree with that.
yes,
Now,
so now
tell
I'm
me
looking at
how understanding that a laptop is a laptop means the Earth is a globe.
yes, so I'm seeing something go down when it like goes off in the distance. So like it's just on
No,
a
not
slope.
necessarily. No. See, you're messing up, dude.
Like all
You're
you
already
need
messing up.
to verify that is to look. Like I don't know
Exactly.
exactly how far it is or anything.
Okay, so tell me this, friend. Is the only reason available in reality that things go down in your field of view is because Earth is a globe? Is that the only reason?
Well, that's the most obvious one that doesn't need to go through like scientific shit to prove it.
No, dude. See, that's the problem. You're just making a claim that that's the only one that you don't have to go through scientific. Things go down in your field of view due to perspective alone. Things can go down in your field of view due to refractive effects. So you're wrong, sir. You're just wrong. There's three options on the table of many. So you have globe, you have redirection of light, and you have perspective effects. There's three. That's three. So it's not just one cause. You can't just look at something and say, I can't see it, therefore globe. You can't just look at something and say it's going down, therefore globe.
So
Now, I
if
can
I
prove
look
you're
at
wrong.
something
Listen, I
and
can prove you're wrong, bro. Go ahead.
yeah. So if I look at something and that something is not moving, I can't say it's not moving because I can't scientifically prove it.
Dude, why are you talking about things that aren't the point?
No, I'm trying to like say what you're saying, but in like a simpler terms. Because like that's what I'm understanding when you say what the things that you're saying.
Well, listen, dude. A car. You see a car, and it's clearly moving along the road.
Yeah.
And it's moving down the road.
Mm-hmm.
You have no way of knowing from just seeing the car moving whether the guy in the car is actually pressing the gas pedal or not. He could be coasting. And you also don't know whether it's an electric car, a gas combustion car, or some other type of fuel. It could be a kerosene engine for all you know.
Yes, sorry,
None
but
of
that's
that
the information I'm looking for. Like this is not what I'm looking for when I'm making. Like this is not the information I'm taking from that. All I want to know is this car moving or not? That's all the information I want.
Correct. So a car moving is a car moving. So when you look out and you see, I can't see the boat, you see, instead of seeing the car moving, you see a globe. That's the problem.
Yeah, so look, if I ever see a car and that car goes down a slope and it disappears from like the bottom all the way up, and then I see a ship doing the same thing, I'll just like assume that this is what happened.
Correct, sir. Correct. I'll agree with you. Get good. I will agree with you that you will assume that. Now, assuming something is not the same as it being the case. It's not the same as it being true.
Well, if every object behaves that way when it does this, like when it goes far from you, then how is it not the case on that particular instance?
Look, it's not whether it is or isn't the case. It's whether the observation itself validates it's the case. Because there is, like I told you, multiple factors that can cause things to disappear out in the distance. And not only that, but if you claim it's Earth curvature as the sole cause, well, I have a lake that's only 1,000 feet long where I could see things disappear. Now, there's a huge implication for your view there, because according to you, that's disappearing because of the curvature. But there is no curvature significant enough within 1,000 feet to occlude a boat, to make a boat disappear. So your claim that it's the Earth curve causing this phenomenon only is just false. It's demonstrably false.
Yes, I'm a maritime officer, so my job is to
It doesn't matter.
look at no wait. My job is to look at ships while they're going down. So, and I have on the bridge of my ship like high power telescopes and things. So
Dude, that's not your job. There's no such job as look at ships going down.
it is a part of the job, yes. Anyways,
For what purpose? Okay, great. For what purpose do you look at ships going down? What purpose does it serve your job?
no, so I know if they're like I observe the movement of ships around me to determine if it's like a to determine if there's ever a risk of collision or something.
Right.
Anyway,
Okay,
so
but you didn't tell me why the ships going down are relevant to that task.
no, it's not. I do it for fun, but I just
Oh, see, so it's not actually part of your job at all. Good job. You told on yourself.
Hey, quit yelling. It's against server rules to be yelling and interrupting people. All right, don't make me report you again. Just chill, brother. Let him speak. All right, you don't got to do this.
Hey, Ozzy.
Watch your blood pressure.
Watch your blood pressure, bro. Nobody's yelling, okay?
Look, it's not your job.
I think I'm pretty sure you.
All right, dude, get muted. There you go, Ozzy. Go report me, bro.
Didn't this guy just like yell 10 seconds ago?
Look, escalating your voice is not the same as yelling at someone. But whatever. he was probably raised by two single moms or something.
Raising your voice is like yelling. Yeah, it is. Anyways, no, I don't care if you're yelling or not. I'm just saying that, I'm a officer, so I see ships go down all.
Seeing ships go down, which we already all agree. We all agree that you can look out and see ships go down sometimes. We agree with that. Nothing wrong with that.
What do you
For
think
example,
the cause is?
I see ships disappearing on my 1,000-foot lake. Other
Like I see, were you listening? Just 1 second. So when I leave port, right? I look behind me. I also see big cities disappear. And bottom.
Yeah, we all agree with that. Yeah, we
There's like
do.
a mountain.
That's
I
not for
still see
contention.
the top, and I don't see the city. That means
Okay, go duh.
the mountain is behind something.
No, it
The
doesn't.
mountain bottom is behind something. Now, what is
Why does
this
it mean that? Why does it mean that? No, hold on, Fred. You
Well,
said if
because I
I
can't
can't
see
see
it.
something, that means it's behind something. Now prove
Yes.
that.
I'm telling you because there's sea between me and like the middle part of the mountain.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
I looked and that's what I saw, dude.
No, that's not what you saw.
No, it is. Yes, that is.
No, it isn't. No, it is. See, listen, friend, whether you realize it or not, see, I'm actually a fully credentialed art teacher, and we actually teach kids how to draw, and we teach them how to interpret what they see and put it into a two-dimensional piece of paper, okay? And so we do this exercise, and this exercise is called draw what you see, not what you know. So when you actually look out, you don't see something in between something. You just see a portion of your field of view filled with the color of the water, and then above that color of the water, you see a portion of your field of view filled with colors that belong to the building. So you interpret that as a hump of water in between you and the object. However, you don't actually see a hump. You never see a hump.
I do because it happens slowly. See, like the.
No. See, dude, you're just telling me the exact same thing I said, but you said now it happens over a longer period of time. That's not the same as seeing a hump, dude.
Yes,
you infer, you assume, you are. Listen, I want you to be honest with yourself. You are inferring a hump. Yes or no?
No, I'm looking at a hump as it is
Okay,
slowly like
your credibility
rising
shot.
and
Your
covering
credibility shot, brother.
like covering the city, and then it covers the middle of the mountain, and then it covers the top, and then I'm like
Don't
there.
care. Don't care, dude. You already earlier said that you're assuming it's curved. Now you're saying you're seeing that it's curved. So which is it?
I mean, I'm looking, and this is what's happening.
Yes, you're describing that the field of view that you have, more of your field of view is being covered in color of water, right? You're not actually telling me that you're seeing a hump. Whether you realize it or not, you're inferring a hump. Now, I know that's true. Everybody with an intelligent way of thinking about spatial reality and understands logic understands that you're inferring it. You're just denying that you're inferring it. You're looking out, seeing something disappear, and saying, "I see a hump." There's no hump that you're seeing, dude. None.
What does inferring mean?
Inferring is kind of like assuming.
Oh.
But inferring, listen, assuming you could just do, hold on, friend. Assuming you could just do out of thin air, like you could just assume something for no reason. Inferring is you're making an assumption based on a line of reasoning. So it's not unreasonable for you to say that, but you are inferring it.
So I need to scientifically prove to you that what I saw is is that what I saw is true or something?
No, listen. We both agree on what you actually saw. Okay?
Cool,
What you
but,
saw.
We said like
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
ago that if I'm looking at a car and what I want is the information of whether it is moving or not, looking is all what matters. And I'm telling you what I see when I look.
Right.
Really matters.
So you're correct. So you're messing up because you tell me that when I go away from the city and I look back, the city slowly disappears and recedes in my field of view downwards.
Yep.
And the water slowly, maintains its horizontal level, and it seems like to me that the color field of the water, which is below my field of view midline, and the color field of the city is going down. Now that is true. That's what you're seeing. Now what you're not seeing is a hump. You're inferring that the cause of what you're seeing is a hump. You're not seeing a hump with your eyes.
Then are you suggesting that the city is below an elevator and the elevator is like going down?
No. What I'm suggesting is that it's an optical effect because it has to be.
What do you mean has to be? do you not like believe your eyes when you see things?
No. See, I actually believe my eyes, and I don't make up stories about a giant globe being in between me and the city.
Then what conclusion do you come up with when you like see a mountain going down as you move away from it?
Oh, friend, what conclusion do I come up with when I see a boat disappear on my 1,000-foot long lake?
Yes, what conclusion do you make of that?
Well, let's see. If I take what you say is true, that it must be because a globe Earth is in the way. In order for the boat that I'm witnessing, which is a kayak, which is approximately 12 inches tall from the top to the bottom, it's yellow. It's on the pier on the other side of the lake. When that disappears, I could make the assumption, oh, it must be a globe. And then I do the math based on my observer location to the apex of the hump of the curve that would have to be there to block that boat. And that makes the Earth like 1/24th the size that you claim it is. So if it's true that it's the curve of the Earth causing that effect, then that means the Earth is 24 times smaller.
Okay, so maybe something else happened in your case. What was it?
Or what happens in every case.
See the boat thing, your kayak?
Okay, listen, if it's not physical geometry causing it, there's only one thing left. What is it?
No, I'm talking about that specific case where you couldn't see your
Right. Okay. So
your
if
yellow.
there's no listen, if there's no physical geometry in between me and the boat, what must be causing it?
If there's no what?
There's no physical geometry blocking the boat in between me and the boat. So I can't see the boat. So something's causing me not to see it. It's in a category. What category is it in? I'll help you out. It's in the optical category.
What? Dude, what?
Yeah. So you see things with optics and light. That's how you see. And so if something isn't being directly obstructed by geometry, but you can't see it, then it's either dark out or there's an optical effect going on.
Cool. So what's the optical effect you got from your yellow boat? So what happened in that case?
Dude, I don't need to know.
Why don't I think it's weird that you looked at your boat and in a short distance it just disappeared completely. That's what you're saying, right? That's what you're saying happened to you?
Yeah, that is what happens.
Yeah, well, that's weird. How then what's the case then? Why did that happen?
It's not weird. It's not weird at all, dude. It's not weird to me. It's only weird to you because you have this worldview that things disappear because of Earth curvature. Not weird to me at all.
I don't know. Maybe if I saw the boat, I would have knew what was going on there.
Well, hang out long enough. I'll show them to you. Maybe not today.
You have a picture of your boat?
Oh yeah, I got pictures of the boat.
Like disappearing
and,
in a short distance?
Yeah, dude, it's attached to the pier on the other side of the lake. So I arrive at the lake various times during the year, and I stand at the other shore, which is approximately 1,000 feet away. It's a little longer than 1,000 feet. It's approximately 333 meters. And then I stand to put my feet in the water, and then I lower myself down. And while I'm standing up tall, I can see the boat clearly. And as I lower myself down, it begins to disappear.
Why is that happening?
Because of optics.
Oh, cool.
Because there's limitations. There's limitations to optics. There's current ambient conditions in the weather and the air and the temperature. All these things in coordination together make the boat disappear. Now, here's what's weird. Some days it disappears sideways. Some days it disappears top to bottom. Some days it disappears bottom to top. Some days when I lower myself, the boat actually is yellow, but it turns blue. Right before it disappears, it turns blue for some reason.
That's interesting.
Now, one of the theories of why it turns blue, one of my friends pointed out, is that on the shore in the background, there's some blue barrels.
Oh, so the light is reflecting off of them or something?
Yes. Yeah, so check this out. This is interesting. Not a lot of people know this, but mirrors are reflective. Everybody knows that. But in actuality, at a certain angle, all surfaces are reflective. And in fact, almost all surfaces are reflecting the colors that don't belong to the color of the object, right? So, for example, yellow is made by absorbing yellow but reflecting all other colors. And so at different angles, you get different colors of light being reflected. So at a certain angle, the boat is actually reflecting more blue than it is other colors. And so when you see it at that angle, you see it as blue.
Oh, yeah, that's a great, that could be true, yes. I think you're right.
Now, what's interesting is that can actually be affected by fog, mist, dense air.
Yes, it happens with mist and shit. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, you can get that where it looks like a boat is floating in midair, but that's because the water underneath it is reflecting more of the sky than it is the color of
Exactly. Yeah,
itself.
yeah. That's the refraction I was talking about. We get that all the time. It looks like the ship in front of you is like floating on nothing.
Right, and that's because the critical angle of the water is below its ability to send you the colors of itself versus the colors of the sky. So the thing is, brother, here's my problem. People claim that the Earth is a certain size, and then they claim that boats disappear because of the Earth being this size. But I could see boats disappear much sooner than they predict, and I've seen boats much further than they predict. So if it's the Earth curve causing this phenomenon, the only way for that to be true in all instances is if the Earth is changing size. So this doesn't make sense.
Well, maybe this optical illusion things you're talking about, like we can explain these two phenomena of like seeing things further. We call it refraction, and seeing things like closer, we call it like a weird light reflection, right?
Okay, that's true.
So when neither of these things are happening, then then there's no like optical illusion happening there. Maybe what you're saying is actually correct.
Right. So then that means that the sole cause of things disappearing or being seen or being blocked is not because of the Earth being curved. So the Earth being curved has to be proven separately.
No, that means when you prove that these two things that make that thing wrong, when you know what they are, then in the default state of things, that is no illusions at all, then what you're saying is correct.
Oh, so you're trying to say that if there's no illusions happening and I can't see the bottom of something, therefore the Earth must be curved.
No, when no illusions are happening, that means your sight is the only source of information you need to verify something. When no illusions are happening.
Wow.
Yeah, I think we got to like a middle ground in there.
Okay, so then put it like this, brother. Show me a raw geometry picture of the Earth from an observer's standpoint that demonstrates it's a globe.
Sorry, what do you mean raw geometry?
Where all the geometry is preserved.
Oh, you mean no? Any picture ever is like a reservation.
No, it's not true. It's not true, dude. Pictures are projective geometry, dude. They're
but
projective.
no,
They're not raw geometry.
Yes, they are, but the scale is different. So
no, they're not, dude.
No,
listen, friend. If a picture, listen, friend, it's so obvious, dude. If a photograph is raw geometry, and when you look at the photo, it looks like the ocean is at the midline of your vision, but you're standing at the beach, then that would mean that the ocean actually ramps up, but it doesn't. The only reason it looks like it's ramping up is because of perspective effects. So it is not raw geometry, dude.
I don't think I understand what you really mean in like geometry. Like geometry, you mean like the way, like the terrain, right? Like a preserved terrain or something? Is that what you mean?
Well, listen, have you ever seen a blueprint?
Yeah.
Okay, so a blueprint is a side view or a top-down view, right? Either way, could be side or top. Could have both, right? That's just lines which preserve their size, proportion, and angle, right? No, there is no photograph in existence that does that.
Maybe, well, there is, but you need to like zoom out a lot further back. Oh, there is, yes.
Dude,
Actually,
there's none.
there are
There's
a
no
bunch of,
photograph that does that.
No, there are a bunch of pictures from like space stations and things that show you exactly that.
What space station?
Like any picture taken from a like a celestial object. Like we send things to space all the time, and some of these have cameras, and you can like look at them. Like there's a lot of pictures.
Really, that's great. So you're trying to say that these far-reaching craft have taken pictures of the Earth?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I
Really?
have
Okay, that's
pictures
great.
I think I have
Yeah,
pictures when I
go
when I
ahead
go
and
to
post.
Spain.
Yeah, go ahead and post a validatable photograph of the Earth from space, of the whole Earth. Go ahead.
Now, I mean, I'm playing a video game right now. I think maybe I will after when I'm done.
Well, listen, we all know the answer is you can't do it.
There's a bunch of no, there's a bunch of pictures.
Yeah, listen. We all agree there's pictures and images. Nobody disagrees with that.
Cool.
But a picture isn't a photograph, and an image isn't a photograph necessarily.
What? Oh, you mean
And even if it was, listen, even if it was a real photograph, real photographs have to be taken through lenses. And so just because you think you're seeing what you're seeing is the geometry correct, that doesn't mean it's correct. So for example, there's all kinds of images taken with cameras that add curvature distortion to the image. So that curvature distortion doesn't exist in reality.
No.
So basically what we're left with, dude, is you have no direct evidence of the surface being curved. You have an inference from things disappearing, and then you have a reliance on alleged images that are alleged to be images of the Earth, which you can't validate to be true because you have no cross-reference material to reference the Earth as being correctly taken from that location. So these are invalidatable.
I think there's a bunch of images from credible sources that are from space, like from different.
How do you know they're How do you know it's credible, dude?
I mean, why? I don't understand. Like, do I need? I don't know what you.
Okay, well, so for example, if I showed you a picture of Bigfoot, how would you validate that it's true or not true?
Probably not, because I've never experienced a Bigfoot. Like I've never seen a Bigfoot before. But,
Okay, great, great. Let's agree. Let's agree together that that would be a good standard. You know what you've never experienced before is the Earth as a ball from space. So by the same way that you can't validate Bigfoot because you have no experience of it, you can't validate any of these images as actually being the Earth because the only time you've ever seen the Earth from space is on TV or in a book.
yeah, so you're saying no image is ever proof of anything.
Guess what? No scientific journal accepts photographs as sole evidence of something. Did you know that?
No.
Well, now you know. So a picture of something is not proof in itself necessarily.
Buongiorno.
So you're saying all pictures are fake?
Who said that, dude?
You said all pictures of.
No, I said they're not necessarily proof in themselves of a thing.
Guys, let me tell you something.
Go ahead.
We're waiting.
Anyone else want to fill in his comment?
What are we talking about here?
I don't know. What would you like to talk about, young man?
You were going to tell us.
Why? Get him off, sheepdog.
Fuck them.
Or you can't. I heard you come in a bit hot yesterday.
Yeah, man, I had to. It was fucking out of control. I'm like, we're better than this, man.
Oh, with GBG.
I mean,
think they
everybody's
were.
just everybody's picking on Hippo, and it's like, man, we're better than this. Like, if she wants to be ignorant, that's her choice.
Oh, then no, I heard you jump in when GBG was in there with there was an English guy and another American guy. I think I just jumped out or something.
Oh, that might have been a playback. I don't remember that. Not today anyway, or yesterday. Maybe I did yesterday. I don't know.
Yeah, it was around my finishing time, so 3 p.m., which I think is, I don't know what that is.
It'll be like 10 o'clock at night my time.
Yeah, then.
Well, it depends on what side of Australia you're on. It's like
Yeah, that's
10
right. On normal time.
But yeah, no, I don't even know. Did you hear my my Steelman debate yesterday? That was funny.
No. No, I didn't hear that.
So the politics server was doing a special debate where instead of you debating your own side, you have to pretend to be the other side and steelman their arguments to make them look credible.
It Dog the Glober.
Bro, the Glober that pretended to be a flat earther was steelmanning Flat Earth Society. Like he didn't know anything about us.
Yeah.
And my steelman was the best. I was like, yeah, so we've come a long way as a civilization. We used to do sticks and shadows and hammers and chisels and donkeys, and now we have these cars with these spectacular motors. We got rockets and GPS and technology, and so like we're not those stupid people anymore. We know better than the Earth being flat. And besides, we went to outer space. We went to the moon. And, we've got astronauts right now, American astronauts at the ISS with Russian astronauts. And America and Russia are enemies. So why would they lie to us if they agree on this thing, but not on anything else? And that was it. That's all I said, man. And then like everybody had questions for the guy pretending to be the flat earther, asking him questions as if he was the flat earther. And then they're believing his story as if he was the flat earther. And I said, look, dude, this is the worst steelman I've ever heard in my entire life. And then nobody asked me any questions about the globe. Like I strawmanned the globe. They think I steelmanned it, and I strawmanned it with their steelman. And
Yeah,
then
it said nothing about the globe at all.
nothing. And then after it was said and done, they're like, yeah, sheepdog won unanimously. Like they didn't even have to think about it. They're like, yeah, sheepdog won.
And you didn't even mention in their globe. You
I
didn't
didn't
mention the
mention
sphere.
I didn't mention the sphere at all, man.
No, you mentioned
I said
Tesla.
GPS.
People are smarter now. Space. No globe. That's funny, man.
But yeah, they
Listen to it, man. You did a hell of a job, bro. Next out.
What's that, D-Town?
Listen to it. You did a hell of a job, bro.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I had fun, man. It was funny pretending to be a Glober and like basically giving absolutely no evidence for the globe and watching everybody fawn over me.
I mean, he gave direct illogical evidence. He said that they think that flat earthers think that the Earth is moving upwards. So he did the discant spaceship. Said that's what we believe. He told everybody that. No bullshit.
Imagine how fast that disk would have to be moving upwards because it'd be 9.8 seconds squared.
Yeah,
How
over
long's it been moving for? Because
9 billion years.
yeah, imagine how
4.6
fast that fucking thing
billion
would be
years.
going. It'd be going at warp speed.
But yeah, I made absolutely no claims. I just said how smart we were and like flat Earth is stupid. Why would every government in the world lie?
And you won.
And I won.
How retarded the globe is.
But by definition, that would be their steel man, right? Like that's what they always come in saying is their best evidence for the globe is why would they lie?
Yeah, well, if you think about it, right, people, you know, you ask someone their best evidence, they're going to give you their best evidence first time up, right? And then they go, oh, no, but there's heaps more once that one's been kind of, you know, thrown back at them. You go, yeah, but I asked for your best one. Did you not give your best one first up? No, that was just a random one. While they're vigorously searching on the internet for another argument against flat Earth.
I was telling at the end, right before they finished the thing, they gave the judges a chance. They studied beforehand both sides, like both arguments for themselves, and then the judges had a chance at the end to ask both of them questions, to get like final questions to say something. And the girl, only asked the Glober his questions about flat Earth, and then she's like, "Hi, yeah," she dug one.
Well, I told them, I said that, like, this is not what flat earthers think. That's what flat earth society thinks. We're not flat earth.
Earth Society. Have you ever been on their website or ever heard anything from them or anything like that? I never even heard of them.
Yeah, man.
I've heard of them, but
You can look it up. Yeah, it's it doesn't have anything about discs floating up in space. It's got a library that's got all of the old flat Earth books that you could think of to download for
Samuel
free.
Rowbotham and stuff like that.
Yeah, all of that stuff. It's got a bunch of like surveying measurements and time lapses of refraction and stuff like that. Yeah, nothing about. I don't know if there was a different one or something like that, but I mean, this one doesn't really have a lot of bad
Changed.
stuff on it. It doesn't. Yeah, I don't know if they changed it or something like that, but you know,
Or it's just been strawman the whole time because I've never been to look at it to go, okay, well maybe that's what the Flat Earth Society says, but I've never
yeah,
never
I've
been
never
there
seen
or
that.
never heard. Yeah.
It looks like an old website too. It's like got that old design look to it. It's got forums that date back a fair way. But yeah, it doesn't have anything. It's got a few arguments that aren't the best, but I mean, same with David Weiss, and everything, most
He's
TikTok
popping up
flat
on
earthers.
my YouTube lately on Shorts.
On YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube Shorts.
Oh, that's good. That's a good sign.
Popping up.
That's a good sign.
And like pretty solid arguments too.
I actually like
He's
David
talking
Weiss. I
about
think
the
David Weiss
horizon.
is very effective. Like if I had to choose between David Weiss or say Nathan Oakley, or Quantum Eraser, or David Weiss crushes compared to those guys when it comes to waking people up to the bullshit.
I think he's more personable.
Yeah, he's very good. He's got good social skills, and he's good at wording things, and he's good at saying the right thing at the right time. And then all of a sudden he'll pull out the
more
maps.
land.
Yeah, and then he'll pull out his app, and then he'll pull out a few GIFs that he knows are shit.
He did it. He was talking about fucking laser tests, and then he went to lands beyond the known world. I was like, are you a fucking idiot? Like, why would you do that? You just made them move their mind away from a proper test to something that no one can confirm. Total 100% speculation. Straight after it, but you didn't even go into the laser test, you know.
He butchers.
I'll say this: Dave Weiss is the type of guy that will take any of his monetization, because I mean he's self-made at this point. Any of his monetization, he'll reinvest it and then use that monetization to like push the reach on his videos and stuff like that. So, like DJ said, I got to give him his props for helping to spread the word. Right? He gives some great examples, like when he does the sky moving in the video, and he turns the camera upside down and says, "Oh, it's a picture from the ISS," and everybody believed it. Like that was genius.
From his backyard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was good.
Yeah, he's got a lot of good stuff, and then he fucks it all up with some some wacko shit.
Hey,
but
DJ, do you want to
I
play
think
my video?
Yeah, definitely can give it a play.
I mean, finish your
But yeah,
talk and everything, but whenever you're done, if you want to play it, just so everybody can hear it.
We're just gas
Yep,
bagging
sounds
anyway,
good.
mate. How long does it go for?
Like 20 minutes.
20 minutes? I haven't got that type of concentration, mate.
2.5 minutes tops.
2.5. Oh, you're talking about my concentration. Thanks, mate.
I basically trimmed out all the fat of the video. I let the host of the event give his opening statement about what was expected of the Steelman debate, and then I just moved straight to my debate. So
unless there's any
I can't
Globers
play
in
it.
here.
I'm not a mod anymore. Somebody has to play it. I don't have buck.
I wouldn't know how to start it.
It's in the chat.
I'm just here for a mute button, and that's it. I don't know how to ban anyone. I don't know how to do any of that. But it's pretty hard from a mobile phone, isn't it?
You mind if I say something about David Weiss real quick? Something, an understanding that I have directly from him.
No, you can't.
Okay. He said
Okay.
what he told me was that the reason why he leans on a map is because, I mean, if they get something we see, people kind of spurg out if they don't know where they are. And so in his experience, he has to have some sort of landing point for people because he's reaching so many people that are just like freaking out. And so he feels like he needs to do it. Yeah, he feels like he needs to do it in his position because he does have a big platform. It's too big of a storm for him to sit down with each person and explain things to them. So he quickly has to find them a landing point, and it's somewhere after that they can understand and come to a greater understanding. But like DJ said, it's great at reaching to people. But when you reach to people like that, that's a big storm, man. We know that it's people. People freak out, and they need a landing place so they can sit there and stand and look around. Is it accurate? No, we know it's wrong. Maybe it's a bad actual proof or argument, sure. But you've got normal people who freak out and can't think if they don't know where they're standing. And so he gives them a place to stand. and that's why he does what he does. It's our job definitely to point out the inaccuracies, I think, for sure. But I think, in my opinion, and from what I've seen from him, it's in good faith.
You can get through to people just fine without bullshitting.
I agree. No, I agree with you. I don't agree with the way he's doing things. I'm just saying that's what he said. Is he right? No, but I think his heart's in the right place. That's all. I think you guys do better than he does. I think Yoder even explained that like we can do better. There is a better way, and that's what we're doing here. And that's why what we do is important. And he said, I think that we can take stuff from him on how he reaches people, but he needs to take stuff from us on remaining factual and in reality with some proof behind it. So he said, Yoder said he thinks we both have stuff that we can help each other out in those fashions while still remaining on our ground.
Yeah, I wonder if I'm wondering if someone's in contact with him because he's got some new arguments that come from here. Well, not here necessarily, but solid arguments. Maybe someone's saying, you need to tell them this.
You need to tell them this, or you're no longer in the club.
Yeah, in the cult.
Like I said, I don't agree with the factuality that he says. Like he tells people, like he shows the AE map. He's like, "This is our world." I mean, that's incorrect. That's a bad thing to say for sure.
Yeah, he's woken millions of people up, and unfortunately, every single one of them thinks we live on a pizza map, and they're just setting themselves up for failure with that. And maybe yeah, it's bad.
Yeah. Well, we saw evidence with that. Evidence of that. Remember? Let me just check who's in here before I fucking say something. Remember Bar? Remember Bar?
Bar. BAA?
Bar. Yeah. Yeah. Bar.
Yeah, I see Bar in here sometimes.
Yeah. He had. Remember that morning we were speaking to him. He had those really kind of weird, David Weiss arguments, and we were trying to correct him on a few things. He's an English guy.
Uh-huh. Yeah, English guy, yeah.
And I said, where have you been learning all your stuff? I wanted to get, he said, on nowhere, I've just been watching videos and stuff. I was thinking that he'd been watching all those David Weiss interviews. So.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You can learn a lot from them. It's just
to start.
It's just a shame to start with. Yeah.
I'll say this. So a friend of mine introduced me to the Dave Weiss app. I didn't even know who Dave Weiss was. I just knew it was the 24/7 sun, moon, earth clock app. And yeah, so like I watched a bunch of videos. I'm like, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Like a lot of things made sense, right? And then I found your server on his app. Or now our server, because I'm part of the server. But I found 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on his app. And
really?
So that's what made me join. Yeah, that's what made me join. I was hesitant to join too, because I was like, God, man, like I got to be careful who I join and hang around and everything like that. And it was Halloween. So I'm like, screw it. All the crazy people are out. I might as well join.
I got Miggy on my first entrance.
Indio banned me on accident my first day there.
I got a
Somebody
grilling
said
from
something
Mickey.
trolling. Somebody said something trolling, and Indio clicked on the wrong name and banned me. It's like, bro, why did you ban me? He's like, oh, my bad, man. I didn't mean to ban you. You unbanned me, and the rest is history.
Yeah. I just exited. I started getting grilled by Mickey. I had no answers, and I just fucking pressed the red hang up button. The fuck it. And then about a week later, I got him again, and we had like a 2-hour conversation.
Were you a Glober, or were you already looking into FE at that time?
Nah, man, I'd been a flat earther for a long time, but he was asking me questions that I couldn't answer. I was like, yeah, I freaked out and fucking left. And then I just kept on listening in. I was like, oh, that's what he was asking. During that week, I got Heretic and Hank. They explained a few things to me as well. Heretic back then was central banker. And then I just fucking listened for like 6 months, I reckon. I didn't say much at all.
I just like to say through listening, kind of what Sam Yoda was saying, we can learn how to connect with people more while still using empiricism. I think you guys have all done a really good job of that. I've heard it just so much of you guys like reaching out to people and hoping versus, fighting and trying to reach the people and trying to reach those people, I've seen a lot of good results, a lot of good conversations from it. So I think you guys are, again, you're trying to reach out to people's hearts with this empiricism. I think you're all doing an awesome job. It's fucking hard, and y'all all put in the work with that. And it takes incredible patience with people, and I think y'all all doing an incredible job, man.
I wasn't always this calm.
I used to go off all the time.
Yeah. I think you become a bit numb to what they're saying as well. Like, even when people insult me now, I just fucking couldn't care less, right? Like, oh, you're just a retarded flat earth. Okay. What did I say that was retarded? Like,
exactly, man.
yeah, I don't even take their insult as an insult.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was retarded about what I said, mate? Oh,
yeah, let's get into it.
Everything. Okay, just pick one.
Didn't the other night, Tim, literally like breached you by calling you a retard, and that was right after he said you could make a triangle on a sphere. That was hilarious.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he wasn't in for long, was he? There was only a few people in, and I just jumped in, and he goes, "Timbo the retard." I went, "What? What's going on here?"
Boogie and I were trying to talk to him because there was only a few people and no bot on or anything, so we were trying to talk to him, and he just came in and was just trashing people in chat, and then he came into the voice and just immediately started trashing, obviously being negative, and so Boogie started saying a word to him, and he just started spurging out. So like, Boogie was like, "You're a clown." He's like, "Well, you'll talk to me," and I was like, "Because you're not worth our time. You're obviously not here to learn." And so the other guy joined, and they started just basically just talking trash, and like, "You guys are idiots. We can tell the distance on things." And so I was like, "Oh, really? Can you make a triangle on a sphere?" And he like refused to answer for a while. And I was like, "Dude, yes, no, I don't know. Those are the answers. Just say one of them." And he goes, "Yes, of course we can." I was like, "All right, man, my 9-year-old is smarter than you." And he said this is just after he said he had like 5,000 people watching him on TikTok or whatever TikTok I think it was. And I was like, "Oof, bro, everybody just
Yeah.
made you look real stupid."
Yeah, well, if he did, he got wrecked because he said that you got 3 points on a sphere, one at the North Pole, and then you go down to the equator, you move a certain distance, and then you turn 90 degrees, and then you turn 90 degrees again and go back straight up to the North Pole. And we're like, really? Who did that? And he goes, well, it's Eratosthenes. I went, Eratosthenes used 3 points on a sphere. When? Well, don't you know? You're dumb. This is your argument. And then he looked it up and he went, oh, okay. Then the other guy came in and I muted the other guy who was spurging out. And then he was being a dick and he goes, oh, the other guy's left. Well, I've done my job here. My job is to stop people from talking to you guys. I was like, what?
They're all destruction, dude. Pussy, dude. Destroying is easy. So easy. You're gonna do something hard, bro? You're gonna do some hard build and create.
But yeah, despite talking a bit of shit about Flat Earth Dave, he wakes countless people up, you know, more than probably just about anyone else. You know, same with Eric
Yep.
DeBay's stuff. Same with
He's
even
out there,
even
isn't he?
Mark Sargent. Yeah, a lot of people, right? A lot of even the top mods in 24/7, you know, that have been in it for a long time, first got introduced to the topic after watching Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues.
Yeah,
And
I was on that. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Most people that talk shit about Mark Sargent don't watch any of Mark Sargent's stuff. And they just see the few little clips of him acting like a bit of a clown. And he's like a super geek, that guy. And I don't like
He's
that he
got a
carries the little snow globe. What's
yeah.
that?
No, I was going to say he's got a really good video on atmospheric lensing where he puts this magnifying glass on the top of a table and he moves the boat away from it, and the boat just appears to like go down. It looks so similar to what you know when globes come in and they say, "Oh, look at this cruise ship disappearing from the bottom up." And you go, I got a video for that.
You sure you're not thinking about Rob Skiba?
Oh, Rob Skiba, sorry. Yeah, that was
Rob
a Rob
Skiba's
Skiba
really
one.
good. He's got a
Yeah.
lot of really good little demonstrations.
Yeah, really practical. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
he's
sorry,
got
that
another
was
good
Skiba.
one. He uses that same lens and he shows like a flashlight that's way above this little fake cloud deck that he made. It's like way above it, and he just slides it away, and then it lights up the underneath side of the cloud deck. It looks exactly the same as what we see in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how analogous a Fresnel lens is to the atmosphere. But,
Yeah, exactly. But it
we
demonstrates that if you've got moisture in the air and it can lens things, right? And make things appear to look bigger, which people think
we
are
have
closer,
footage,
right? So
a lot. Yep, exactly, man. And the anti-flat earthers call bullshit on that, but there's countless examples of it. I mean, even in the like the Black Swan videos and that kind of thing. That second oil platform is smaller than the one that's closer, and it's like 4 miles further away. If you think about how far 4 miles is, what's that, like 6 or 7 kilometers? That's a freaking long way, and it doesn't look much smaller. And I think that's also a lensing effect. It's like an atmospheric magnification effect.
There's another good one with windmills as well. That out on
Yeah,
the
yeah,
ocean,
that's
and the ones behind the windmills behind appear to be higher than the ones in front,
and way
but
bigger
they're all at
as
the same
well.
level, right? So, yeah.
We'll check this one out. Is this the one you're talking about? Put it in the side chat. That's not the video, but that's a still from it.
Yeah,
Here's
that
the
one, yeah.
video. Yeah,
Hello?
yeah, I got
Yeah,
this
look,
one off.
look, they're
off
bigger, right?
It's a-
The ones in the
yeah,
background
yeah,
are
man.
bigger.
Yep.
Can y'all
Way
not hear me?
bigger.
Hippo, just relax.
No, I'm asking DJ a serious question. Is that you with your wife?
Yeah.
Oh
Why
my
would I?
gosh, your wife is so beautiful. I don't know about you,
Thank
but
you.
your wife is so beautiful.
I agree with you on both of those things. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's awesome. But yeah, Timbo,
Is
look,
is he a
this is
snow bunny hippo or what?
She looks white. I don't know, but it's okay to be a snow
I
bunny.
said
I don't
him,
mind.
DJ.
What?
Is DJ a snow bunny?
Oh yeah, he's a snow bunny.
He's
He's
a snow
white.
bunny.
Yeah.
I don't know. She said it the other day. I don't know what it is.
No, a snow bunny is a term used for white women, but a white chocolate is a term used for white guys. So he'll be a white chocolate, not snow bunny. Okay.
Okay. All right. So yeah, DJ, let's get back to the
Snow bunny
conversation.
is a snow bunny is a woman that lives in the mountains and goes skiing all the time. But again, yeah, we should get back to the topic.
Yeah. What were you saying, DJ?
Oh, just the video in side chat. It's
Yeah,
I
yeah,
got it
the
off
one
Sheepdog
underneath it.
actually. And
Yeah, look at that
yeah,
one.
it's
That last one there.
Yep.
It's huge.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, so I made the mistake. I said they appear to be higher, but they appear to be larger.
Yeah, it's pretty similar to what we, would expect from some kind of magnification effect.
Yeah,
And
as you look through
Yoda
more
actually,
atmosphere, right? It's going to be it's going to be magnified more because you're looking through more moisture as you go further.
yep, it could be that, or Yoda suggested that it could be this, right? Because yeah, have a look at his beautiful artworks. Right, so think about this as the
like a droplet,
like as light photons or light rays or whatever you want to call them, because the sun is heating up the windmill as the light is going past it. It's it's bending away from it towards the cooler air, right? Because it always bends, light always bends away from the warmer air to the cooler air, so it could be sort of spreading out a bit, and that's
making
like
it
a
wider.
top-down view. And here's like a view of the front ones and the back ones in Yoda's beautiful artwork. Yeah.
Yeah.
So because the front ones are much closer, so the light's not, spreading out as much, but because the light's got to travel so much further from the back ones, makes it look like they're magnified. Makes sense.
Makes sense.
Kind of widens the light, giving it that widening effect instead of narrowing.
Well, the light's bouncing off it. As the light's bouncing off it, it's deviating outward a bit, away from the warmer air to the cooler air. Just making it look like it's magnified.
That's kind of crazy, giving it lateral refraction instead of up and down refraction, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Like horizontal refraction.
Yeah. Makes sense to me.
Yep.
Yeah, some Glober presented that to me as evidence for the globe because the windmills look sunk.
I think that upward refraction is the standard, and they have it completely the wrong way around.
Yep.
And it just, that's what Dr. John D says. It's because the normal situation in the atmosphere is that it gets cooler as you go up higher, and
Yeah,
light bends
especially if
towards
the
cooler.
water's warmer than the air too.
Yeah, and we'll also, right, this is a great point that Lanolin brought up and shared a whole bunch of papers that backed it up. The water is just constantly evaporating, so it's constantly got this layer of like evaporated water.
Yep.
And evaporated water is like way less dense than the dry air, so it even
so
if
it's
it's a
gonna
bit
go up.
cooler, yeah,
And
so even if
denser.
it's a bit even if it's a bit cooler, like just say the water's a bit cooler than the air above it, it's just constantly like evaporating. So even though it's a bit cooler, it still has a lower refractive index because there's so much moisture in the air.
Yeah.
That's just an extra part of it to take into account, I think. But that's probably, it makes sense, and that's probably why we never see lasers bending downward, even in situations where you would think the laser would bend down because we got, cooler water and warmer air above it, but we still don't see that laser bending down. And that would make sense that the moisture content in the air, we all know the moisture content increases as you get closer to the surface of the water. So
Very good point.
yeah.
Love your drawings, Yoda. How'd you do them freehand with a mouse like that? Or maybe it was a touch screen. Even still. Did well. Used his feet. You ever seen that movie, My Left Foot, Yoda? No. Oh, he does everything with his left foot. I think it was that an Australian movie, My Left Foot? I remember doing it at school. For English, but can't remember if it was an Australian movie. Do you remember the movie I'm talking about, DJ?
It rings like the tiniest little faint bell, but yeah, I can't remember it well enough.
I'll look it up. Daniel Day-Lewis. Christy Brown is diagnosed with cerebral palsy at birth, which affects most of his body. However, he learns to paint and write with only unaffected limb in his body, his left foot. You're going to have to change your name, Yoda, to Christy Brown. Australian movie. Daniel Day-Lewis. He was really good in Last of the Mohicans.
Yes, sir. That's an amazing movie. One of my favorites.
Last of the Mohicans? Yeah, that's one movie I can watch over and over again when it comes on TV. And with that Kevin Costner one, Dances with Wolves. Like an awesome movie.
Yeah, man, all the movies back then were so much better than the shit we
Oh,
got now.
man. They actually had stories.
Mm-hmm. That's all we watch is 90s movies and early 2000s movies. We don't even bother with any of the new movies. It's always disappointing when you watch one.
Yeah, we've got to that point. Even with series, like we try and avoid the American ones because they're all the same. But we watch a lot of English kind of limited series, and they're so good throughout the whole thing. And then they get to the last episode, and you go, fucking hell, really? It could have ended that so much better.
Yeah, man. European movies and English movies, they always do that. They always have very disappointing endings. I've
Yeah,
noticed
but
that.
throughout it, it's so good. Like it leaves you on edge, you know.
Yeah, the
And then
amount
they
of
ruin it
European
with
what
like an American ending with guns and stuff, and you go, you didn't need to do that.
I hate movies that are really good movies and then they just freaking it's like bam, they just end. It's like, what? But what happened to him and what happened to her? And how could you end it right now? What the
Yeah,
fuck?
that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
All right, Albanese. Oh, unfortunate name. It's not directed at you, Albanese. We have our Prime Minister. Different spelling, but he's a retard. Hopefully you're not. Open your mic and tell us what you think about the Earth. Maybe not. Who's Sohidul? Sohidul. Sohidul. You there? Tell me how to pronounce your name properly.
Sohidul?
Sohidul. Sheepdog wants to talk to you. He wants to steel man the globe.
What about me, Sam? Me, Sam? Hello, me, Sam. You look like a cat. Are you a cat? You have an Indio haircut.
A Japanese one. Imagine the cat that did look like that. Oh, it's got ni hao in the, say, Chinese. Ni hao. Ni hao ma.
Tenzeron. Tenzeron, welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
G'day. How are you?
Me?
Yeah.
I just joined I thought there's some discussion or something like this.
Yeah, it's with you
Yeah.
now.
Sounds like Peter with a voice changer, if you ask me.
Someone has voice changer.
Where are you from? Tenzeron?
From Europe, Lithuania.
Uh-huh. Eastern Europe?
Looks like yes. I'm not good at geography.
Uh-huh.
So should I try to see if I can play my silly little laugh?
Yeah, sure. You need to make sure the bot's unmuted. That's why it probably wasn't playing.
No, it was giving me an error saying that I needed somebody with permission to allow it.
I muted it before.
The,
Did you ever
I mean,
change
I
the permission
stopped it.
after that? Yesterday, after that one dude turned it off.
Should be fixed now.
I stopped everything earlier. So let's see if it'll work. That URL is not supported, so let's try this. What would I do? I hit play and then maybe Haiti will play it.
Yeah, if you pick the blue one, light blue.
No.
Where's the link? Oh, I found it.
It won't let me play it.
Let me introduce you to this event, guys. So, guys, politics enthusiasts such as me, professional yapologists, and everybody who has ever typed source without reading the source, welcome to Think You're Smarter Than Your Opponent. Tonight we're doing something almost unheard of in online politics, accurately understanding what the other person believes. I know, revolutionary concept. Somewhere, comment section where you just type something retarded. I can sense it. But hey, here's how we're rolling it, right? We're bringing up two people from the opposition political camps, but there's a plot twist. You're not defending your own ideology? Nah. That's too easy, right? Tonight, you're defending your opponent's worldview. So if you're a capitalist, congratulations. The means of productions have been redistributed directly into your argument. If you're a socialist, start polishing that invisible hand because the free market just drafted you. Conservatives will defend progressivism. Progressives will defend conservatism. Libertarians might have to justify the government's existence. And government supporters may finally have to explain why the DMV has fucking side quests. Sorry for my language.
No, I
This is
agree
not a
with you.
contest to see who can build up the ugliest straw man and beat it to death for applause. We are looking for steel men. The strongest, smartest, most good faith version of an argument you personally disagree with. In other words, you have to prove what you understand your opponent beyond memes, rage bait, and that one YouTube short that you watched. You might think that your opponent is wrong. You might think that they're catastrophically cooked. You may believe their ideology was assembled in a gas station bathroom using unresolved childhood trauma. That's fine. But for the next few minutes,
Wait, let me ask you a
are its
question though.
defense attorney, and your client is facing life without parole. A few rules
Have you
before we
ever,
begin, yeah?
before you
Attack
continue, sir,
arguments, not people. The whole premise of this discussion is to move from a problem, ego-based debate into a solution-based debate, right? So attack arguments, not people. Second, and it goes without saying, no Discord TOS violations, insta ban, insta blacklist, insta whatever else bad word I can say to you, right? Thirdly, me as the moderator, Callahan, or any of the admins may interrupt, mute, warn, or remove anyone who cannot behave themselves, right? So be grown ass people. Being loud is not the same as being correct. You all know this. That is not confidence. So when I tell you to shut up, shut up. Tonight is about intellectual honesty. quick thinking, and the terrifying possibility that your political opponents may occasionally have a point. Nobody is being asked to convert, surrender, or delete their entire ideology after one round. We're just simply testing whether you can step outside your echo chamber without your circle jerk buddies. So check your assumptions, secure your ego, and prepare to defend what takes you normally spend all day cooking. This is think you're smarter than your opponent, the audience is watching, and your ideological dignity is now in somebody else's hand. Because real talk, anybody can dunk on a straw man. That's the tutorial boss. But still manning the ops, arguing their best case on the spot with your whole chest while they sit there watching you cook their own recipe, that's a skill issue separated right there. That's where the pretenders get exposed and the actual big brains eat. And trust me, your ancestors are watching. So lock in, chat, drop your reactions and discussion channel, keep it cute. Let's find out once and for all, do you actually understand your opponent, or have you been beefing with a version of themselves you made up in your head? Let the political identity theft begin.
Oh, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so as a judge, am I supposed to be judging people based on how well they represent the other side or if they beat the other person in the debate?
Okay, so how the judging works, right? First off, the first 2 rounds are supposed to be extremely good faith round, right? How well can you explain the other person's ideology, and how well can you represent their points, right? The rest of the rounds, such as the solution round, or maybe the question round, or maybe the final statement, that's where the gloves come off, right? That's where you maybe have a little bit of leniency to maybe bend the rules, have a slide dig, whatever, right? So there's 2 judging criterias. One, who can represent their opponent's point of view as well. Second, who can get away with slide disses, or who is actually smart enough to criticize their opponent whilst actually defending them. Make sense? Hey, sheepdog, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready, man.
All right, so sheepdog over here, my man, is a flat earther, correct?
That is correct.
And my man Soup over here is a glober, correct?
That's correct.
And they're gonna be arguing for the exact opposite. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So let us start, guys. What is your still man position? What is your starting statement? I want to hear Soup first for some reason.
Sure. I'll go first. So I wanted to start on a point of agreement first before we get on into the crux of it. But I wanted to start with how throughout history there's always been problems with empirical observations, even early globe theories. Like, for instance, in the 18th century, French theorists thought that the Earth looked like a lemon. So if we extrapolate that to today, it wouldn't be totally absurd to say that the Earth being a globe, it stands on very, very shaky ground. Um, so by affirming that the Earth is round, you trust scientific consensus, which is it's essentially a social fact. You have no personal involvement in it, and it depends on you trusting authority and trusting consensus. And I believe that this is no different from North Korea, where people believe, their country is the best and they genuinely believe it with their full heart. So I think that's a good parallel to draw, where people today believe the earth is round, when in reality it is the opposite. My main points are flat earth is the foundational baseline. When you're a kid, you grow up, you look around, you notice the earth is flat, right? The spherical Earth theory, it comes after, it posits. So it's actually the spherical Earth theory that is supposed to justify itself as a proposition. Another point I have is gravity. Gravity presupposes a center of gravity, which is it's an inference ontologically. It's not an observation. So what exists instead through my steel man is, for instance, every time you drop an object, instead of it being gravity and the object falling, the ground actually reaches up to catch the object. So the ground is accelerating every second. Um, and to disprove, modes of measurements like GPS trackers that say the Earth is round, it's actually putting the cart before the horse, because those measurement systems, such as the GPS and whatnot, they were built under the framework that the Earth is a sphere. So they're essentially built on lies.
Okay, okay. And what about you, Sheepdog? What's your rebuttal? What's your steel man? How would you justify a Glober?
Yeah, so first off, I would like to, say my piece since I am a flat earther. I think that was a good attempt. I think he was steel manning flat Earth society and not the real flat Earth. So I just wanted to make that
No, that's
first
not
and
your point.
foremost.
Oh,
But
okay, go ahead.
but as a flat earther, steel manning Glober, so now I'm going to switch to Glober.
Mm-hmm.
So throughout history, societies have gotten smarter and smarter over time through practice and working together and things like that. And so, we've made advances over time. We no longer are sticks and stones and hammers and chisels and donkeys. We got cars, we got technology, we have GPS, and then all of the scientific world agrees that the Earth is round. We've even gone to space. We've got astronauts up there right now, currently, from two opposing countries. So why would those two opposing countries agree on this one thing, right? If they're sworn enemies, U.S. and Russia, why would they agree that the Earth is round? Wouldn't one of them out the other one? Recently we went to the moon. So Artemis 2 went to the moon. We now have more pictures of the Earth from space as opposed to what the Apollo missions did. So that would be my steel man for the globe.
Okay. Fair enough. That makes sense. Let me ask you guys a question then, yeah? I'm gonna ask you guys the same question as the rest of them. The whole thing when it comes to the laser theory, right? How do you prove or disprove the whole laser theory when it comes to drop when we don't even what's it called, include the concept of the atmosphere in it and refraction? Or if we do, how do we do it?
Can you
Who's
repeat the
that for?
question, please?
I said the major talking point that I have heard for the flat Earth theory is the laser drop off point theory, right? And most people, most experiments that I've seen on that, they don't really account for atmospheric refraction. So how would you disprove that or prove that in the case of sheepdog at this point?
Right, so it's me now, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Well, at the end of the day, I would say it is all just observation. There are lots of biases in observation. Now, when you say laser, I don't know what you mean by it not accounting for the atmosphere as it goes in a straight line. So it goes from one point A to point B.
Oh, basically the
And
refractive index, basically.
that's a very good question. The refractive index.
Right.
Well, when it comes to that, I would say the refractive index is a myth because I don't see any substantiations of it that don't rely on the same authority that I previously mentioned. You have to
Okay.
even many experiments you can do, like putting two sticks on different parts, that can just be explained by the sun. The light of the sun hitting at different angles, if that makes sense. That's the crux.
Okay. No, I'll feel you. I'll feel you. All right. And what about you, Sheep?
Give me just one second.
Thing? Oh,
Yeah,
My
but
man.
while he's coming, can I address one of his points?
Go ahead.
He did say that, enemy adversary countries like Russia and the US, they wouldn't hide information like this. But I would argue that, in the past, the Soviet Union and the US were bigger enemies than Russia and the US is today. And they did come together a lot, like the Treaty for Antarctica or, the nuclear treaties, the non-proliferation treaties. So I would also add that.
Right. Okay. That makes sense.
All right, so as I'm leaving this little room thing right here, can you repeat the question that you would like me to answer just so I can give the best answer?
Okay, so my thing was right. Whenever I see these flat Earth like experiments with the lasers and stuff, they don't necessarily account for the refractive index of the atmosphere, right? So, do you think that's a good or like don't wouldn't you agree that that's something that disproves their point?
Yeah, so I would say that, by them saying that the laser is going in a straight line, they're not accounting for refraction. And we've demonstrated refraction through science. And, we can bend lasers in fish tanks with sugar water. And so we know how refraction works.
Okay. Fair enough.
Hmm.
I would like to open the stage to the audience for any questions. I see Robbie would like to speak. Robbie, would you like to speak something? Or Bird? Actually, you know what? Let Bird come up. What's up, Bird?
Yo.
Hello.
Hello, Bird.
The
You know you
flat
gotta
Earth
ask a question to the
conspiracy. I have to ask a question, or I can't. Okay. Wait. Okay. So I'm asking the group.
Yeah, you can
Okay.
ask both of them or individually. It's up to you.
Okay. So like, if the Earth is flat, why don't they just get in a plane and keep flying south? Like, why does no flat earther ever make that suggestion or take that or make the attempt to just like get in a Cessna or whatever long and just make the trip and see what the edge of the Earth is, because it's not going to end, right?
Do you want Shoop
No,
to
you're
answer that, or do you
conflating.
want me to answer that?
Either way, I'm open. Answer away.
Go ahead, Shoop.
Sure, thanks, Sheepdog. Well, what I would say is you're conflating, the flat Earth theory does not state that the Earth is infinite. It's more so, when you're in a plane, you can't really reach the barrier. It's as in think of it as like a disc where there's almost a guiding dome where you just fly over the edge, but you never quite reach the barrier, if that makes sense. Does
So
that make
where do
sense,
you
Bird?
go? Where do you go when you
What do you
hit
mean,
the
where do you
barrier?
go?
When you crash and explode? Because if it's like a
Okay,
physical
look, you
barrier.
you play video games, right? You know when you
Yeah.
like try to leave
It
the
turns you
map
around.
and it doesn't let you. Yeah, you can't walk around. Exactly. That's the
Yeah.
same principle at play here. It's just like you move at an angular.
But why don't they ever record that?
What do you mean? You don't feel when
But
you're on a plane. You don't feel it. You don't feel the fact that you're at the edge. It feels like you're going straight when in fact you're being re-guided in a way ontologically.
so this would be a common knowledge thing for most like pilots and people who have like a bazillion hours
Remember,
of air
guys,
time,
2 minute
right?
limit to every question.
So wouldn't that hinge on a global conspiracy of pilots?
No, it wouldn't. a global conspiracy does exist, but it's limited to the top government level, the executive level. But like I said, pilots, they don't necessarily feel that they're at the edge. It's like, you know, when you're in a plane, it feels like you're going straight, right? That's the exact same thing. You just don't quite reach the barrier.
Is there any physics behind this barrier? Like what sight? Any
Well, I mean, if the
reproduce?
entire notion of physics is derived from the Earth being round, then no, there isn't. And that's why I'm saying we need a whole, you know, rehauling of the system.
So you can't reproduce this on a small scale? This effect?
No, you can.
Is there a model that you can show me by chance? Or like point to?
Well, I already did. I gave you the analogy with the video games, did I not? I mean, I was hoping that would make you understand, if that makes sense.
Okay, what about a question for what's it called? Sheep now. Anyone has a question for Sheep? Who is a Glober? Okay, let's go. Let's let Ravi
Yeah,
talk.
no, we
What's
we
up,
don't need to
Ravi?
ask you a question. We know it's a globe, right?
Hello.
Only
Wait.
stupid people think the Earth is flat.
I can't
By the
search
way,
for
Soup,
the
that was the worst. Sorry, Ravi. I just want to say this, Soup.
Hello.
That was the worst steel man I've ever heard, dude.
Oh.
How is that the worst? I mean, I came from a place of science, society, and even topped it off at the government level.
We're not flat Earth society, bro.
Hmm.
Pardon me? Sir, please
Flat Earth
relax. Yeah,
society says
Ravi, go
crazy,
ahead.
stupid stuff. We're not flat Earth society, dude.
Yeah, wait. Can I talk now?
Yeah, go ahead, Ravi. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Soup, like, first of all, like you mentioned the ontological argument, but like that's used to like prove God's existence through logic. Like, how is that applicable here if you're not using like the Bible or the Quran as a source? And like, the Earth is flat, then how do you explain like the Coriolis effect?
Coriolis. I was just about to talk about that as well, but to address your earlier point, you know,
Mm.
it's not mutually exclusive for religion and the flat earth to exist. Actually, many early Islamic scholars did advocate for a flat earth before, you know, the false notion of science that predicates on a global earth came to be. Um, but yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say to add on to this.
The false notion of science. But then how are you using the ontological argument?
No, as in an ontological commitment to an existence of the flat earth.
What? Yeah, moving on, like what about the second part?
Are you trying to set me up?
Well, why does my mic keep fucking Hmm?
It's okay. That
But
we
yeah,
can't have two questions for Soup. But if no one has any questions
yeah,
for Sheep, I would like
and your mic
to
is
go to the
trash.
judges.
Hi.
Anyone from the
Yes.
judges, would you like to vote
Yes,
for
as
who won, who
judges,
lost?
yeah, we vote for Sheepdog unanimously.
Okay, okay, that's fine.
And that was the end of that. The judges didn't even wait for Shash to finish his statement. Like, yeah, we vote for Sheepdog. Like, let's get the fuck out of here.
Oh, that was it?
That was it, man. That was like the worst Steelman debate I've ever seen. And it was so fun to just like let it play all the way through.
Oh, I thought you would at least get like a closing statement where you could say like, "Oh, in fact, every single thing that he said was actually a straw man. Zero of it was a steel man. We don't claim a single thing that he said, and that was pathetic."
Well, I kind of did that
But
once
you did
they
during it a bit, yeah.
yeah. Once he got asked that first question, and then they wanted to ask me a question, That's when I kind of made the joke. Oh yeah, flat earthers are stupid, and I was like, your entire fucking steel man was the biggest joke I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was good that you clarified. Yeah, so yeah, it sounded like a tragic event. You did well, but it sounded like a tragic event as I thought it would, because it's just dumb. I mean, why just have people debate their actual topics? You know, just a simple debate would have been better rather than like role reversing. It's just weird and it doesn't make any sense. But like you said, it's interesting to see that the Globers can't stillman flat Earth. I don't think they could even stillman the globe.
Well, here's the weird thing, right? Like my debate was like the fourth or fifth one up, and everyone before that was awesome. They were able to steelman each other's side. They still one. It was like Zionism versus like uh what versus the Palestinian belief or whatever. Like Democrats versus Republicans or Democrats versus MAGA. Like each side was able to steelman each other's side really, really well, and I was like, oh wow, like these people are actually like kind of hitting on some points. And this guy couldn't fucking hit the inside of a fucking barn wall.
All right, I think I'll start an event. Maybe can anyone think of a good name for an event?
Tell us what you think flat Earth is.
Can you steal man the globe? Do you think that's maybe maybe they don't know what steelman means in this server for the most part? Maybe that's a bit much.
Hello?
Hello, Fang Wang? Fang Wan?
Bang man, what the
Hello.
What do you called you?
It's
Oh, Ippo.
Epo.
Well, I saw
Yes.
Fang Huan light up. I was like, what do you change your name to now, Ippo?
No, it's still
Right.
Epo.
Yeah, I can tell that now, but there's someone also called Fang Huan that lit up right when you spoke.
That's the guy. Y'all, I got so much school clothes, bro. Like, I'm so excited. But I only got one pair of shoes. Like, this is fucking crazy. I went overboard with my school shop for clothes and I ain't focused on shoes. So now I look fucking crazy. Like, I have 3 huge fucking piles of school clothes. I already see what I'm gonna do in life. No, now I feel bad because I went overboard and now I don't have fucking shoes. Well, I do, but like, I'm just gonna get shoes for my birthday. It doesn't matter. I got too much fucking clothes.
every constellation.
All right. What is your number one globe proof? That's the name of the event that we've just started.
Earth is flat. Perspective would still see constellations. Hmm. Earth is round. It's a spherical globe.
No.
Looks like Clive is sitting all by himself in the other chat.
Yeah,
Hi,
Clive
Mike.
had a
I'm gonna
melt.
go over here.
Clive had a meltdown the other day.
He had a meltdown last
Oh,
night
fun.
or slash early this morning.
Oh, shoot, I missed it. Well, let me go talk to him. Let's find out what's happening. What's on his mind?
Yeah, he likes to talk about Mars rocks and yeah, just chanting globe mantra, and he thinks because he worked in an observatory, it's all true.
Oh, wonderful. That guy.
Yeah, the guy who worked in an observatory, but now he delivers pizza. So, not that there's anything wrong with that.
He tried arguing with Get Baguette last night. It did not go well for him.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm going
Get.
in.
All right, I'm going to join you. Geppy gets an interesting character as well.
DJ, hello.
Oh, hello,
Yeah.
Fangwon.
Hello. If Earth is flat, then can you send me real picture of Earth, like real map of Earth?
Oh, yeah. Nobody has ever gone out and mapped the entirety of the Earth via empirical methods, right? As in going out with planes and boats and measuring it all out and validating everything as a perfect map. Most of the maps we have now are just based off coordinate systems. They're just projections of coordinate systems. And coordinate systems, you know, as we all know, are not reality. So while every single picture that we have of the Earth, right, shows a flat Earth, I don't think that we can get high enough, right, to take a picture that's going to be helpful, to see. You're not going to be able to see the whole Earth. However, we can go out and make observations that are impossible if the Earth's a globe. Impossible. Do you believe in gravity,
Yeah, I do.
Fang?
Yeah, I do.
Right. Do you think that gravity pulls everything towards the center of mass?
Yeah, that's what they say, and that's what I've
Right.
tried.
Right. So that means that the surface of the water that covers most of the surface of the globe should be curving, and we can calculate how much it should be curving. Do you agree?
Yeah.
For example, right? For example, if the radius is 6,371 kilometers
Yeah.
and gravity's pulling everything towards the center of mass, that means that if we have a 15-kilometer body of water over
Yeah.
the ocean or over a lake, there should be approximately, say, 20 meters, about 20 meters of curvature over that distance. And if gravity is real, and if the globe is real, then that curvature would have to be there. It would be impossible for any 15-kilometer body of water anywhere on the globe not to have that 20 meters of curvature, approximately 20
You don't
meters.
see any curvature. I mean, I've seen these things like doesn't matter how high you go, but you can't see any curvature with
Yeah.
your own
So,
eyes.
good point. I agree with you. So we experience the Earth as flat. I agree. But we would see byproducts of the curvature. So while you might not see the curvature, you would see a byproduct of the curvature. So you would see things being hidden behind the curvature. And we could calculate exactly how much something in the distance should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. So we could calculate our height above the water, right? Let's say we're 6 foot tall, 180 centimeters above the surface of the water. Then we can calculate the distance to the horizon. Say, okay, the horizon should be around 5 kilometers from a 180 centimeter tall person. And then we can get a
6 feet is
known
183 centimeters.
183.
Yeah.
Right. So from a 183 centimeter person, the horizon would be approximately 5 kilometers away on a globe. And then all of the water beyond that 5 kilometer horizon should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. And if there's, say, an object, a landmark, 15 kilometers away, for example, the bottom should be hidden. So approximately the bottom 40 feet or something like that. Right? I could get the exact number, but it would be approximately 40 feet, whatever that is in meters. That would be hidden of the bottom of the object behind the horizon. So we can, while we might not be able to see the actual curvature, we would see the byproducts of the curvature. And that's something that's very easy to test for. So we can already agree that that curvature must be there if the Earth's a globe.
I mean, I know
And
certain things for this flat Earth, like argument. I mean, from a person who believes that Earth is flat, that you can't really prove that there is any curvature. I've seen that, and I've seen even videos where people are on a plane and they see a mountain which they should not see in according to maths, but they're still they can still see that. And for like they say that if you see in ocean a ship is going very far away and at some point it will disappear, so for that you give this argument that the ship is shrinking, like when something goes much further it will shrink and at some point it will disappear because there's a limit how far you can see, right?
well, there's a limit to how the human eye is able to resolve something that gets below a certain angular size, right? So once something gets below 0.02 degrees,
Yeah.
The human eye can't resolve it. So it breaches the angular resolution limit of the human eye. So yeah, while you might not be able to see the ship might still be there in full view. Now we have amazing technology, and yeah, we have many videos where we see the ship go out, big ship, right? Goes out, gets smaller and smaller, and then we can't see the ship anymore. And we also know the distance to the ship as well. Now we can zoom in and we can see the ship again, the whole ship. Now that's what happens most of the time, but sometimes we can have certain conditions that make it look like the bottom of the ship is missing behind the horizon. Or sometimes we can have conditions where it looks like the ship's floating above the horizon. So we have to take into consideration other possibilities. Ocean swells, waves in the ocean, right? This can hide the bottom of a ship. So can subrefraction, right? Which is light bending up. This can make the bottom of the ship look like it's missing. There's a bunch of reasons. So yeah, it's ships over the horizon.
Yeah.
It seems like a very good argument for the globe to begin with, but once you dig into it, it's actually not. Well, it's actually an argument that's very easy to point holes in. Because you know, if you want to make a claim that the bottom of the ship is missing because it's cut off behind the curvature of the Earth, then you would have to account for the other possibilities. So that would be the logical thing to do if you were going to, you know, do a technical test, right? And you need to account for the confounding variables. So you would need to account for the possibilities such as sinking refraction, also known as subrefraction, and the height of the waves as well, and the height of the observer, and the distance to the ship. And then there's a few other things that you would need to account for as well. And I've never seen an observation where a ship, you know, has disappeared from the bottom that matches with the globe, or where the globe earther has actually accounted for the variables. And one last thing, we can replicate ships disappearing from the bottom on a flat surface, right? So we can get a small scale demonstration of you know, a ship on a flat surface. Like we can get a flat floor, and we can put an object on the other side of the floor, and we can put a camera down close to the ground, and we can see the ship, right? Or we can see the object on the other side of the room on the flat floor. And then we can adjust the temperature in the room, and we can make it look like the bottom of the ship completely disappears. Or we can even make it look like the whole ship or object or toy or whatever you're looking at disappears on the flat floor. So it's not something that's exclusive to a curving Earth surface. And yeah, we can see things that we shouldn't be able to see from planes, from the ground, from mountains.
That one thing I know. I actually can't say that I believe that Earth is flat, but I can't even say that Earth is spherical globe. I believe that the government, they are hiding many things from us. I mean, you can't go to Antarctica. I mean, you can go there, but there are certain places, like you can go to some certain places only. If you try to explore Antarctica, you'll get arrested, right?
If you do it without permission, yeah, people that have been there without permission have been arrested or told to leave, right? Told to turn around.
I mean, there was this guy who had permit and he got arrested. He was traveling from plane, I think.
The Chinese guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he didn't have permission, actually.
He didn't.
No.
There's some.
But yeah, he did get arrested, though.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can't just go there and just freely explore. You need a very strict permit, and then the permit has a lot of rules and regulations. I would say there's a lot of mystery when it comes to Antarctica. I don't use it as an argument generally, because I think that we can look at experiments that are being done, um, technical experiments that debunk the notion that the Earth is curving without having to worry about Antarctica. See, I don't know what Antarctica is. I think Antarctica could just be a continent. I don't think it's a big giant ice wall that wraps around the world or something like that. I don't think that that's the case. I don't have any evidence for that. I don't think anyone has any evidence for that. So
There
yeah,
was an old book in which they have world map, and in that map, like it showed like Earth is flat, and in that map,
Yeah.
Antarctica was not like an continent. It was like around the whole map, like a wall.
Right. But if you have a closer look into what that map is, that's actually just another coordinate system projection. It's called the Gleason map or the azimuthal equidistant projection. It's a polar projection of the spherical coordinate system, which is essentially a sky-based coordinate system, which we use for our current maps that we have. I can put a map in the side chat, and maybe you can tell me if this is the map that you're talking about.
Okay, you can check. You can see.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find a good example. So it's like the round one that you're talking about, right? Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
This one. Is that the kind of map you're talking about?
So it was different. Like it was picture of a book in which map was shown. You can search it from here. Let me search.
Is it look kind of like a bowl? Like it's kind of like 3D looking?
It was not like a ball. It was like square shaped map.
Yeah, like a bowl, BOWL.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Like this. This one?
Yeah.
Not this
like
one.
this.
That's like this?
Yeah, like this. It was like this. But
yeah, we don't claim that. I don't know where this image comes from originally, but yeah, this is not what any flat earthers are claiming. It's like a weird like dish. It's like a dish of yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't claim this map is useful.
do you think that even the history has been erased? Like the history we know in present is wrong. We believe that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think most of the history that I won't say most, right? I'll say a lot of the history that we get taught is inconsistent and doesn't have. I won't say it's wrong. What I will say, and I won't say it's right, I will say that there isn't evidence to back up what they're claiming. So they're making claims about historical figures that doesn't have any merit. It doesn't have any empirical evidence to back up the claims. For example, a lot of the ancient Greeks, such as Pythagoras, for example, there's barely any evidence that he existed at all. There's no evidence that he said or did any of the things that he was attributed with. And even mathematical historians from prestige universities such as Cambridge agree that most of what we get taught at school about Pythagoras is nonsense. So yeah, I think a lot of history is false.
Do you know about this temple?
Which one?
I've sent a picture in side chat.
Is that Angkor what?
It's a temple, like.
Or is that in India?
Yeah, ancient temple. So,
is it in India?
Yeah, it's in India. I don't remember.
Yeah, it's pretty damn cool. It's one of my favorite ones. Is that the one that's carved out of the cliff?
One rock. Yeah.
Earth is
Yeah.
not flat. Earth is not flat.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so you could go as far to ask, what kind of technology did they have back then to be able to carve those rocks like that with such high precision?
Even today's time, we can't do it.
Yeah, exactly, man. A lot of these ancient
And not
structures
just
are
this, like pyramids.
amazing.
Pyramids, they say that people made it. I can't believe it that humans made it.
Yeah, a lot of mysteries. It's one of my favorite topics to speculate about. But yeah, I have no idea how they could have built a lot of these things. It's amazing.
I think the
I
kind
think
of quality you'd get from a CNC machine working on metal.
Yeah, like a giant one, right? There's a really good video, and it shows ancient sculptures and ancient jewelry that is way, way, way beyond the level that we can create now. And modern jewelers and modern sculptors have no idea how they were able to make these things. They had intricate jewelry that you can zoom in on with a microscope, right? You can look through it with a microscope, and it has intricate details, like perfect like carvings on the gold and things like that. They have no idea how the hell anyone could have created this jewelry with the technology they had back then, or even the technology we have now. And same with sculptures as well. So yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting uh, anomalies about history. Yeah, definitely lasers. FLW says in the side chat. That's interesting. Coming from an architect, FLW is an architect, and says that lasers could have been used in some way. So yeah, I think, I don't think that there's a grand conspiracy where people are lying about the Earth being a globe, although there may be a lot of people lying about it. But I certainly think that most people just believe it's a globe. What they get taught at school and university, and they've probably never tested it, never questioned it, and they just assume that some magic science guy worked it out thousands of years ago.
I believe it because teachers tell them that all you have today is because of science.
Yeah, exactly. People just throw the word science out. Like,
Yeah.
as long as they say the word scientists or scientific study or scientist this, people will just generally just believe whatever they get told.
Don't just
They'll
believe,
say,
like they
yeah, they'll
all
say, oh, scientists suggest that um it rains diamonds on Neptune and Uranus, and people will be like, oh wow. And they'll go tell their friends, hey, did you know it rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune? Scientific study said it does, so it must be true. And yeah, it's kind of crazy, you know. I think a lot of science has been um a lot of there's science and then there's pseudoscience. And I think a lot of pseudoscience gets passed off as actual science. And a lot of people, don't really know the difference. They
do it
think
to get
that
Nobel Prize.
what yeah, like a lot of astrophysics, for example, would fall under the category of pseudoscience.
Mm. When you run out of large things to say, go.
All right. Well, Fang, you started off, you sounded like you were going to try to defend the globe, but it sounds like you kind of.
I'm not defending anything actually because I don't really believe anyone at this
Yeah,
point.
yeah. So you're investigating. I like it.
I'm trying to understand, and the more older I'm getting, the more I realize that I don't know shit about life and anything in this world.
Yeah, me too. The more I look into all of these topics, like the ancient buildings, like you put in before, it's
Yeah.
it's mind blowing. And you know, the more you look into it, the more other things you uncover, and it's like, all right, it doesn't seem like we know as much as what we think we do, or
Sometimes
what
I
people.
feel like that. Why don't just stop all of this and I should just go to some hill station, buy a villa, and live there for the rest of my life alone. It would be better.
Yeah, yeah. Just go move to some cheap tropical island and just relax. Don't
No, I'm
worry
from
about it.
India, so there are many beautiful places there,
Yeah,
mountain
yeah.
areas.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I went to Kerala a few years ago for a month. It's
Yeah.
awesome. Really
No, I
nice.
mean Kerala is great, but I want to live in a place where climate is not very hot, like cool climate.
Ah, okay. Well, I'm the opposite
Oh,
because I live in Poland, and it's once you spend a few negative 20-degree days in the winter, you start appreciating the warm climate a lot more.
when you live in warm climate, you think about living in cold climate. And
Yeah,
when you live in cold climate, you want to live in warm climate.
that's true.
No, it's like a mind. That's how our mind works. You can never be happy with what you have. You want the other thing.
Well, my wife and I decided that 26 degrees is the perfect temperature.
For me, 28 is fine.
All right. Well, I got to go on mute because I got to get some work done.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm actually moving to Cambodia, but we've changed our plans. We're actually moving to Sri Lanka soon, so we'll be very close to India.
I think Sri Lanka is better than India because Buddhism, like most people in Sri Lanka, they follow Buddhism, right?
Yeah, most do.
In
Yeah.
India, in whatever, like in a country like India where people follow multiple religions, conflicts will happen.
Yeah, we noticed a lot of diversity in India. Like we would go and stay in one area, and it would be all Catholic, right? Almost everyone's Catholic. And then we went to stay in a different Airbnb, and then every single person's Muslim in that area. And then we went to another area, and it's like, yeah, you have a lot of different.
Yeah, I don't know about that,
religions. Well, in Kerala, we found that to be the
no,
case.
Kerala, I think South India is great, but at least from my perspective, I don't think I can live with Muslims. If they're, I mean, all people around me, if they are Muslim, I will rather kill myself. I can't
Yeah,
live in such.
I also prefer not to as well.
I like when people around me are open-minded to some extent.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah.
All right, let's try to find someone that wants to defend the globe. We've got Faisal, Faisal, welcome. All right, I did start an event, but I forgot to hit start. So. All right, so the name of the event is What is Your Number One Globe Proof? Start event.
Imagine Neil Armstrong. Neil Armstrong comes to this VC and says, "I've been to space."
Well, he hasn't never been to space, so we would just
Yeah.
say, well, you haven't been to space, Elon. When did you go to space, buddy?
People say that moon landing was fake. Don't know why.
Yeah, looks pretty fake. Yeah, I'll show you. I like to trick the globe earthers sometimes, and yeah, I'll show you what I mean. And the globe earthers have fallen for this trick 100% of the time, by the way. So if you have a look in the side chat. All right, so this footage, have you seen this footage before that I put in the side chat?
I've seen this footage.
Yeah? Do you know where it's from?
Is it from moon landing? I don't remember. No, I don't think it's that. I don't remember which one is it.
Yeah, so this I won't do it to you. I was gonna do it just then, but I won't do it. Yeah, so I'll just tell them that this is footage from a 1950s science fiction movie, and that I bet that I could that that you think that this is real footage from space, right? I could trick you into thinking this is real footage from space. And they're like, there's no way that I would fall for that footage. That footage looks ridiculous. No one's stupid enough to believe that that footage is real. And then you can reveal to them that actually this is NASA footage. It's quite funny. So yeah, this is actually NASA footage from Apollo 16. And I don't even need to prove that it's fake. I just think nobody in their right mind could think that this footage looks realistic. And obviously, globe earthers never ever present any of this footage from NASA as evidence when they're trying to defend the globe. Because deep down, they know it looks ridiculous. If they didn't think it looked ridiculous, they would present it. They'd be like, look, here is video footage of the astronauts taking off from the moon. How can you deny this? But never, not once, ever have the globe earthers presented this shitty looking footage as globe evidence, because only flat earthers present this footage because it looks ridiculous.
What do you think is the reason that people believe this footage is real?
I think most people haven't seen this footage before. And most people laugh at the footage and they don't believe me that it's real footage. And then they make me go and get the sources for the footage because they know it looks fake and they don't believe it's really NASA footage. Occasionally, you'll get someone that's just so invested emotionally in this debate or into space travel, and anything that comes from NASA, they will just defend it like it's their wife or something like that. And those people are just kind of like, I don't know how I would describe them. They're just so emotionally invested into it. They'll just
No,
as
I
anything,
don't think they're
as long as
wrong. No, from their
yeah.
perspective, because they were raised with all this knowledge, their whole mind was like
Yeah,
whole
it's like their
universe was
religion.
structured.
It's like
Yeah,
going to a Muslim, right, and telling them that, hey,
Allah is there.
Muhammad, Muhammad was just a puppet, fake puppet, something like that.
Yeah.
They're just not going to react well. They're just emotionally invested. They believe it with all of their heart, and it's part of their identity. And they probably have all of these hopes and dreams that one day humans are going to be living in little domes on Mars and that sort of thing. So yeah, it's like crushing all of their hopes and dreams and taking away their it's like
I
it's
think
like taking a little kid's favorite toy away from them. They're not going to react well.
no.
So they go into this defensive mechanism, and yeah, it's like a delusion. They'll just go into defense mode and act irrational and get emotional.
Mm.
And they'll say, "What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it?" That's exactly how I would expect it to look. They didn't have very good cameras back then. That's why it looks so fake. They'll say things like that. But I mean, you can watch a movie from back then of real things, right? Like cars and planes and boats and, people. And it looks real. You can like, all right, that's, obviously it's in black and white. The cameras aren't the best, but you can tell it's real. But they think, oh, the reason it looks like paper mache and the way it's moving around like it's like on strings, it's because they didn't have very good cameras back then. That's the reason. And then they have like scripts that they'll use. It would have been more expensive and more difficult for them to fake it as it would have been for them to actually go. And all sorts of little like scripts that they've learned over the years on what to say when their religion gets challenged. And then, modern footage isn't much better than this either. I mean, the Artemis footage was pretty disappointing. But if you go back a little bit, we had Elon Musk trying to tell everyone that he sent a Tesla up into space. And the footage is equally as ridiculous as the moon landing footage, in my opinion.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, that's Elon Musk actually said that, which is hilarious. But we know it's real because it looks so fake. If we were going to fake it, we would have had way better CGI. And I'll put the clip here in the side chat as well. In fact, I'll even try to play the clip if it works. Probably won't play. Oh, actually, do know how to play it. Right, so if you sheepdog, if you want to play a file, you have to / play file single, and then drop the file rather than posting the link as a URL. So it should work now. It still didn't work. Cancel that idea.
Okay, so if you think that Earth is not a spherical globe, then what is it, and what is outside it, like in the sky?
Yeah, I'm not sure. There's no way for us to check, and I don't know the shape of the Earth. That's strange. Thank you, 332, for that terrible song. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't think anyone's kept going south to see what happens if you keep going south. And I also think that we can't get up past a certain height. As civilians, we don't know what's up past a certain height, so we don't know. We don't have a god's eye view of the Earth, so we can't
Have
tell
our
what.
own planes.
Well, when you go up in a plane, you can only go up a little bit, right? And you can only see a tiny portion of the surface of the Earth from the height of a plane. Even if we send up a weather balloon, we just see a small little circle of the Earth from that height. We can see the same distance in all directions. It makes a big circle around the observer. But from the height of a weather balloon, it's less than 1% of the surface of the Earth that we can see from that height. It's not going to tell you anything about what the entirety of the Earth is.
That's true.
Yeah, and they actually have, restrictions. They make it very difficult to travel south, beyond 60 degrees south. They have an invisible border, essentially, and you
They
need a
even
very
make
strict permit.
They even make it difficult if you want to travel, go to Antarctica and explore it.
That's what I mean. Yeah. So they made a fence around us, an invisible fence, 60 degrees south, and then the same thing in the sky. They make a limit. You're not allowed to go up past a certain height. It's called the Outer Space Treaty. Most people don't even know about it, but it's actually illegal to send a camera up or anything up past a certain height, which is something around 100 kilometers or something like that. But
then these people say that they're not lying to us. It's so funny.
Yeah, it's like, oh, they've set invisible boundaries for us, and we're like in this, yeah, in this little section of the earth, and
I mean,
we
you
don't know
know,
exactly what shape it is.
have you seen that guy? Like, I don't think I don't. Okay, so there was this guy who went to Antarctica, and he showed a video of a mountain. That mountain shape, it looked like a pyramid, but it was covered with snow. And it's a big land, big mountain. And then he showed it that on Google Maps they have hidden this part of Antarctica completely.
Yeah,
And
there's a lot of interesting things like that
there's
that
also
exist. There's
Jim
also
Carrey. You know about Jim Carrey? Like, there
Mhm.
is a conspiracy theory. I mean, he told others, he told people that he's going to explore Antarctica and is going to reveal all the secrets of Antarctica. He even showed a cave in Antarctica. He told people that he's going to explore that cave, but suddenly he died in a weird accident. Like
who was this?
Jim Carrey, I think. No, not Jim Carrey. I don't remember what was his name. Research. Jim Carrey?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Not Jim
Hey, I
Carrey,
just wanted
the
to make
Jim
Oh,
Carrey.
not Jim Carrey. That's a different guy. Sorry. This
I,
guy,
I just
there are theories about him that he had been cloned.
Oh, Admiral Byrd. Maybe Admiral Byrd?
A singer, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, the
Oh,
singer guy
singer.
with the weird bowl cut, plush, long hair guy. I can't remember his name right now either.
Yeah. What was his
Yeah,
name?
okay. Bob Dylan? No. He's still alive, isn't he? I don't know.
Stevie Ray Vaughan. No, I wanted to say that like when it comes to air travel, like it's
Oh,
already
Oliver
difficult
Tree.
as
Oliver
it is.
Tree.
Oliver Tree.
Yeah.
Um, it's already difficult enough as it is to travel. Most people just hate the idea of traveling on a plane just because of all the checkoffs that you have to do just for basic travel, let
Yeah.
alone special travel.
So, before like this helicopter accident, which in which he died, he was telling, he made a video that he's going to explore Antarctica, and mysteriously he died. And like, there are some people are even saying that he even predicted his death, that he's going to die in future.
Interesting. Yeah.
I've seen. I actually like these kind of videos, like mysterious stuff.
Have you seen the old map I posted
Yeah, I've
in the
seen
side
this.
chat?
I've seen this.
Yeah. So for
Really.
anyone that hasn't seen it, it shows the shoreline of Antarctica without any ice. And I think it's from the 1500s. And it wasn't until the mid 1900s that they actually went and, I forget exactly what method, some tunneling method or something like that. They went and actually dug through the ice and tried, like, they mapped out the shoreline of Antarctica because they didn't know exactly what it looked like, and it matched up perfectly apparently with this map,
Yeah.
which is crazy. It's showing, I mean, a lot of the old maps show the entire known continents and whatnot without any ice. And if you look at the temperature records, the temperature fluctuation records, there was actually a period that it was like the opposite of an ice age. There were little mini ice ages, but there were also warm ages as well, where it doesn't seem like there was any ice, according to the old maps anyway. I don't know. Interesting to look into, though.
You ever notice those little mini circles, DJ, on maps? How it's always this observer-centric point.
Yeah, I have noticed those. Yeah.
Wonder how
There's
many
two on
people
this
look
little
at it
map
and
here.
they're like, yeah, they don't even think about it. But those are the surveying points, right?
Yeah, I don't know what they are. I need to learn more about old maps. Is that what they are? Surveying points?
I mean, that's what it looks like to me from every map that I've ever seen. It just seems to be the point of survey for when they're marking out the territory as they see it. They're trying to artistically render it. I could be wrong. I'm just saying that's what it looks like to me. It's they're placing the observer centric right there.
Could it have something to do with celestial navigation? There's some way of them working out distances, and anyway, I should look into it before I talk about it, I guess.
Yeah, it's good filler for the moment. Just something that I noticed on maps that they seem to be like offset in different locations. Like if you look at maps over land, when they're like mapping out cities, they'll have something similar to that, where they'll have like a little circle with lines leading out from that, and then they'll draw a city over here and a city over there, and it just seems like that's where they're making their observer centric mapping.
جزاكم الله بالخير يا قوم.
Okay.
DJ.
Yeah.
You think the Earth's a globe, AZ?
Fuck you.
That's the only word you know in English?
It would be better if Earth is a globe, actually. If Earth is not a globe, then things look quite scary because there are so many things we don't know about.
You sound like Edwin Hubble.
All right, here we go. So I looked it up. I guess I was along the right lines a bit. So the small circular points with many lines radiating from them are compass roses, also called wind roses, a standard feature of medieval and Renaissance nautical charts known as portolan charts. Portolan charts. What are they? The circle at the center is the compass rose. The lines radiating outwards are called rum lines or loxodromes. They represent the traditional compass directions that sailors used for navigation. Typically, each compass rose has 32 compass directions, lines extending across the chart to create a navigation grid. Different colors to distinguish the principal directions. Why are there several of them? Rather than drawing one enormous compass rose, cartographers place multiple compass roses around the chart. Their rum lines overlap to form a network that covers the entire map. This allowed the navigator to place a straight edge between the two locations, read the compass bearings directly from the nearest compass rose, sail on that heading using a magnetic compass. Cool.
Now I'm interested in learning what compass roses are meant for, and I have a little more info on navigation now. Thank you, DJ.
You guys believe in any god? Like, do you follow any religion?
Yeah, well, no, I don't follow any mainstream religion. Although I would lean towards Christianity. But yeah, I don't follow mainstream Christianity or anything like that. Personally, I would just, I say I don't know for sure. About that, right? It involves a certain amount of faith and that kind of thing. I probably haven't put in enough research. And but I think that, some type of creator. I believe in a creator. And definitely reject evolution and the Big Bang Theory as explanations for where we came from. Where specifically did we come from? That kind of thing. What's the meaning of life? All of that. I have no idea. That's just my personal opinion. Man, I just have this person just going crazy in my DMs. Every insult you could ever imagine.
Sounds like they can't walk straight.
It's crazy. This person's this is the most insane, crazy, like deranged troll that I've ever witnessed. I can't read any of it out because it's so every single sentence is like a TOS violation.
That was like when a berserker came in with an all was was doing the same thing to me, just emoting in my DMs.
Yeah, this
TOS.
is crazy.
What do you think about aliens?
I don't think there's any. There's a lot of evidence, in my opinion. There's a lot of evidence of UFOs, like unidentified flying objects, but aliens, like actual aliens, uh, not in the traditional sense of these little like gray aliens and ETs and things like that we hear about. I don't think there's any evidence of that kind of thing, but I think there's a lot more than we know about when it comes to what could be. But yeah, I don't know. It's another one of those things I just don't know. But definitely there's some weird lights that fly around in the sky and all sorts of crazy stuff I have no explanation for, and I don't think anyone has any good explanation for a lot of the
You know
the
what?
crazy lights in the sky that seem like some sort of crafts flying around.
Oh, today actually, have you seen those videos like an earthquake when an earthquake happened in Venezuela? Before that earthquake, there were red clouds in Venezuela, right?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Same thing happened in Turkey too. Before earthquake, red clouds were there. Weird red clouds.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I find that interesting. I haven't looked into it much, but yeah, I saw some of the footage. It's just getting
Yeah.
ridiculous because now I can't trust any of the footage I see anymore because of these freaking AI videos. But
I think they've created all this AI stuff so people can't find out certain things. Like even if we see a real video, they'll just say it's AI generated.
yeah, if there was some crazy footage, and yeah, maybe they could pass it off as AI, and everyone would just believe it's AI. I'm not sure, but yeah, it seems like it's sinister. Seems a bit sinister to me.
I think like in history there were many ancient civilizations like us, and they achieved same amount of advancement in their time. Then they destroyed their own civilization. There might be some reason for that, climate change or asteroid or anything. And certain people survived, and they changed all that history and they created all this new civilization. That could be true.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very interesting looking into resets and things like that. Resets of humanity and mud floods and worldwide
Yeah,
cataclysms
and
and all sorts of things.
those people are in power, like they are part of a certain family, and those families, they rule this world. If you see even if you look at share market, there are bunch of like 3 or 4 companies, they own 50 or 40% of world market, right?
Yeah.
And they're controlling us in a way.
There was also a period in history where the sun was basically blacked out for something like 18 months or something like that. And even if you look it up, it's like mainstream history. It's not even questioned. I forget the exact year it was. I think it was could have been 1466 or something. I don't think that's right, but yeah, it's it's agreed upon that it happened on a certain day, and it was dark for 18 months straight.
So
Mostly
how
dark, not quite. A lot
how
of
will
people
that?
say that it could have been from a volcano, crazy
Yeah,
volcano.
I mean, they use anything to justify things.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, what do you think about CERN? Like,
1536. Thanks, Kathos.
the music elevator guy. Do you think CERN is really changing timelines?
What do you mean?
Me, people are saying that you know what CERN is, right? Hydro.
I have no idea what the sun is. I know. I mean, I know. I see the
CERN
sun, but I don't know exactly what it
is
is.
C.
Sun. Oh, sun. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were saying sun, like sun. Yeah, CERN's another thing that's super suspect.
People say that they are changing timelines. There are multiple about it.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, there are different videos with different theories, and if you think about it, those theories and all those conspiracies, they align with each other, and they're reaching one point. They have certain goal. There's this certain thing that they're changing timeline, and there's an old video of 2009 or two. I don't remember. You can find. I can send it. So in that video, there was some US official, and this guy was saying that he finds something, some what files that they're what doing some experiments to predict future, and I find like they can predict future and they can tell that what action will lead to what future. And I even saw some like that's one what theory, and there is another one which a guy was saying that what was it? Sorry, I don't remember that one.
Yeah, man. Crazy elites trying to play God, perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so that one was like this. So they know that our future is fucked up. This civilization is going to end. So they're using CERN to change the timeline, so they can they can get into a timeline in which the future is still there, something like that. What knows what is true? I mean, I don't think these things are true, like changing timeline and all.
Yeah, probably not. But I mean, who knows?
What do you think about Mandela effect?
It's weird, but I don't know, man. It's it's weird. I don't believe it personally. I think that it's probably mass amounts of people remembering things wrong is more
Yeah.
likely.
No, I don't think that's logical that there are millions or billions of people having same memory issues. It's not logical.
It's not logical, but it's more logical than like somehow what they're claiming with the Mandela effect. I don't know. I could have sworn
Yeah.
that Monopoly guy had a monocle. Yeah,
I
I don't
mean,
know. It's pretty weird, but I don't know. I don't fully buy it.
imagine you wake tomorrow and you see that now, you know that on piano there are keys like white keys and black keys. So now
yeah.
the white one is black and black one is white, and they say it's
Yeah.
Mandela effect.
Yeah, probably could happen.
Like it is happening because all those things in which they say that it's Mandela effect, like that Pikachu thing. I've seen Pokemon since my childhood, so I do remember that how his tail looked and other things too, which I've seen in my
What's
senses.
the Pikachu? What's the Pikachu one?
Like
I
okay,
haven't heard.
so in Pikachu, his tail is black in my memory, okay, since my childhood. But recently when I saw it, it was different. Like there is no black, it's
Right.
full. The whole tail is yellow and a little part is brown.
Yeah, yeah, okay, yeah. My memory, it's just like a little like yellow zigzag thing.
Yeah, that. Okay, you're right.
That's
These.
just. I mean, but I never watch. Oh yeah, now I look at yeah, it has the little black end tip. Yeah. Um, I never watched Pokemon, so don't listen to me.
The craziest one was the guy who pointed out Legally Blonde. My wife is such a big fan of Legally Blonde, and he was pointing out that her convertible in the movie, because everything else hers is pink, the convertible in the movie is black. Her car. And so I just asked my wife without showing her anything. I said, "Hey, what color was her car in Legally Blonde?" And she said pink. And I showed her the video. She's like, no, that's not right." But then we looked it up. In the same video, it showed the guy. That's old. I don't have it saved. But it showed a guy who had the movie put up on a TV, and it was her black convertible. And he takes an old BlackBerry with an old camera that can't be updated through software, and he puts it over the TV, and the car turns pink. So it's kind of like a WT. What's going on with that?
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy ones. It's
We
just
gotta
like
be quiet on the creek.
gotta be quiet on the creek. So what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Gotta be quiet on the creek.
The creek means the creek. We gotta be quiet on the creek, y'all.
Okay.
You see how everybody went quiet when I said we gotta be quiet on the creek, period.
Yeah, because I started looking it up.
Wait, you gotta look up Saucy Santana Quiet on the Creek.
Yeah, I can see some lady wearing a leopard outfit. Is that who you're talking
Leopard?
about?
What the hell are you talking about? No! It's Saucy Santana. You gotta I'm just gonna paste it and
Is it a black guy that's wearing like a wait, I'm gonna
heavy makeup and wigs? Yes, that's him. That's Saucy Santana. You gotta be quiet on the creek.
okay.
He made a song too. Y'all gotta go check out the song. The song is so fire. No, Pikachu had that black junk on his tail, bro.
Apparently not.
Oh, yes, he did. I swear. Wait, maybe? I don't know. Pika did have that black shit on his tail. It's not brain rot. It's like literally the truth. You gotta be quiet on the creek.
I'm scared.
Right. I think that's what he was trying to say. I think the flat earth is a Mandela effect.
It was flat before, but sun has changed the timeline.
Oh
Now
no! You switching your story. You're switching the book. We don't do that.
okay.
Well, every ancient culture throughout all of history knew that the Earth was flat, and it's only a tiny, tiny fraction of history that people have thought it's a big spinning, wobbling space ball.
I mean,
Because it is.
No, in
It's
ancient culture, everyone was living above 200. Like they lived till 300 years of age, and now we live like at most 100. And they say it's what? It's all fake. It's just stories.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, when I was in school, they taught us about Copernicus and Galileo. And when Galileo proposed that the Earth was not the center of the universe, he was placed on house arrest. But the funny thing is back in those times, if you went against what God was saying, right, what the Bible was saying, you weren't just placed on house arrest, you were killed for that. And so I think that's odd that someone like that would be placed on house arrest and just say, hey, just stay home for the rest of your life. Like, we don't want to hear you anymore. Like, if he was really speaking heresy, I think the punishment would have been a lot more severe. So I questioned that story. I questioned the Copernican story. I questioned all of those stories. I mean, some have even said that William Shakespeare wasn't even a
yeah. We have to question everything. That's for sure.
People say that William Shakespeare is still alive, working as an Hollywood actor. There's an actor who looks like him. Let me send you a picture.
I mean, if there's one thing that I've learned, right? Like for me, flat Earth was like the last thing, right? If there's one thing I've learned, it's just there's no reason for me to take somebody's word on anything. I think Yoder has said it best. Like, just bring me the evidence so we can look at it together. Why should I take your word on it? I don't know who you are, right? Let's bring about this presentation. Let's show the demonstration. Let's reproduce everything that you're saying. Like, if it's real, then it's reproducible. And I know I'm paraphrasing Yoder when I say it like that, so I apologize for butchering it, Yoder.
Loki, what should I order from DoorDash? I'm kind of hungry. Nobody got any ideas? Okay, so we're all quiet on the creek then.
It's better to cook for yourself.
I don't feel like cooking right now.
I'm just telling you, it's better to cook for yourself.
But like, I don't feel like cooking, and like, I don't got no ingredients right now. Actually, I think I do, but it's in the deep freezer.
Get some dirty bird.
Get some what?
Dirty bird. Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Nobody calls Kentucky Fried Chicken Dirty Bird. Who the fuck says that? Beef sauce on the
I do.
side. Are you Australian?
Yes.
No, he's Canadian.
Canadians got to be the worst type of people, honestly. Oh my gosh, DoorDash, don't piss me off.
Hey, DJ, you there?
Yo.
I seen Timu Witsit for the first time yesterday.
Who's Timu Witsit?
Oh, there's some dude off TikTok who's going around debating. And I had something else on YouTube, and all of a sudden this debate come up, and I thought, oh, that's a new Witsit debate. And I had a look, and it's not.
Yeah.
It's this dude that. And then the
Sully.
Globers are all calling him Timu. Yeah, the Globers are calling him
Wait, you're
Timu
talking
Witsit.
about Dean Withers?
No. Hold on a second, Hippo. Yeah, so it's a guy called Soleil, right? Or Soli. Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, he says all the
Yeah,
same.
I
I was listening to it, and yeah, he was saying all of the same like punchlines as Witsit.
Oh yeah, the same mannerisms, the same way he speaks, the one-liners, like, and then all the Globers are in the chat calling him Timu Witsit, and I'm like, fuck, they got it right too. They actually got it right this time.
Yeah, for sure. Yep, he's got like lip rings and shit.
His debate with McToon didn't go real well. I think McToon smacked him.
Yeah, a little bit. Yep, he did a bit better in the one I watched against some creature, some little like goblin creature that he debated against. But yeah, Timu Witsit. That's perfect. That I hadn't heard that. That's hilarious. But I knew exactly who you were talking about when you said it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on TikTok. He's a TikTok flat earther. He goes live on TikTok every day. Gets hundreds of people watching his streams.
Yeah, righto. I don't have TikTok. Maybe I need to get it.
It's pretty tragic, to be honest. It's like
You don't have TikTok?
Nah.
That I could not live without TikTok. I got banned, and I literally had to change my whole Apple account and reset my phone just to get TikTok back again. I could not live without TikTok.
A question: how do you know you can't live without TikTok when you haven't lived without TikTok?
No, I did live without TikTok for 2 hours, and I couldn't do it no more. Bro. No, TikTok is literally my life. Same with my phone. I couldn't live without my phone. If my phone is gone, then I'm gone. Cause my phone is everything. My phone helped me through the highs and lows.
DJ, I just remembered something. Do you know that one guy on TikTok/Twitter, the blonde kid with the blue eyes, got curly, short blonde hair, who does all the flat Earth stuff?
Yeah, his eyes creep me out. Caleb.
Yeah,
Caleb, because he doesn't blink.
Little bit, yeah. But he put there was a video. It wasn't him. It was a repost, but he posted a thing where, of course, I want to look it up. It's saving the video and bookmarking the video, and it's gone now from whoever had posted it that I saved. So I can't find it. But I tried to find it and post it, but it's gone. So that's fun. But basically, it was a guy who was working on a model with a refractive index, which I know you know a lot about, with a refractive index that was showing how it's possible to see a polar star rotation and a 24-hour sun down south. So I was wanting to show it to you, but it's gone. So I can find it again.
Yeah.
But if you could find something from him again as his post, it's actually pretty cool. But do you know anything about that?
Yeah, I've seen them. I haven't seen that particular one you're talking about, but I just think that they're kind of doing what the Globers do, and they're making a whole bunch of assumptions about how the sky works, and I think it's probably a terrible idea to do that.
Well, good to see your mind's coming from, bro.
But yeah, it's good. I also think that it's good that people speculate and that people are trying different things. I think it's actually super important. So while I wouldn't personally, I mean, I haven't watched it. If they're saying this is just speculation, we're just testing out different things to see if we can make some sense of things and try to, just test some things out. It's just speculating. That's fine. But when people start claiming this is how the sky works and we can explain this and that, on a flat Earth model, blah blah blah. That's when I start to get annoyed with them. But yeah, if you find it,
There's way too many
I'd like
missing
to.
variables for the phenomena that we
Exactly.
observe of the luminaries. So they're like you're saying, they're speculating, but still how do you say the the premise is erroneous because you don't have all the variables. So the conclusion, there's gonna be too many errors.
Exactly. Like,
The
what's the
conclusion is gonna
medium?
be
What's
just wrong.
what the hell's a star? What's a star? How big is it? What medium's it in? And
What's
so
behind
many
it?
things.
What is the cause of the
Yeah.
effect that we call the stars? What is the cause of the sun? What is the cause?
Yeah.
I mean,
And
it's
what about all of the
too
shit
much
that we've never even fathomed in our human, in our current understanding?
perception.
Like we've never, yeah, so many things that might exist that we don't know anything about yet. And in 10 years, we know a bunch of things that we had no concept of 10 years earlier. So yeah, so many unknowns. But it's still good that people do it and try different things and speculate as long as they stay true and say that they're speculating and just trying things out and not claiming it as any kind of fact. I don't know. It's probably
Yeah, this
important
guy
that
was
people.
it's a physical model he's working with the light and stuff, and not using any kind of flat Earth map. Um, and he said he was working specifically with specific light refraction, trying to figure it out. So I think it was in good faith, and like you said, I think he's trying to, just trying to figure it out. So it's pretty cool. The guy himself didn't post any as fact. I will say that.
I think
Yeah,
you got to be
cool, man.
careful
If
with
you
light
find that.
refraction because I don't think it's refraction he's using. He's probably talking about reflection.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Like I said, you guys definitely know more. That's the word he used though. Was specifically used. The words he used were specific refractive index. So I did want
I
to make
think
sure
there
that
is there is
that.
variables of refraction and reflection that there is that it looks for me. Obviously, we're speculating, but the variables kind of show the effects of a combination of refraction and reflection. Like both things might be happening at the same time. There's also something called the Snell window in the refraction information. Snell's window. Have you seen it, DJ? Snell's window.
Yeah, it's like when you're under the water and you look up and you see like a big circle, right?
Yeah, yeah. Look, you're looking from a medium to another medium, and you see this
I'll
effect.
post. I'll
Yeah.
post a screenshot. It's pretty trippy. It's actually I keep meaning to look into that.
The first time I've heard of that was Indio talking about it. Prayers
Mhm.
for Indio.
And you can see things that are above the water, uh, not above where you're looking, but things that are actually away from where you're looking up. And you can see things. I don't know anything about it, but here's some
Well, I just
diagrams.
wanted to. I wanted you guys. I wanted you guys to look at it because it's something I had not seen before for sure. And I know you guys know a lot of this stuff and can point things out. So it's definitely something I'd like y'all to look at and analyze for sure. So when I get home tonight, I'll find it for you. I know I can find it again.
Oh yeah, that'd be awesome, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, cool.
Fine and share. Fine and share.
Wow, check this picture out.
We have some new people in the VC. Fang, Yuan, I see your mic flashing. Fang.
Speaking.
Oh yeah, we were talking to Fang. Thanks. Cool.
Sounds good. I see Albanese, also in the VC. Never seen her before. Who else?
Do you
Sheepdog.
think you can sell your soul to devil for getting fame?
What's the question again, Fang?
Do you think you can sell your soul to devil in exchange of
Like
fame?
what? Like what? You gonna exchange your like a like a physical soul or some amount of something for something else? Is
That's,
that what you're asking?
I mean, that's what I think. I mean, what do they mean that by selling your soul when they say it? There are some people they say that these singers they sell or actors they sell their soul to become famous. I don't know why they say that.
Well, under that, if you said actors and singers, it's more like contracts, being able to access a certain paradigm of you know, when you are an artist, you want people to know you, right? So you need access
Yeah.
to the eyes of the world. So to get eyes on you on a big scale, you gotta kind of like connect to the right people, and to connect with them, you gotta sign certain contracts, and within those contracts, you might be signing, I don't know, ownership over your freedoms or some sort of you gotta give something away. Maybe people interpret that as selling your soul. You
They
also, you know, some of these singers also uh, push certain lifestyles and certain things that are never. I wouldn't recommend that music to, you know, children and lady, you know, young girls. These famous girls that are right now taking the mic and taking the stages. Many times you don't want to see your daughters kind of like behaving that way, but that's the state of the world. They're promoting that kind of behavior to the girls.
girls
So
think it's
they are
cool.
the ones driving that behavior. That they are the ones in the on the stages doing that work. So maybe they're getting something out of it. That's why they're doing it. That might be interpreted as selling their souls.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you do this, if you sign this contract, I'll give you all this money. All you gotta do is dance naked on a stage.
And you have to show some signs, like specific
Yeah, the whole
signs.
stage is prepared for them, right? They're just dancing on the stage. The Cardi B and that girl that's singing that song about bitch, I said what I said. I'm sorry, I said those words, right? Like, and she's like naked on stage, just painted. Just was covering her body is just paint or whatever, and there's like girls looking at her, like little girls looking at her singing and repeating her words. Yeah, the whole stage is prepared for her to do that.
I, I, I actually don't really know about this stuff because I don't listen to modern music. I mostly listen to
I
classical.
don't listen to it, but you know, there is when I click buttons around here, these devices and these windows, I see this stuff sometimes just
Mm.
randomly being offered to me.
That's normal. I mean, you use Instagram?
YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, is everywhere.
Don't know. I mean, on my YouTube, I've not seen such videos.
I
It's
remember
mostly
this famous guy. People call it Bad Bunny. Probably some of you heard of him. He singed in the American football Super Bowl. People were criticizing him. I remember him talking about that he already sold his soul, but he now he's buying souls. That's him talking about. He's saying it himself. He said, "Now what we do is that we buy people's souls."
Yeah,
That's his
it's not
business now.
it's not about whether it's true or it's not true. It's about there are some people who believe in it, and they're powerful people. They have money to what create organizations on the basis of that belief, and they do cruel things for those beliefs. It's about that.
If you want to be part of the club, you want to be part of the party and get the benefits or
No, I'm not
get the
really
benefits
interested
from that.
in. No, I'm not really interested in
Well,
fame
when I
or
say
anything.
you, when I'm not saying you, but the
Oh,
people that are willing to do it, that's the you that I'm talking about.
oh,
If that person wants to be part of that, yeah, they have to operate within certain parameters. And some people, based on your question, what does selling your soul means? Maybe that's what it means. I don't know.
yeah.
Welcome to the
For
new
a more
people.
practical application, for more
Go
practical,
ahead.
real world like life application of my own experience, I'll try to keep it simple. So years ago at my job, we had a performance metric that they were forcing us, like through threat of our jobs, to meet. Everybody was being dishonest to meet it. My boss came to me and said, "If you can't get this down, I'm gonna, I'm gonna write you up until you lose your job for failure to follow. If you don't meet it." And I said, "I can't because I'm not willing to be dishonest. Everybody else is being dishonest." I said, "You can try to fire me if you want, but I'm going to refuse to be dishonest because I was not willing to give up my ethics, that be dishonest in order to keep my job." And stood up to him, and he investigated and found out everybody was lying. And he never talked to me about it again because I was unwilling to sell my soul for my job.
There you go. That's a good way to put it. That's an example, I think. Yeah.
I mean, I think selling your soul is better than selling your body for a living.
I mean, a job is basically selling your body because you need your body to do a job and then you get compensated.
Yeah, in a sense. For some, it's
Like I
You're
have an
different.
using your
important job and I
body.
help people. So that's what I feel like. I feel like I do an important thing for people. So I don't feel like I'm selling my body for money. I feel like I need to provide for my family and the society. This is what I have to do. But I feel like my job is productive and I do help people. So I don't feel like I'm selling myself at all. I'm
Okay,
using
so
myself. I'm being productive.
let's see
Yeah.
if you own a construction company, you're a builder. What do you think you'll feel about your work? Hello?
I mean, if you're a
Well,
builder and you're
you're
building
building, yeah.
housing for people, you building structures that people are gonna live in and enjoy and have a living in. I mean, you're doing something for society. That sounds fine to me.
Mm,
That there's a need. People need homes. You building a home for them. Good.
yeah, I know in certain countries people hate builders.
People
People
hate.
think that,
Some people want to just be in a position of hating everything. There's some
yeah,
haters
that's
out there
true.
that just gonna hate on whatever they put their eyes on.
That's definitely me.
Yeah, there you go. An example right here. She's
Mm,
gonna hate on everything. Doesn't matter what it
no,
is. She's gonna hate.
uh, hating, it's not that hating someone is a bad thing. It's just that, let's see, there was a time I used to hate this world and I wanted to kill everyone if I could, every living organism. But the reality is I can't. I don't have that amount of power, right? You can just like shoot me one bullet and I'll die.
That's just
So
being delusional. That's just you
yeah,
being delusional.
yeah. So that's if I don't really have that. So thing. I mean, hating is pointless. Let's say I hate someone. I want to destroy that person. I'll go to jail if I do that. So
Are
just
we
be a
just
good
gonna
person.
skip over what you said?
What? I'm just saying that hating is pointless. It doesn't really
No,
help
you
you in
said
any
like you
way.
wanted to kill everybody.
There was a time I used to think like that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It's probably that it might be. Anyways, yeah, that's off the
I
topic.
was kid. I mean, I was like 19.
I
Yeah, I
mean,
used to watch
remember
too much anime.
this is the whole thing, right? You maybe had these crazy ideas that were sold to you,
Yeah,
absurd ideas. So you had a absurd. You wanted to do
yeah,
absurd things. So in
yeah,
your mind filled with absurdities, you wanted to commit atrocities.
yeah. But I don't really have power to do those things.
That's when reality kicks in. I
Yeah.
want to conquer the world
No, it's not
because
about conquering.
I
If I,
feel powerful. But then
uh,
reality kicks in.
that's true. Conquering, I don't think there is really. I mean, what do you want to conquer? What do you want to experience? There is.
I mean, if you said that you wanted to kill everyone, you're gonna have to
Yeah.
conquer the world to kill everyone, bro. Like, how are you gonna kill everyone? You have to conquer.
Yeah, you do have to conquer the world, or you can create some weapons or something.
Well, to create these weapons, so what are you gonna do? You're just gonna spawn them out of in existence out of nowhere?
You need scientists. You need
Yeah,
labs.
you need
You need
people to
money.
think like you to help you out, no?
Yeah.
But
No,
that's the
even
difficult part. To turn
uh,
people into your nonsense, right? Turn
yeah,
people to agree to your nonsense and follow up. That's the difficult part.
it's actually very easy. People believe anything. If you like, let's see.
Nah, people believe
Uh,
anything, really? Yeah. Oh, you believe anything? All right, bro. Give me your bank account.
no,
Just
not
send me all your money because you
not.
have to do it. Believe it now? Do you believe it?
No, I'm not believing that.
No, you don't believe anything, right? All right. So don't make a broad claim about everyone. Like just people
Okay.
just believe anything. That's not. It's not as simple as that. It's not as black and white. People just believe anything. Uh,
There's this thing that
it's not just like that.
yeah, it was like this. Hello, Chemsy.
Yeah.
So let's see. You like not all people in this world they know about you, right? So what?
Obviously,
Yeah, you let's say you've done something against the government or something which the
I
government
will never.
fears.
I
It's
will
not.
never.
I'm just speaking in like in let's see in a hypothetical situation, okay? And
Yes.
now the in the whole world, every news channel is telling that some news and on some news channels they're telling that you're a rapist or in some you're a murderer or like you've done all kind of atrocities. To, even though they are not, it's not true. You have not done anything. Like you've not done any of those things. Do you think people will believe that?
Some people might. Some people might not. Just because there is such thing as witnesses and
Yeah.
credibility, right? So some people might just be gullible and hear words from someone's mouth, and that might be enough for them, right? Oh, he said so. I trust this person saying it, so I might just believe what he's saying. But you cannot base anything just based on belief. If you are, I mean, if you're gonna take actions about anything about that kind of stuff, you need some evidence, right? If you're a police officer and someone just says this guy's a criminal, you don't go just arrest them. You need evidence of the crimes, and then you can
Certain countries
act.
they can arrest you. You don't really need anything.
Yeah, someone said so, therefore you are. Someone
Yeah.
says
I
you
mean,
stole, no evidence, you go to jail without evidence.
yeah, if you, I mean, if you provoke certain people,
Which
like,
country is that?
let's say India, I've seen it happening multiple times, multiple cases are there. If you say
In
anything
India,
against the government, like CBI raid will happen on your house, multiple cases and anything. It is, yeah, these things happen. I mean, you can
I'd
just
say
search
that's
it.
like a
There are multiple
fallacy of a
cases.
vocal minority. That's what I'd say. That's what I've seen. Is because like the vocal people are the loudest, are the ones you hear. The few dissenters of something like that, they they get drowned out by the angry vocal minority, and the people who are genuinely pondering it, like Jimmy was saying, people who think about it, people who want to investigate it, they stay quiet because they don't know. So you pretty much hear the vocal minority, and everybody's saying this. Well, the people who are speaking up, yeah, but it doesn't speak for everybody. I think that kind of goes right in the in between of where both of you are on that.
Yeah, that's true. That's one way of looking.
Now, if you have, let's say, 3+ witnesses about something that happened, even there is no video evidence, photographic evidence, if you have this lady and this guy and this child and a bunch of people that saw something happen and they all say this is what happened, and everything kind of like e- everything they're saying sounds about right, I mean that might be enough evidence, just witnesses to something. Anybody
Wait,
got any
y'all, I
questions
love
about the
Uber
topic?
Eats so fucking much. I forgot.
Oh,
Wait,
send
my
me some
bad. Go
Uber
ahead.
Eats, thank you. Can you send me some Uber Eats?
Oh no! Uber Eats is for me, baby. I'm such a loyal customer. Period.
You can actually
Good
send
God.
gifts to people. There's a feature you can send an Uber Eats to someone else. So,
No, this ain't a charity, sweetie.
well, are you broke or something?
No, I'm not broke. I'm
All right, send
not
me Uber Eats
broke.
then.
I'm not broke, and I'm not gonna send you Uber Eats. Like what? I'm richer than half of y'all in here combined. Like what? Don't play.
All right, girl. I thought we were buddies.
We're not buddies. I don't know you. You're a flat earther. Ew.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
not my buddy? All right, I'm not your Paul then.
I never called you my pal, sir.
All right.
Impo, this money you claim to have, does it come from your mother or your father?
I don't have a father. My father has passed away. Um, my mother, she's like I wouldn't say like she's rich, but like she got that bag on her, you know.
Yeah, so it's not you who's rich, it's your mother.
No. I'm also rich myself. I have my own business, you know?
Yeah, why don't you hook me up, bro?
What is it
No,
called? OnlyFans or something?
no. Why would what the fuck? No. It's called Epo's Boutique. Thank you.
What do you
W,
do?
you have a business? W, girl, right there.
Yup, invest in my crypto, period.
OMG. Wait, you say crypto? You invest in crypto?
Mm,
Investing in crypto is
yep,
not a business, though.
it is to me. Thank you.
That's like a
Oh,
bet.
I can get
You're
me a
bet.
site too. Hold up. I can get me a
Hold up.
slushie.
Hold the phone.
I want to get one of the pop rock slushies. Should I get the blue? Should I get the blueberry, orange, fruit punch, or strawberry?
Wait, is that why
Which
you
one?
invested in crypto to buy bad food for your body? That's not an investment. That's
I
a
work out though.
malinvestment.
I work out though.
Doesn't
I
matter.
do.
Listen, doesn't matter if you work out. If you put in bad fuel in your body, it doesn't matter how much you work out.
Yeah, it is.
No, it
Oh,
doesn't.
booyah! Period.
With the
Listen, I'll
watermelon
show
fruit
you. I'll
punch.
show you. I'll show you the biggest people with the best physique, did the most exercise, run every day, and they die young.
Okay, that's because they're genetic.
Well, your genetics are immune to all that fake food. Is that what it is?
No, it's not. No
I
one's
hope
in
you
it.
know that all this American fast
My
stuff
bad. My mom was
it's
calling me. She wanted to make sure I fed the
it's
dogs, which
literally
I
over
ain't. But I gotta
80%
feed them now.
pure
Yo, say
oil.
hi
Like
to
I'm not
mom.
even
Say hi to
joking.
mom.
It's
My mom
disgusting.
doesn't want to say hi to you.
Hi, mom.
Yo, Gemsy, you know this? You know the American fast food is like more than 50% pure oil.
I don't care.
Which
If you
Like,
can't
like
spend a ban
she
on
doesn't
clothes,
care.
then
It
I
tastes
don't want to
good.
talk. Don't talk to me.
She
You
wants
can't
an
spend
heart
a ban
attack.
on clothes. Don't talk to me. Thank you.
As long as her
A heart
taste
attack.
buds are pleased, everything is good.
No. Like I said, if you can't spend a ban on clothes, don't talk to me. Thank you. Hey guys, I
Do
gotta
you
feed these damn
do you
dogs.
eat? Do you add pineapple to your pizza?
No,
Yeah,
that's
I do add pineapple to my pizza. I like it.
actually I never tried it, so I can't even say it's disgusting. But it sounds disgusting. Booyah! Cook Chick-fil-A's recipe. Made a couple meals within a week.
Chick-fil-A? You know why they call it Chick-fil-A, right? Because it's not
Chick-fil-A
chicken.
is healthy. I don't care what you say.
It's not called chicken fillet, right? It's called Chick-fil-A.
I called it
So
Chick-fil-A.
they're
What the hell are you
filling
talking about?
they're filling a chick. You're a chick, and they're filling you up, but it's not chicken though.
So what was that supposed to mean?
You're eating
Booyah!
fake food. You should aim to eat real food.
I do eat real food. That I
Well,
cook.
tell me
Thank
tell
you.
me one real food that you eat. Tell me one.
Collard greens, cornbread, mac and cheese. Thank you.
Did you say cornbread?
Yes, cornbread. Cornbread is real good. Don't play.
I asked her for real food and she said cornbread.
Cornbread is real food.
With
Alright,
fruits
girl,
and
is that what you
vegetables.
believe?
No, it's true. Cornbread is real food. What you talking about? Unless you're talking about meats. But I don't see how people eat meats like that for real. Like that's nasty. Just eating meat is like l- look at that. Epo, she's white. I'm not white. I'm real black. Thank you. What I was gonna say though.
You know it.
But yeah, just I
Do you
don't see
know
how
that?
people get that
Do you
all
know
that
that a
meat white
child?
shit.
You know that children, their development, their brains develop either correctly or incorrectly, enough or not enough, depending on what they eat and depending on
Yeah,
the nutrients that they're getting.
So is
So
that why I'm
you're
autistic?
you're you're not comprehending about the stuff that we talk about in here about the physical and natural world might be an example of you eating all this cornbread since who knows when.
Cornbread is good. Why are you hating on black people food? That's weird. You're being real
That's not.
weird.
what is
I
cornbread?
mean,
Let me
It's
check.
called soul food. It's good for the soul.
it's basically cake. They call it cornbread, but it's basically cake.
No,
It's
it's not
flour,
cake. It's
sugar.
not cake.
It's cake, basically. You know
No,
cake?
it's not.
Okay,
It's
so
cornbread.
it contains refined sugar, right?
It, listen, ask her if she will if
Yeah.
she will eat the cornbread without sugar. Ask her that.
Come on.
Refined sugar is not good for your health. It's like poison.
It's not just that. The flour, it's
I'm
even
gonna eat
worse than
this
the sugar.
food for me. Why the fuck she eating all this? I gotta get you some more food.
That's why I don't eat flour. I think rice is fine.
I mean, that flour that people normally use for cornbread. I'm pretty sure you can find some decent flour out there that is not as bad, but normally that flour that they use for the cornbread is most likely the worst of the worst, the cheapest of the cheapest, the dirtiest of the dirtiest.
Mm,
I'm
I
talking
don't know.
dirtiest, all the chemicals that they use to just process this stuff. That's why the brain doesn't develop correctly, hence EPO.
Actually, many young people these days, they're showing signs of dementia.
Well, there you go. EPO is a good example.
Even in my
Why you
country,
keep calling
many
my
young people,
name,
like,
man?
they call it brain
And now
fog
we know
in
why.
psychology.
It might be the cornbread that is causing the effects that she's
Is
displaying.
y'all not hungry? I
Not
want to
just
eat this shit
cornbread,
too.
pollution to
Oh.
dirty water, bad food.
I mean, there's a lot of causes of the effects on this
Yeah.
body degradation. I'm not gonna say that
Yeah.
I'm immune to the whole thing, but still, the examples are there. Even though if I can say I'm an example as well.
Yeah, I don't really make my life that complex. I think the best thing about life is that we can kill ourselves. When things are not really that great, you can end it. So live
But that's
healthy life.
boring. You want to face the challenge.
I'm not really interested in facing challenges. Yeah, if it's learning about
So
skills
why
like
you just
learning
you
an
just
instrument, reading books, it's fine. But I don't understand what kind of challenges you mean.
oh, there you go. Isn't learning an instrument is a kind of like a
It's not
challenge?
challenge. Okay, so what was your name? Sorry.
Gem,
Gemsy.
Gemsy.
Yeah. So do you understand that every one of us have different minds, right? Like since birth we like different things. We are made for different things. We have different abilities. So for me, like learning an instrument, I've never felt that it's a challenge. I enjoy it. Even
Yeah, you can
yeah,
enjoy a challenge. So yeah, I agree with you. But you're saying it's not a challenge. That doesn't mean that because you enjoy it, it's not a challenge.
I've never felt that it's a challenge. I mean,
That's fine. You don't have to call it a challenge. I might call it like that myself.
it's
But
no, it's not about challenge or something. Let's see. If like if your
you enjoy
brain
doing it.
is
You saw the instrument. You said, I want to learn how to play it. You sat
yeah,
down. You went through the process of learning how to do it, and you learned. You learned how to do it,
yeah, that's I mean it takes time, like in a year, 2 years.
which is challenging, but you beat the challenge.
Still do it because you like it. You won't do it if you don't like it.
Now you see, eating cornbread is not a challenge. It's an addiction. See the difference?
It's not an addiction. I only eat cornbread for Thanksgiving.
There you go. Once a year
Okay, doesn't
addiction.
mean it's not good though. Corn is good as fuck.
Oh, it's good. It tastes good in your taste buds, but that doesn't mean it's good for your overall being.
Okay, please tell me why cornbread is not good. Exactly. Keep it quiet. Keep it cute.
You're asking, what was your question again? Why cornbread is not good?
Uh-huh.
Because it triggers your insulin sensitivity. It's causing your body to. It's like you're driving an engine and you're
Produce
driving it
more
to a
insulin
thousand.
so where your
So
blood sugar
you know
don't
how
get
when you
crazy.
drive a
Yes,
you know
I
when
know.
you drive a car when you drive a car, you press the gas pedal just a tiny bit
Yes,
so
I
the car
know.
moves
I
and
know.
you make it
I
to you
know.
and you make it to your destination. So eating the cornbread is basically fueling the car with trash and then accelerating the gas pedal to the bottom of it
To the max.
to hunt to the max. Yeah, you're driving the vehicle to the max with trash fuel. You
Yes,
know what
I
you
know.
know
I
what
had
the
insulin
you know what
resistance
that does
before.
to the car, right? You're gonna blow the engine.
Jimsy,
Yeah.
do you want to see the ingredient list of all the junk food which I eat? Because
This is besides the topic of the VC. Maybe we bring it back if anybody got any questions about the topic. But if you're gonna post, if you're gonna send me something, you can send me whatever you want. Yes, DM me about whatever you want about food. You can. Yes, the answer is yes. You can send me that stuff.
okay. Mm,
But like, why can we not oh fuck digest corn? And I also got one more question. Why is it if somebody stabs you or cuts you open that your acid from your stomach doesn't pour out?
You asked two questions, two different questions.
Uh-huh.
So what's the first question? Why you cannot digest cornbread, you said?
No, corn.
Well, you know, have you ever eaten a corn without? Okay, so think about this. Eat you know, when you go to the let's say you buy corn, you buy a corn,
Yo, bro, you
and
want Dave's hot chicken?
so not the flour, just grab corn and eat a piece of corn like the seed, just swallow it, and you're gonna poop it like that. It's not gonna be digested. It's gonna be is you're gonna see corn like whole corns in your poop. Why? Because you didn't digest it.
But why? Like, why can we not digest it? You know what
Because
I'm
it's
saying?
not real food. That's why it's not food. It's artificial.
So, okay, so you're saying like corn, like how they like our corn that we know, how we know it now, is like man-made.
I mean, I might be talking with the normal corn that you get in these days, the artificially grown GMO stuff that you're getting mostly in the stores. Maybe there might be some corn out there in nature that you might be able to digest some of it, but what you're getting at the store is not that though.
Yeah, Gemsy, from my understanding, all these different fruits and vegetables we have today, none of them are actually natural. They're all genetically engineered, from bananas to apples to corn, everything. Yeah, if you go way back, and you have a look at what a banana looked like, or what some of these other fruits look like, and you wouldn't even recognize it. They're full of seeds. It's crazy.
They're not as sweet. They're full of seeds. They're not. They're barely. You wouldn't be eating them as you do like the ones at the store. Yeah, the ones at the store are being
Yeah, that's
designed
right.
to be sweeter, better looking, better tasting, and well, plus most of them have a bunch of chemicals and pesticides on either inside on the outside of them, so you eating that as well, the pesticides, herbicides, and whatever chemicals coating that they add to them. So yeah, your body is not designed to process any of that stuff.
Right. Why do they even pump like chemicals and food? That like I never got behind that. Like I never understood. Stupid.
Pretty crazy. We're the only animals in the world that poison our own food to eat it.
Not in other
even
countries.
even my farm even my farm animals that I have, I got sheep and alpacas, will not drink town water. They go to the trough if there's town water in it. They smell the chemicals and they walk away, and they go drink out of a muddy puddle somewhere.
Right.
Mm.
That's
Yeah, the
disgusting.
animals are smarter than the people, I guess, on that sense. Just going by instinct, I guess they can smell the chlorine and a bunch of chemicals in the water supply, so they don't associate that with what they're trying to get for their thirst.
Oh, why is it not taking my fucking card? I'm gonna get mad.
Hey, what you cursing in the VC, huh?
I can if I want to. What the hell you cuss?
You said the F word.
Okay, boo.
Just the effort word.
Come on, be a lady.
I am. Like what?
Yeah, fucking lady. Just kidding.
Bro, what is going on with Uber Eats?
Alright, if you're a real lady, you're gonna send me some Uber Eats right now.
You're not getting Uber Eats for me. Jesus.
I'm just joking.
Here a few words. I'm not getting it.
Jimsy,
Bro,
what do you think
Uber's
about
gonna just
veganism?
I've
irritate
already
you.
I already have had my meal of the day. I had I have a ribeye and 4 eggs and some how do you call this thing again? Let me look at it. I forget them. I call it in
Bro,
Spanish
what?
sauerkraut. Sauerkraut.
Have
German style
$25.
sauerkraut. That's not too bad. And olives. I had some olives.
Jimsy,
Some
hello.
olives. Yo, hello.
Yeah, what do you think about veganism? I mean, they take multiple supplements like B12, vitamin D3, and many more.
Mm, I
Huh?
think it's another of those man-made doctrines. It's like a religion, but this one is a diet religion.
Yeah. I mean, what they eat is not really an issue, but I mean, in that diet, you have to take supplements. For B12, you have to take supplements, and it's not
Listen, like
really.
when I go to the store and I
Yeah.
can go to the vegan section and they have vegan this and vegan that, all the stuff is like artificial, like
Yeah,
all of it.
it's. I mean, okay, I would not lie. I was vegan for almost 2 years, fine, and I was following a good vegan diet with supplements too. I was taking B12. I was taking even calcium, and suddenly I had my body it started reacting because of those supplement, and I started facing skin issues. I went to dermat, and he told me to stop all this supplementary and gave me some medicines, and it got fixed. Now I just follow a normal diet. I eat eggs. I'm not non-vegetarian. I'm vegetarian. I just eat eggs, vegetarian, or you can say. And now my skin is fine, like how it used to be, and I feel better. My mind is working fine, better than before. Like in those times,
So you're
I
eating eggs and what are you eating eggs and eating meat now?
no, I don't eat meat, so I'm mostly I just eat vegetarian food like lentils. I drink milk, and daily I'll eat,
Grains.
yeah, 6 eggs I'll eat
You
daily.
said milk? Do you said milk?
Yeah, I drink 1 glass
Do
of
you
milk daily.
is it raw milk or is it
No,
processed milk?
boiled milk, processed milk,
You need
just raw milk.
goat's milk, man. Goat's milk. Fresh goat's milk.
Are you AJ?
Oh,
Are you
Oh, I'm
saying
serious.
goat's milk?
packaged milk,
Yeah,
like
goat.
Yeah, yeah. Goat's milk is good. Yeah, goat's milk is really
cow,
good. Yeah.
cow milk. And I
Well,
eat
again, I don't think we're meant to drink any milk. Can you name any other animal anywhere that's weaned off its mother and then goes and drinks milk from a completely different species? It's not natural.
Yeah, it is not natural, but I mean, whatever we eat, it's not really natural eating eggs and all. But it's
Well, as you
fine.
know, guys, as you know, we live in an design environment, right? So the creator created abundance. You guys know this, right? There is abundance out there. Like basically, if you go, I mean, and he also gave us our intelligence, right? To
Yeah,
gather animals and to, feed them and eventually slaughter them for food.
yeah.
So we have byproducts of the animals, cheese, we also get milk from them. And when you just follow from the origin, the first original Happy Meal, you know what that was? The original Happy Meal
What?
is called mother's milk. That's the original food
Yeah, that's
for all humans. So if God Himself designed the mother to give you the original Happy Meal, there's something there, guys.
what is there?
The original food that we got, the first food that the God Himself
So,
designed for us to get,
I mean, I don't think I can buy that original food.
raw milk. It's raw milk.
Yeah.
That's what the mother's milk. Actually, the first milk from the mother is called colostrum. It's the original first meal. And if you look into colostrum, colostrum has all the growth hormones that the body needs. It has protein, fats. It's very high in fats. It has a bunch of things that the body needs for just the baby's development. And yeah, it is the first meal, so it was designed to be so. So milk milk has its place in men's world of foods, especially raw milk.
Yeah. It, you
The
can't
local
really
farm down
buy
the road I
that.
get raw milk from. It's pretty sweet.
I mean, raw milk. I know people put raw, but it's just milk. It's milk is milk. But then we have processed milk. That's not milk. I mean, when I say processed, they put it in these radiation chambers. They radiate it. They many times filter it, take the fats out, take a lot of the nutrients that is supposed to be in the milk, and then they add these cultures and these bacteria that are that are put over, but that are provided by how do you call it, DuPont and other pharmaceuticals that grow these bacteria that are put in your dairy products. So they are the ones that decide what type of organisms go in your foods that eventually goes in your body.
Because they want to
Have you
control
seen
us.
when it says cultures, bacteria cultures, and they give you the names? That stuff, there's a monopoly on that stuff, and the biggest provider across the world of these bacterias is DuPont and another company. And DuPont, if you look in their record, in their track record, the they've been accused of crimes against humanity, basically mass murder, basically when it comes to foods, like genocide, basically. For the things that they have done with people with the foods, the chemicals that they put, the things that they have done, how much land they have damaged with chemicals. And I don't know, it's a crazy thing that they are the ones that decide what type of bacteria is gonna go in your foods and the milk and the yogurts.
I mean,
Also, the
because they have
yeast that
made,
people, the
they have
yeast that
found,
people use to make bread, the
yeah.
bacteria and the yeast that they use to make bread, they also that yeast is also produced by these big companies. Because I think we should have access to certain bacteria that are good for the body, but they basically sell these colonizing bacteria that are the wrong ones that we're supposed to be using. Because these bacteria are colonize the body and they replace the good bacteria with these other bacteria that they're putting into the food products.
So in a sense, it is possible that they have reduced our lifespan or something. Is that what
Oh
you
yeah,
think?
you can conclude that. Yes, you can conclude that.
Because I
If
mean,
there's
if
one
you,
thing that you can conclude, yeah, that you
yeah,
can conclude that the lifespan has been reduced based on the
they
foods
tell
that
us
we
that
put in our
our
bodies. Yes,
ancestors, they were living for 40 years, 30 years, or I think even less than that.
our ancestors were having 10 plus children 10 plus children. You can look like huge families in the past, and people will meet the great grandparents, great not in the past. People will meet their parents, their grandparents, their great grandparents, and the ones before that. They used to
Yeah.
meet those in the past. Have you
But now it's
have you
just
meet
me
your
and my
have you
parents.
meet your great grandparents?
Never in my life. I have met my grandfather.
Yeah, these days you're lucky if you meet your parents.
No, my parents are not really that old. My dad is
And I'm
45.
saying these days people like are born and their parents pass away years after, or the great grandparents. You're lucky if you meet your grandparents. You're lucky.
That's true. I think
You
they're
you be you
completely
be
destroyed.
thankful that you met your grandparents or your parents. Be thankful that you are able to have a conversation with your dad and your mom. Be very thankful, because not everybody
Well,
has that experience. There's a lot of examples out there. People don't have lives with their parents or their grandparents because they're dead, which is not supposed to be the case.
yeah, that's true. I don't know, I just take it for granted because since childhood, like anyone I knew, no one has ever died. Anyone
Well,
since
you're in
childhood.
India, right? You're in India, so you're doing all right then.
All of my family members are alive, like my mom's family or dad's family. No one has died, so I don't know how it feels to lose someone.
There you go.
So
That's
everyone
that's uh
here
that's a good.
consider land.
You have a
Yeah,
question? Hi, you have a question about the topic of the VC? Go right ahead. Save the
Yeah,
VC
give me
for
the most.
yourselves.
Huh?
You have a question? Go ahead.
I mean, give me the most reasonable thing to believe this flat Earth part.
Oh, flat is a description of a surface based on the orientation, the horizontality of the world that we find
No, I mean,
ourselves
give me
in.
the most interesting and most acceptable reason to believe this.
So I'm in the middle of my reply, and if you're actually receptive to new information, you would wait for the end of my sentence and take everything in.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, flat, the word is a description and an orientation of the surface that we stand on. So based on measurements, we measure the surface of the earth for
Okay, yeah.
multiple uses, construction, we measure the surface for many things, and we can test the surface with measuring devices, including lasers, and we can shoot the lasers from certain distances, and we can determine if the surface of the earth is curving to be a sphere or is not curving. So based on the conclusions of the test, it shows that it's not curving. So the description is flat, horizontal, level. You can
I don't
use
know, but
those
basically,
for you don't know?
you say this about limited space. You don't say about a very long space that human can't see it from far away, like
Well,
register it from far
I
away.
get, yeah, we don't, yeah. You could start on the small scale. You could start on your house, your floor, right? You can go to your bathtub. You can go to a pool that's flat and level. You can go to a lake. The lake can be 1 mile, 2 miles, 10 miles, and you're gonna be able to measure that lake body of water. Doesn't matter how big it is, 50 miles, and it's gonna measure flat and level. Now you can go to the ocean, and the ocean is bigger than the lake, right? And the
Yeah.
ocean as well is utilized and is in a sense, when it's tested or measured, whatever distance on the oceans are measured, they measured flat and level, horizontal as well. This is a horizontal frame of reference. So yeah, everywhere you go, doesn't matter the distance across it, because we're talking about what bodies of water, right? Water surfaces at the moment, which is the easier way to measure a surface. But then you can work within a benchmark across the land as well. Let's say, for example, in the United States, there's many states. Have you ever heard of the United States? There's many
Yeah.
states in the United States. So there's states like Florida and what's the other one? Florida, Alabama. Many of the states in the United States, for example, are described as flatter than a pancake. You know a pancake?
Yeah.
You know a pancake is flat. You know that, right?
Depends who is making it. But okay,
Depends
yeah.
who's making it. Correct, correct. Yeah, but you can describe it as flat, right? So there's land across the for this area that I'm talking to you about the world. We can go to other places, but they are flatter than a pancake because based on the baseline, sea level zero. Even if you go high in elevation, right, up in the mountains, or you go lower in the valleys, there is a benchmark horizontal, and then you can go across the land, and the benchmark, the changes on the baseline, the elevations or the the higher elevations or the lower elevations are consistent enough that you can still describe that land as flat.
Okay.
Because if the land or the water was curving for it to be a sphere, like they show you on the TV, right? In the TV, you turn on the TV and they look at the globe Earth, or you open the book and they say Earth is a globe, and this is, you see these depictions, right? But the Earth doesn't do what you see on the book. The Earth is not curving, so it cannot be that depiction on the book. It's not that,
Okay, but if it's
because
not
it's not
curvy,
curving.
where is the nucleum? Where is the center of the Earth then?
Oh, that's a good question. Where is the center? So it's the center of the whole of existence. I mean, that's a good question. We're gonna have to ask uh, whoever has been there, right? I haven't been to the center of the Earth myself. So where is it? Good question. If you're gonna use the references that we have and call a center, you might wanna, people kind of call it like the geographical north, right? On the maps, which is allegedly below celestial north. So if we're gonna talk about a center based on how we move around the land, so that will be north. North might be the center, or geographical north. And then from that center out, we orientate ourselves to navigate around that
No,
center.
no, I was meaning, uh, basically Earth is made from more. It's stratificated and has a center. It has the nucleum.
You mean the
Where?
center below the ground, like the nucleus,
Yeah,
the
the
core.
nucleus.
That will be an
Exactly.
unknown because man has dug. You know, people digging holes. You know, people use a shovel and dig holes, right?
Okay.
Very deep holes. So the deepest hole ever dug by man allegedly is about 7.8 miles, and nobody found the center. They just couldn't go any further. So people dug a hole and they reached a limit and they cannot dig any further. So
Okay.
nobody has found the center. When you think about in the globe idea, the core of the earth, that's only cartoons. Nobody has ever discovered that.
You seen the whole data.
The center of the earth, nobody discovered it. It's just an idea that someone wrote somewhere, but they never seen it.
Have you seen the hole they dug?
or just heard that they
Yes,
done?
it's called the deep borehole in Russia. They spent over 10 years digging this hole. There's many papers about it. You can see the descriptions, and yeah, they dug pretty deep. Also, the Americans tried, but the Russians did a better job. So the Americans dig to a certain area, and then the Russians digged even further. They put more effort into it, I guess, the Russians.
Without digging anything. I am just asking you, how do you verify this information? How do you know that thing
That's
is
what,
fact?
listen. That's why I did a qualifier. I said allegedly. Remember when I said allegedly? Remember that part?
Even if you said that,
This is the
can you verify?
alleged. This is the alleged claim of the
I
deepest
am
hole
just getting
ever, and the
I am just
alleged claim of the deepest hole is 7.8 miles. So anything beyond that is unknown.
understand my intention, and my maybe my voice is provoking you. I am not
No, I'm not
intelligent.
provoked. I'm not provoked. And it's not your voice either. You have bad connection, bad mic, bad audio, and
I
bad
am
listening
just
skills. So that's a you. That's not a me problem. That's a you problem.
And bad body odor.
let me explain myself. I have
Maybe
Wait,
bad
that
how
body.
do
too.
you know bad body odor? How do you know this? Have you smelled them? Like, how the fuck do you know
That
this?
I can
was
smell
that
it through
was
the
the
screen.
that was
Tell me
How do you
how.
mean you can smell it? Did
the
you
girl just
invent a
trying to
new
trick me.
screen where you can like smell people
Don't
from the
worry. Don't worry
screen?
about that. Let's move on from that. Let's move. That's just a troll.
No, I do worry
Let's
about
move on
that.
from that.
No,
So
I
if you're
was
gonna
trying.
keep deviating from the conversation, I'm gonna have to mute you, dude.
I'm friends with DJ, dude. I have powerful friends.
I don't care. I don't care. You're friends with your mom. I don't care.
Why do you have to? Why are you deviating? Why are you bringing someone's mom into the conversation for no reason? Are you
Because
so immature?
because I'm talking to the other guy and you're trying to deviate into this other body odor shit.
No, you're deviating because you're attacking his body odor and shit. Which has nothing to
I
do with
never
the
said body
conversation.
odor. That was someone else. I never
And
said
you
that.
agreed with
I
it. It
never
was the
said it.
girl and you agreed with it. Don't lie now.
Okay, why are you saying me?
Well, you agreed with it. You were saying
No, I
you're
did.
probably also body odor. Yes, you did.
I said probably.
You
I
want me to
said
play it back
probably.
for you?
The probabilities that someone smell it are very probable because that's something that people skins does smell. So yeah, there's not a big deal. So
Well,
let's
yeah,
move on
why
from
are
that.
you bringing him?
Let's
Everyone
let's
smells.
move on from that. Let's move on from that. It's almost like you don't get it.
It's funny you're saying that.
It's not funny.
Be clear. I just don't like bullies.
Can you complete a sentence cohesively?
I did. I told you I don't like bullies. And your English isn't that
And
much
and tha-
better,
and
so
that's
you
and
shouldn't be
that's
you
and
shouldn't be
that's your
fucking
and
talking,
that's
right?
your feel and that's your
Because your
feelings, and
English
we
is
don't
not
care.
good
I don't
either.
care about that.
Yeah, no
I
one
don't
cares
like
about your feelings
bullies.
either.
So if you
Yeah,
don't just
so don't be a
go
fucking
to the
bully.
bullies,
Don't be
go
a
to the
fucking
bullies
bully,
VC
piece
and
of
talk
shit.
to them.
Yeah, don't
Well,
be a
go
Okay,
to the
fucking
why are you
bully.
bullies
guys
VC and
fighting?
talk to them. If you're looking for bullies to talk to them, go find them.
Go to Ask a Muslim. We see you'll find enough police.
You're ganging up on the other guy, and you're deviating from the topic.
Nobody's
And
ganging up. There was
you're
only me
attacking him.
talking.
You're attacking him. Yeah, it was the
Nobody's
girl as
attacking
well.
anybody. Nobody's attacking
Yes, we were
anybody.
all witness
You're
here. You
making
know, it's
stuff
being
up.
live.
You're lying.
It's
You're
being
lying.
recorded live. It's a live stream.
You're lying. And now you're muted. And it wasn't me. So you earned it, buddy. You asked for it. Now you have it. Enjoy it. So Where was the person that was asking questions about the topic at hand? Who was it? Obviously, Dylan joined here just to scare the people away. He couldn't hear other people having a conversation. He has to interrupt with his nonsense. Good job, Dylan. You did it. Every time we get someone new asking questions, we get these trolls like Dylan joining. Welcome.
Is Earth flat?
It is described and measured as such, so it will be fair, safe enough to say the surface of it is, because that's how it measures, not
Surface
curving.
of it is curved.
That will be a baseless assertion because there's no evidence for that case. There's no evidence
There
that it
is
is
an
curving.
evidence. I can show you that.
The Oh yeah, post it in the chat. Thank you. That's what people in here have been asking for, that evidence, measurements, right? Measurements of the surface of the Earth curving to the specific rate that is claimed. So you need a measurement that shows that the surface is deviating at 8 inches per mile squared. And if
But
you can show
listen,
measurements of that, we can
listen,
definitely take a look. I'm listening, buddy.
listen.
I'm listening.
The thing is, stand in a place where you can see far away, and you will see the Earth is curvy. Curvy. What fuck is this? It's on my bad. My English is not good. It is not flat.
Is you saying those few words a demonstration of that?
Maybe.
Can you show it? Can you show that it's curving? Can you? Okay, when I describe my BMW, right? I'm describing something that I have, right? So I can show you the BMW. I can show you my car.
Do
And
you
look,
listen? Do you
it
have a
was
Google?
made in
Do you have
Germany.
a
It
Google?
was made in Germany.
Do you have
It was
Google?
made by the company
Do you have Google?
BMW, and then I
Do
can
you have
show it
Google?
to you.
Do you have Google?
Uh, oh, obviously, buddy, obviously. Yes, the
Go
answer is
search
yes. I
it.
do have Google.
Go search it. Is Earth flat?
You
Yes
you
or
you
no?
want you want me to search your evidence for you? That's not how it works.
Yeah.
You're the one. You're making a claim. You're saying
You are bad
that
people.
it
Bye bye. You are bad people. I don't wanna. Fuck my mind.
What the
Sorry.
hell?
Bye
Okay,
bye.
run away, buddy. Run away. It's okay.
People are not even debating. They're coming, saying something. You're bad people. Fuck my
Yeah.
mind. I think what he was saying
You're
that when you stand, like when you are at a place where you can see very far away, you see that the sky is curved, like there's a curvature in sky. That's what it was. He meant.
a curvature in the sky.
Yeah.
That's not the thing in question. I'm talking about the ground.
So
That
he might.
argument will be, look, I'm in my kitchen, right? I'm in my house, and I have lights on the ceiling, and the lights are round, right? The lights are bulbs, so they look kind of like spheres. So since my lights are like spheres, that means that my floor must be a sphere.
Might be a sphere.
Yeah, because you see those lights in the ceiling. They are sphere, kind of like spheres, or they look round. The lights on the ceiling, so that determines that the ground is also a sphere. You get it? Does that follow logically follows?
It's not.
It doesn't exactly, but that's their argument,
And it is not.
which is illogical. There's no logic behind it. That's why when you put the question on the table, is this table measured as what? Okay, let's measure the table. The table measures 12 by 12 by 12. That's the measurements of the table.
Science created logic.
No, you want to measure the table? Let's go to the sea and measure a fish. And once I measure the fish, then you can tell the measurements of the table.
Okay.
That doesn't follow logically, right?
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that it was science. I think science created logic, right?
No, logic comes before science.
It does?
Oh, yeah? My bad.
Mm.
Science is a tool, and you can only determine certain things with it. There's other stuff that you need logic to determine. So there's stuff that you need your logic that you cannot science.
Hello?
Hello?
You were saying something. The last sentence. What were you saying?
I'm saying that there's stuff that you can employ your logic, but you cannot employ science
Yeah,
to work
there
it
are
out.
certain things.
And also you need a. I mean, I'm thinking. Am I thinking about the right term? Yeah, logic. So you needed
But
the log. You needed the logic to develop the scientific method in the first place, right?
yeah,
But the scientific method is like a tool. You pick the tool, you do the job, and then you drop the tool. You don't use the tool for other stuff. You use the tool for specific things. Determine a cause and effect relationship between an observed phenomena on the cause of that effect. If you can manipulate the variables.
yeah.
And you use the scientific method as a tool to determine that, the cause of the effect. Or to falsify the pre-assumption or the estimated guess that you might think that this might be the cause of the effect. But then if you manipulate that variable and then the effect is still happening, right? You remove the variable and the effect is still happening, that means that that variable wasn't the cause of the effect because the effect is still happening. So there's
That's
another
that.
cause.
So my brain is not really braining right now.
Okay, so if I'm boiling water, yeah, if I see if I turn the fire and I put water on top of that fire and the water boils, I can say, hey, the heat is causing the water to excite and heat up, and then it starts boiling. But
You
then
can say,
then I go open the refrigerator and I drink a beer, and the water's still boiling. That doesn't mean that the beer is causing the water to boil, right?
yeah,
Yeah, but then I manipulate the fire. I put less fire, turn off the fire, and the water stops boiling. I can say, hey, maybe the fire is causing that effect. Is the water evaporating rapidly?
yeah. Jimsy, what is your age?
Old enough.
I mean, 25, 26.
Somewhere around those numbers.
So,
F-
so
I'm older than that. I'm older than that.
you're 30.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at such an old age, people they create a perspective about life, and you might understand certain things which younger people don't, right? So what is your perspective of life? What do you think reality is? What about God? What do you think we are from your understanding till now?
What do I think reality is? I mean, it's what we
Reality.
experience.
I mean,
Is
you experience, yeah, that's one thing, but with time you understand certain things like this is me and this is how reality works, this is God, or
there is stuff. There is stuff that is real that we don't know how it works. So the I mean this whole place is like a design environment that it looks to me that it was designed and put in place within certain parameters, and everything kind of like abides by the construct itself. There's a lot of things happening at the same time. It's not one thing happening,
yeah,
and we are within this equilibrium and this environment that we can, live and thrive. If we are taken out of here, we kind of like die, right? If you go to a very cold region, you freeze and die. If you go to a really hot region, you basically die as well. If you go to an area, if you go really high up there's no air, you cannot breathe, you die. If you go too deep under, you get crushed and die. So we are in this medium, this equilibrium area that is all the pieces are put together for you to live and for you to live in abundance, because you see all these fruits, vegetables, animals, fish, milk, air, sunlight, everything that is in abundance, all the resources that we have access to. It's like a thriving environment where we can thrive in.
yeah.
For me, it's designed. Is a design place.
I believe that
Like a
life is this life that I'm living right now is it's just a test, like we all this all physical thing, it's like a test, video games. So if you start a game, they don't really put you in with, like, you don't really have to play against the final boss in starting. First they'll give you a dummy so you can test around with it, then you can understand the mechanics, then you'll get go in the game and play it. So I believe that right now we have this boundary like physical boundaries and all, and what we call as death. After that, we go to some higher level of reality in which there are no boundaries and there is no physical, because we are conscious beings. There is no physical, we don't really have a physical body, and there is no like subjective consciousness. We all are connected like this a display, and there are multiple pixels on that display, and all those pixels are connected. So I think reality works like that, and all of us are connected in a way. Everything is one in that
The,
sense.
in a sense, that might be a little reasonable. I think that the mind or the spirit comes before the physicality.
Yeah, and when, let's say, have you heard like people saying things
Or
like,
the body that we experience, or this environment that we are in, there is like, you know, obviously we're talking out of the context of the topic, but yeah, the so
I
because
think there
let's
was,
say that
yeah,
like I told you, there's this is a design environment. So the designer of it, or the creator, or whatever that means, it must be uh an agent that is, in my opinion, outside of his construct, and he made the construct and the design that we are in. So
mm,
there is that, let's say people call it that consciousness of God, or that, let's say, I don't know, energy of God, or whatever that is, that creates and gives us this physicality that we're in. So that is, it's comes before the experience that we're having, this physical and natural world that we experience.
yeah. I think, I don't know what was that, like a scientific, it's a fact that our body on a quantum level, it fluctuates every millisecond. It means there are fluctuations.
Fluctuates.
I don't know how to, what should I say? I mean that it's just like things, how things work on television.
Your body's like an antenna that is receiving bunch of
Yeah,
signals.
yeah. And I don't know how to explain. My English is not really that great.
It's like
Like,
a
you know
flow,
what I
like a
could be. Yeah, for God, I don't think God is an outside thing. I believe we are God. Like, you understand? Okay, so do you understand this analogy of ocean and waves? Like, there are waves in the ocean, but those waves, they come and go and they become part of that ocean. So we are just waves in this ocean of creation, and that ocean is God.
but that will be the creation. You
Yeah,
need the creator. You need that. So you're saying this code in this computer wrote itself. Mm, I don't think so. I think the code, or the creation, or the design needs a designer, a coder, an architect, a creator.
I don't think, then who created that creator? That
So
question.
so things. Well, that's another question. That's a different question. But
Yeah.
you have your computer right now. Where are you, on your computer or your phone?
I'm on my computer.
So your computer
Yeah.
needed an architect, an engineer, to design all the pieces, put them all the pieces one by one of the specific places all together, and then the software programmer that has to put all the code together, right?
Yeah.
You can't say that the computer is the god of the computers, or the creator of the computer is not the creator of the computers.
Yeah. I mean, I
The,
do
the
have
the code the
arguments for
code in the
that, but
computer is the creator of the code? No, right?
yeah. No, I do have very good arguments for that, but I don't really, my mind is not really working in its best. So I don't think I can argue
You're
for
too
that. At
tired. Go
least,
to sleep, dude. You're designed to go to sleep. So
yeah, that's what I
just
should
follow it.
do.
Yeah.
But this blue light, it keeps you awake.
Turn off all the lights
That's what I'm
during the
thinking.
get one of the infrared lights. Get a red light. You could probably buy one cheap. And then during the night, instead of having the blue light on, just turn on the red light during the nighttime.
Yeah, I mean, for my whole day, I was learning piano, and at some time, you just want to do something else. So I started using Discord at 11, and here I am at 4 4 a.m. using Discord, still using Discord.
That's fine.
Um, have you ever thought about death?
About death?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've thought about it.
So what do you feel about it?
I haven't felt it, but I think it might be misinterpreted. It might be the end of a cycle. It might be the beginning or another one. It's just a continuation of what is. I mean, that might be also caused within this environment that we find ourselves in, right? It's almost looks like the world that we're in, like the world of man is trying to kill you almost every second in a sense. It's possible that our lifespans can be a little longer than what we think. And but death itself, when people pass away, I mean, it's a big mystery. I wonder about it, but what it is just
We just die.
it's just the state of the matter.
Yeah. For
It
death,
it, it,
uh,
it might be necessary for you to appreciate life, because once you see, you know, someone dying or someone going away and not coming back, like someone that you love dying like that, like a family member, old family member, grandmother, whatever, it might make you appreciate life a little better, appreciate other people and the time that you spend with them.
yeah. I mean, I appreciate life, but I don't think it's good enough that I want to reproduce another one. It's not really that great world. It's a
Well, like having children.
Yeah, I think it's morally wrong to have kids.
No, that's the idea that they have encrusted into your being, and you're thinking that way right now. But maybe in India they push that a lot because there's a lot of people, and you guys are living maybe on top of each other. Not like in the cities, right? There's a lot of people. There's too many people in the world.
Yeah,
It's bad to have more children, but that's a complete fallacy. We need more people.
we don't need more people actually.
Oh yeah, that there's nations right now that are having negative birth rates, and
Oh, actually, you know that so for India, when like 4 or 5 years ago, they were saying that India's birth rate will start decreasing in next 80 or 50 years. And now it has decreased, like it should be 2, but it's 1.9. So India's birth rate is decreasing. It's not going to happen. It is happening.
and in some people might think that's a good thing.
I'm one of those people.
There you go, because you've been sold the idea that people is a bad thing, and that's
It
why
is a bad thing.
you were thinking that that you wanna like do all those bad things to everyone in the world, you know? And because you've been sold into this idea. I mean, it's just a state that you're thinking, yeah, you're thinking all of these bad ideas just because this is
Uh,
being
no,
it's
whatever.
like a program. You've been programmed to think that way.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, let's see. You can believe anything you want. I can believe anything I want. That's our own personal belief or a perspective, right? But I don't think I should force all these things to someone else and tell them that now figure it out. You have to live in it.
Well, you won't be completely living to your fullest if you don't aim to at some point be a man of your own and gather with a wife and have children and kind of like, you know, fulfill your I don't know I mean having your family, having children, taking care of them, and doing those things. I mean, that might be very fulfilling for some people, not to everyone, obviously, but it sounds like it is a good experience. I mean, I've seen people thriving with families, and I grew up with big families. I have a big family, uh, lots of brothers and sisters, and even from my dad's side and my mother's side, huge families. And that's the happiest people that I've ever met. Family, people with family. I mean, the saddest people I ever met is lonely people.
Most creative people are lonely people, I believe, who don't have big families. They come up with certain ideas. And like
They
you say,
even the I mean you're saying that people that have no families are the most creative ones?
yeah,
Give me
and
an
from
example
my
of who's that. Give me one example of who's that doesn't have a family and created something like did something amazing.
my brain is not working enough for thinking about all some names, but
Or you're just
let's see.
making baseless assertions then.
No, I'm not. I mean, in my mind, there are certain people, and I'm not. I can't come up with names right now, but I can make one thing for like, let's see, big families. What I've seen that they fight too much in India. They fight, and let's see, one family member, like let's see, five, six brother living together. All of or like all those brothers are married, and grandfather is living there too, and so one brother is more successful than other, so they become jealous and all, and very like
Yeah,
every
but
week
that's
some fights
drama.
will
That's
happen.
drama. That is
But
drama between family.
it
That's
is drama, and
not.
it doesn't really help
Yeah,
a kid's mind. It gives you mental trauma, like childhood trauma.
yeah,
It affects your what mind in
yeah.
many ways.
That's the world of men, like the doctrines of men, and that's away from the design of God, basically. Because God created a world of abundance, and there's a lot of land out there. If you don't like being next to your brother, you go and get a piece of land and make your own family and build your own castle.
I don't have a family, nor am I planning to. My future plan is to
You
just
don't
buy
have a
a.
family. You don't have
No,
brothers and sisters and mom
no,
and dads. You don't have that.
no, I do have those things, but I'm
So
talking
you
about
do have family.
creating my own. For my future, I'm planning to buy a villa in mountain and living there for the rest of my life alone. That's what my future plan is.
So I mean, what are you gonna do? Just be self-motivated and just do things for your own. How do you
Yeah,
say?
like spending your life learning, reading, and eating, sleeping, what enjoying nature.
Okay, you can do that. Yeah, if that's what you want to do.
Yeah,
I'm
that's what I
pretty sure.
like.
I'm pretty sure you're capable of doing that. Yeah, but you're not gonna fulfill. You're not gonna feel what is having family and fulfilling being loved
I do
and
have a
by
mom. I do have a
being
brother.
loved with it. being loved by your partner, you know, like having a wife and experiencing that love, and then having children with that, like getting a meetings of the mind with that partner, getting children and feeling, you know, loved by your children and loving them. If you're not gonna feel that feeling, bro, you're missing out like a lot.
Wait
You're
a sec.
missing like one of the best things ever designed
Same
by
for
God.
you. You are missing out like many
No, I'm
experiences in
not.
life
I
by
have
living
children.
alone.
I have children. I have children, and I have my own family, and I have my extended family. I have my own family, and I have the family I was born with. You know, like my brothers, sisters, my mom. My dad already passed away, but still, I have their side of the family,
Are you Christian?
and I experience love from me to them, and from them to me. So yeah, feels good.
I was asking, are you Christian? Are you Christian? Huh? What was that?
You know,
I believe in God. Yeah.
Any
hey,
specific
hey,
God?
Fong Yuan,
Yeah.
you said something very profound. You said that people who have families are missing out on doing things, but yet you just want to go and live in the mountains and be alone. Like you don't want to go do anything. You don't want to go travel the world and see like all the sights and all of that. Like to me, you're missing out, and you're choosing to miss out.
No, actually, this whole thing about missing out is very illogical because it's very simple thing to understand, but most people don't understand. There are certain people who don't really enjoy other people company. They can't because their brain doesn't work that way. It's like asking a horse to not run. Or I mean, that's not the way our mind is designed. Everyone is different.
So here's the beautiful thing about having children, right? You get
Yeah,
to raise.
for you, that might feel beautiful, but I don't enjoy. I
Do you
don't
not want to
like
listen to
kids,
what I have
man.
to say?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, he doesn't want to hear you though.
No, I am
That's
hearing
what
him.
it sounds
Go ahead.
like.
What?
Like the one I didn't want to have children, and the one thing that I have truly loved about having children is I get to raise them to be a better version of me. And there's nothing
Yeah.
wrong with me, right? So I get to leave somebody after me that's better than me.
Hmm.
Yeah, when you move to the mountain and you build your own castle, who you gonna leave that castle to? You wanna leave someone for someone else
Why
to
do I
enjoy
need
it. After
someone else?
all,
I'll just live like a
listen, bro.
dog and die.
After all the work that you did, after all the effort that you put, and
Yeah.
you build your own castle up in a mountain, maybe you wanna enjoy with someone and eventually leave it for someone so
Then
they can enjoy it.
those someone too will die, and they might create some
No,
other things,
they're
and
gonna have
they too will
families. They're
die.
gonna have families, and
Yeah, those families too will die. Everyone who knows them, they die. In the end, let's see. All of us who
no,
are
that's not
sitting
the
here,
end. You
everyone,
didn't die.
listen.
People dying is not the end. There is a continuation. People
Well,
die.
that's
Some people die. The young ones continue. The old ones pass away, and the young ones continue. I mean, not everybody dies.
Do you experience from others' perspective? You don't. All you experience is yourself. So what's the point of talking about others? Like
Well, you're
others
asking these
will live
questions. What's the
harsh.
point then of you asking the question?
What
If you don't want to hear people, you're saying what's the point of talking about this?
talking about? What?
We're talking about you're the one that asked these questions. I know you're asking what is the point of it.
That's why you should go. I should go to sleep.
I think you
My mind.
should.
Yeah, my
'Cause
mind is
you,
not
no,
really working that way.
you're so in a sleepy state that you're not thinking logically.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
You're
I
in a
can't
dream
even
state at the
play.
moment.
I can't even play music in my mind, which I can do very normally. Like
Well, what
uh,
are you gonna play music for? Only you to enjoy, or you want other
no,
people to
like
enjoy it?
do you know this? Like what do you call it? Mm,
Look, I'll give you this, okay? This
yeah.
is what I tell everybody when they're in a dilemma and they're like, what's the point of having children? Why should I have children? You have two choices in life when it comes to children. You cannot have children and do whatever you want for the rest of your life, no questions asked. Or you can have children and you can find out the meaning of what true love is.
Yeah.
But listen, Sheepdog, at the state that he's at the moment, I will definitely ask him to not have children because he's not ready. He's not the man
Oh,
that
I
he must
agree.
be to have children. So he's right now. He's like a child that should not have a driver's license.
I agree. I think where he needs to move is he needs to become indifferent about children and he needs to just focus on building his own life.
Yeah, once he reaches his goals, maybe he's gonna find a new goal, like maybe getting a wife or getting a partner, and then maybe have
No,
children. Yeah.
I don't think I'll ever do that. I think that's a
Well,
crime. I don't want to commit.
You
he
don't have
says
to be
that's the
so
crime.
indifferent, man.
Oh, so
That's all.
what was
You
it?
just don't have to be negative. Be positive. Don't be negative.
Okay, so all this stuff about negativity and positivity, it's nothing like that. Let's say I jump from seventh floor, and I say that if you jump from seventh floor, you'll fall from there, and someone will say to
No,
me,
don't
that's going to
recommend.
be
Don't
negative.
recommend that.
No, I'm not recommending that. I'm just telling that if you jump from seventh floor, you'll fall. That's a fact. So certain things are fact. It's not about being negative or positive. Not everything is negative and positive. Certain things are fact. That's truth of every like that's how things work. So same in life. Happiness
Yeah, no,
is
we
uncertain.
agree. If you don't drink water, bad things will happen. If you jump out of 7 stories, bad things will happen. If you
Yeah,
stop breathing air, bad things will happen.
yeah.
We don't disagree with known facts. Um, is the Earth curving? Well, let's
No,
go out and
that's
measure it.
I don't know.
If
I
it's
don't know
not
that.
curving, then now you know. Now you know because you've measured it, and now it becomes a known fact. These are things that you can know in the world around you.
Yeah, you can know. But certain things are absolutely true. Let's see in life. Um happiness, it's not certain. Like if you I cannot be 100% sure that I am going to be happy for the rest of my life, but I can be 110% sure that I will
Being
suffer.
happy is not a necessity. You don't need to be happy. You don't need that.
So I should be I should be sad. That's what you say.
No,
I
being
don't
sad or
have.
Happiness is
happy,
a
that's
choice.
not the point.
Happiness is a choice.
But
It's a state of mind.
but listen, he's talking about music, about going to the mountains and do the none of this stuff will be possible. Music or the stuff that you like, whatever you're doing on your computer. None of this stuff will exist without families and people doing this stuff. Like the antecedent to everything that you like, it's people having children. So the only way you can continue that, or even I don't know, get some happy. Like you say, you want to be happy. I mean,
No,
you want to play
okay,
music.
so
You don't. So you want to play. You want to go up in mountains by yourself and play music for yourself. You don't want anyone to
yeah,
hear it. Or
yeah,
will
I
you
like
will you like someone to listen to your music?
no, I don't like I don't like spending my time with others mostly. I've actually realized that because I've tried it myself. When I'm alone for a very long period of time, let's see, 6 months, 7 months, or even a year, I'm happy for that whole year. I don't have any emotional highs or lows. Uh, when I play music or do anything, I enjoy it. But let's see, a person comes into my life, let it be a family member or a relative or any random person. Now I start having emotional highs and peaks, like some because of arguments, I'll feel low and all. I don't like that. I just want to enjoy my own life alone. That's why I say that.
So how you gonna enjoy your life if
Because
you can't do that. There is not even possible. The people
you
that created
can.
the music, you need
Yeah.
listen, you need the people that created the computer for you're in the computer learning about piano, right? You need
Yeah.
those people to make the computer. You need the providers of the internet. You need the providers of the electricity. You need the people the farmers that bring you the lentils and the milk, right? Are you gonna do all that by yourself? Are you gonna grow the lentils, milk the cows, make your own piano, provide your own electricity? Are you gonna do all that? You by yourself? No,
Some
you're
people are
not gonna
doing
do
that.
that.
I just have to pay for that.
So you do like people because you do like them doing that for you, don't you?
I mean, they're not doing it for free. I'm paying that. I'm paying them for that. So
All right, so you do like this stuff, people doing that stuff, like you. So you do like people and you like paying them because if not, you wouldn't pay them, right? I mean, you wouldn't get the stuff. So you do
instead
like
of saying
people
I
because
like people,
you
you
like
can say that uh, labor or something.
you do what people do. You like what people do. They make pianos, you like pianos. They make
Yeah.
music, you like music. They
Yeah.
make computers, you like computers. They milk the cow, you like the milk. They grow the lentils, you eat the lentils. So you cannot just say that you don't like people because you are dependent.
So
You most it's not an option for you not liking people. You must like people.
But in today's time, you can, if you want, you can live alone. You don't really need
No,
to
you
have
can't.
it
No, you
others.
can't. You'll die by yourself. If you were alone, you don't. You're dependent on people. You depend on others.
No. To some
It's
extent,
almost
yeah,
impossible
you
for
are.
you to be by yourself unless you are like one of these guys that go to the wild and hunt. Are you gonna go hunting and fishing by yourself?
No.
Exactly.
I
So you
don't
are
even go
dependent on people.
outside. Even to buy groceries, I just order it.
Oh,
Kind of.
so other people buy the groceries for you. So do you like those people that buy the groceries for you? Do you like them?
They're doing their job.
So do you dislike them for buying the groceries for
No,
you?
I don't care about it. I just
So
buy
you don't
it.
even appreciate them bringing you the groceries?
I mean, I'm paying for that. Why should I appreciate it? They're
You
doing
well,
their
paying?
that's
So
work.
why.
are you like rich? So you're rich. You got wealth from
No, it's not
families
about
that you
being rich. That's how most
no,
people work.
listen. If you are paying people to bring your groceries, you have money already. So how are you getting paid? You most like people to get some money from someone.
Yeah, my dad works.
Your dad works. Do you like your dad or you don't like your dad?
I love my dad. I love my
So
parents.
you
I don't
do
hate my
love
parents.
people. So you do
Yeah,
love
I
people.
do
You
love
see?
certain people, but it's not that I love everyone.
Okay. So you were given this idea that you don't love anybody, you want to be by yourself, but you are dependent on even your dad, which is I mean, you originated from your dad. So you are an example and you admit yourself that having a family, you enjoy that because you
Yeah.
enjoy being with your
Hey,
dad. You're getting free food, bro.
hey, hey, Fang, can I ask you a question, man? Are you one of those people that, like, if you go to a restaurant and there's a janitor and their job is to pick up the trash, you just throw things on the floor because it's their
No, I
job?
don't do that. I don't do that. Why would I do
There's a
that?
lot of people that do that. Oh, there's a lot of people that do that. They're ungrateful for the people that are around them. You know,
No, I'm a
why let
spiritual
somebody
guy.
have a
Yeah.
why let somebody have an easy job when you can make their life difficult, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I'm a
like
spiritual
the way
guy. I
you're
respect it.
replying, like there's people like you the way you're replying that will throw the trash to the floor and will say he gets paid to pick it up. People say that, you
That's
know, that
all.
like you're saying it. But this is
No,
what I'm
I'm just
telling you.
saying that
I said,
someone
hey,
is
do
doing
you
their work.
appreciate the people that bring the food to you? Oh, they get paid for it. They bring me the food and they
No,
get paid for it. So just like the
it's.
guy that pick up the trash, you're just gonna throw the trash on the floor and you're gonna say it's fine because he gets paid to pick it up.
I mean, you're saying it like if you're not appreciating it, you're disrespecting them.
I mean, not necessarily
No, let's see.
disrespecting them, but if
Okay,
you don't
it's.
appreciate your dad, your mom, your
I do.
brothers, your sisters, the people that bring the food
I
for
don't
you, the
appreciate my
farmers
dad.
that
I'll
milk,
listen. I
the
It
love my
people
sounds
dad,
that
like
but
milk
I
the
don't
cows,
appreciate
he
it for
he
a
the
doesn't
people
have
reason.
that
to
milk the
do
cow.
anything.
Hey, if you don't appreciate the people that milk the cows for you and the people that pick up the lentils, I mean, come on, man.
I
It sounds like he never
mean,
had to do anything for himself, and he needs to get out and just go do things for
listen.
himself.
I
That's what it sounds like.
respect.
I think so. I think that's the case, Sheepdog. I think that's the case.
I
Like I
respect.
And
agree, man. Like
he gets annoyed. He gets annoyed by family members coming to see him.
yeah, I agree. I think you should like move out of your parents' home, and I think you should explore the world.
Yes.
That's why I'm saying that I want to live alone because I don't really want to interact with people. I think it's an hassle. That's
No, I think you
my
need to interact with
understanding.
people. I think you need to interact with the world and see how hard it is to gather from the world and appreciate everybody who does their job around you. I think you definitely need to do that.
He doesn't want to interact with people, but he wants someone to milk the cow so he can drink the milk, and he wants someone to grow the lentils and to harvest the lentils from him so he can eat the lentils. But he doesn't want to
No,
interact with them. How are you gonna get the milk and the lentils if you don't interact with them?
I mean, my family members buy those things.
Your family members are people, so you interact with your family members,
Yeah,
and
I
they
do have to
interact with those
interact with
people.
people to a certain level. That's a fact. I
All
accept it.
right, there you go. We made it. We made it. Yes, you need people and you appreciate people, don't you?
I do need people that I accept, but appreciating. I mean, I respect. I mean, you should. I mean, not respect others. Like normal, you should not disrespect people. And that much I understand, but appreciating, I don't know about that.
So
That's a fact that
you don't appreciate your dad then?
I love him. I love my dad, but I don't think I appreciate him because I don't think reproducing kids is a good thing. I don't think I should exist. That's what I believe. Just that's.
And you got this idea from where? From the TV or something?
I don't watch TV now. I think books. Recent for last 2 3 years I've started. Not 2 3 years since 15. I don't know how I got into spirituality. Started doing meditation. When I was 18. My girlfriend broke up with me. I got sad, depressed. So I thought that why don't
Oh,
just
your hair broken. Oh, don't, buddy.
no, bro.
Listen,
I'm
listen.
talking about like 8 or 5 7 years ago. That's too. I'm talking about life. What happened in my life? So I
Okay.
went to
There's
like
more
you know
girls
what?
out there. There's seven
Yeah,
girls out there for you,
there
bro.
are
You can
multi.
pick you can pick out of seven. So
There,
don't worry. That's one out of seven.
if you met like one bad person, there are a billion more. I know that, but I'm not talking about that. It's fine. I'm just saying that when I went to, you know what an ashram is, where you go live there, you do free labor, you work, you enjoy your life, you meditate, you live a good life. Like you'll wake up at 4 a.m., you'll go to sleep at 10 a.m. In morning, you'll again wake up, do some work in that ashram, cook food, and do your meditation. You live that life, do yoga. it's good for your mental health and all. I did that for a year, enjoyed it, then came back to my house.
You did that?
And yeah, I did that.
Maybe that's the issue. Maybe you did that on some, I don't know, you open your I don't know, your spirits to demons, and the demons now are telling you things in your head like having children is bad, people are bad, don't be appreciative of your neighbors that are milking the cows for you. Maybe just consider this, that yoga thing
No,
that you did, and maybe that opened the windows for demons, and maybe the demons are the ones telling you this stuff.
no, in that time, I was really positive
Maybe
about everything.
you're possessed and thinking that children are the scum of
I'm
the
not,
world, and you don't want children.
I'm not
Maybe it's just
possessed.
maybe it might be brainworms telling you this.
Could be.
It could be. Do you have any worms infections anywhere in your body?
No, I mean, I do have multiple. I do have what body checkups like on yearly basis. I don't think I have any issues for now.
Hmm. I don't know, because this behavior kind of points out that you have some type of either
No, I don't. It's my
spiritual
imagination.
or it might. You never
Everyone is
know.
different.
Did,
Everyone behaves.
did they open up your brain and tell you you don't have you don't have worms in there? Did they open it up?
I don't think it works like that. They just
It
scan it
does
and
work. It does works like that. It does.
you just
You can have brain worms and you don't see them. Yeah.
no, it doesn't work like that.
It, yeah, it does. You cannot
What
see
is it?
them. You have to open up, and there's people that have been in surgery. They
Yeah.
have brain scans. They have head scans. They never see anything. Once they open it up, then they find this stuff. Don't you know this?
Oh, then that could be possible in your case, not in mine.
No, there is something called parasitic host manipulation. The parasites might be manipulating your behavior, and that's why you feel this way. That this is an actual thing.
It is?
Yeah, check it out. Parasitic host manipulation. Just search it.
Damn.
Hey, Fang, can I go back to what you said earlier, man? One of the first things you said, I believe, I don't check me if I'm right on this, but you said every time I spend time around people, I feel bad, right? Is that what you said?
You asking me?
Yeah, man. Yeah, you said earlier, like sort of the start of this conversation. You said when I spend time around people, and deal with them, I feel bad. Is that what you said, right?
Yeah, like having discussions and argument. I don't really like it.
Hey, man, that tracks. That tracks,
But
bro. That tracks. And
but
I live out here. I live out
yeah.
here near the county and stuff, and I have tons of people I've delivered to and stuff that they feel how you feel. They just want to be away from everybody. They want to be out in the county. They just want to live. They want to live 50 miles from anybody. They just want to be alone, and
Yeah,
it's
but
because they don't want to deal with the people. And so I just want to say, just to you, man, just as a person, that I understand that feeling. Okay,
yeah,
you got to trust your feelings, and that feeling you feel is for a reason. Now, figuring that out is part of life. I'm not saying don't do what you want to do. I'm not telling you what to do at all. All I'm telling you is I heard you say that feeling. I felt that feeling before, and I know people who felt that feeling. So trust your feelings. You got to figure that out. You really do.
yeah,
And figure out what you want in life. But work on that feeling. That feeling is there for a reason, and you're gonna be okay with that, bro. That's not an unnatural feeling. It's not. You're not alone in it. It's a real feeling. So trust your feelings. All right.
yeah. I mean, that's how I think it's normal to feel like that.
Now, from experience with knowing people and knowing a lot of old people who spend a lot of time alone, I mean, I can say there's a lot of evidence to point that eventually in life, without having those people around you, and almost like having the yin yang, you got to have the good and the bad. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. And I know a lot of people when they spend a lot of time alone like that, they think that's what they want. But there's something missing in human connection. Is just what I would say is a lot of evidence I've seen. Does that mean that'll be that way for you? Absolutely not. Um, I don't want to tell you again how you feel, but I can just say there's a lot of evidence to say that just being alone for forever sucks. And again, it eventually will. You may feel good for 30 years, and then you're 31, and you hate it. I would advise. I would just say from experience, what I know from myself and other people, um, I would advise against like I would just advise against wanting to be alone for forever. But I do understand the feeling. It's a valid feeling, bro. So I understand how you feel.
Yeah. But
Straight up,
even
bro.
let's
People
see,
people are tough, and love hurts. Love is tough, man. Love hurts.
I believe love is just a selfish thing, like two people who feel empty, they are trying to fill their void by using the other individual. That's what love is, that's what I believe. Nothing special about it. Let's see, I'm feeling empty from inside. Like as you grow older, you feel certain a void in your chest, right? And that void feels like it's sucking you in and out. And then you meet any random girl or something, opposite gender. If you feel certain attraction, physical attraction or anything, if you talk to that person, you feel like that void is not anymore there. That's an illusion. So you start believing that this person is filling that void, and then you start spending some time with that person for 5 or 6 months. It goes fine. Then you see that this person is not really that great, and then again you're starting to feel that void inside your chest, and it's all the same story. So love is just a selfish thing. That's what I believe. It's nothing special.
You know what's funny about that, bro? That is my that figuring that out for myself. It probably could really describe my journey of the past 5 years in my life and finding out what love is. And I think I understand what you're saying. I think that's a popular misconception in society is love is a hole we fill. Love is a hole we fill within ourselves. And people chase it. They want to feel a feeling. They want to feel, a drug or a hobby or a hyperfixation or a feeling from another person. And in personally, I'll just give you my experience on this because I think it's a personal experience. Love is not a hole you fill. Love is a hole that is filled by someone else that is given to you.
Yeah, it's an
And that's how
illusion.
it should be the opposite way. What you're saying is you want to fill your hole. You want to give love to yourself. You want to fill a hole, and it never will fill it if you feel it that way. At least it never did for me. It never filled, and I never understood it until I pushed it away, and it was given back to me when I didn't deserve it. So really, bro, I hope your heart can be filled one day in one way, whatever it is for you, because an empty heart it hurts, man. And it hurts for me to just feel that you feel that way, that you feel that disappointment. That sucks, bro. This is a beautiful place and love's everywhere. So I hope somebody can give you love, bro, because you fucking deserve it, man.
Okay, thanks for your positive. What can you say? Whatever it was. Hey, actually wanted to talk about this topic. Hello, hello.
Hey, bro.
Yeah.
Yes, I want to talk about this topic too.
Do you guys know about this thing like suicide pods?
Bro.
No, we're not going to talk about that.
I'm actually quite serious. No, I'm not telling that I want to know. I'm not thinking about killing
We're
myself or
not going to
anything.
talk about it.
Yeah. I'm
The
just
topic
saying that
is about flat Earth.
it should be
This
legal.
room is about flat Earth.
Okay. No,
This
because
room is about flat Earth.
no one's talking about
You're on
flat
the verge
Earth.
of getting banned if you don't stop talking
Oh,
about it.
sorry.
This topic,
Sorry.
this
Okay.
room is about flat Earth.
I'm not talking about that. Okay.
Yeah, you have a depression problem. You may need to go and get some help.
No, I have not. I'm not thinking about doing anything to myself.
Well, you're obviously thinking about a lot of bad things and you need to stop.
Okay.
Can anybody in here steel man the globe?
Earth is a globe.
Is that your steel man?
It's a claim.
What is number one global proof?
What was that?
He asked for the number one global proof.
Yeah. Just the claim. Just the claim itself.
I protect hate speech. Did you hear my steel man debate the other day?
No, what was that?
So a politics server decided to do a steel man debate where instead of you debating your normal side, you switch sides and then you show that you understand the best argument from the other side and steel man it to show like why you can tear it down.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea. That's what everybody should do. Because I mean, to really be able to articulate your side, you have to understand the opposing side. You know, so really, like the first thing you should do if you're gonna even engage with somebody over a topic is if it's like a divided topic with kind of two sides, you gotta know the other side really well.
Yeah, the only problem is if somebody's not a flat earther, they can't steel man the flat earth. Like it's impossible. I've never heard any non-flat earthers steel man flat earth.
Yeah, well, most people don't really care anyways. They're just trying to argue, so they're not gonna go through the time to actually learn about stuff. They're just trying
Really?
to they're just trying to argue with people. That's what Fang's doing. Fang just wants to argue about being sad and
No,
apathy.
I'm not,
Yeah, you're
I'm not
pathetic.
doing those things. I'm
And
just sleepy, so I'm talking. I might be thinking about these things
I
more right now.
mean, really, you're just so apathetic. I mean, you're just you don't care. Nothing really matters. Like that's fine, dude. We'll just move along then. If you don't care, nothing matters. Then I mean, what are you doing here?
Hey, I
Doing
learned
something
something new
in
about the globe.
what?
I said I learned something new about the globe today.
What?
All right, okay. Are you a glober? Do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Um, I'm not from either. I'm from none of those side. Like I don't believe that Earth is flat or a globe. I just don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know? Okay, the Earth in the globe paradigm has an ozone layer, correct?
Yeah.
And when gases like the gases of the atmosphere, the denser gases are supposed to be closer to the surface of the Earth. The lighter gases are supposed to be up higher, like helium and whatever the lighter gases are. Correct? Well, in the globe paradigm, the ozone layer is actually denser than oxygen. So in the globe paradigm, how can you have an ozone layer that's more dense than oxygen and it be higher in the atmosphere?
Oh,
That's my question.
that's what I'm
Do
thinking.
we have is the ozone layer on the ground? No. It's supposedly way up high, as high as you can go. It's supposedly protecting us from ultraviolet rays on the globe model. But yet the ozone layer is more dense than oxygen, nitrogen, and all that kind of stuff. So how is there dense gas above the lighter gases in the globe model?
Is this true?
Yeah, look it up.
I'm first time hearing about it.
So basically it defies globe physics.
I think it's more interesting the channel of abortion or something. They are always discussing.
You're in the wrong room, dude.
Yeah, sorry. So, mm, do you do exercise?
Yeah, I do exercise. I do 25 minutes of meditation and 40 minutes of workout.
Of what?
I do 25 minutes of meditation and 40 minutes of workout. Yoga, push-ups and pull-ups. Basic workout.
And do you complement that with enough food?
What?
Never mind. Ciao.
Okay. Negative.
Why is it so quiet? Is y'all being funky again?
Quietness speaks louder.
No, it doesn't.
It does. You need
Not.
brains to hear it.
It does not.
Okay. I think it was silence instead of quietness.
No, you're just funky like them. They like to do this funk ritual.
Silence speaks louder than words. You just need
It
enough
does not.
wisdom to hear it.
No, it does not.
Eat your pineapple pizzas to get wisdom.
Pineapple pizza is disgusting.
It's not. You just don't have enough wisdom to understand its majestic taste.
No.
Hey, Epo, we're not doing a ritual. We're just normal people that have daily lives. And so we sit on this call and, politely wait for people to come in and ask questions.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with, joining a cult. Join the flat earth. Join the flat earth. Join the flat earth.
No, it's a weird cult.
So a cult that wants you to do math and science.
Exactly.
Okay, Ippo, what is the definition of a cult? Could you define it, please?
A leader and followers who don't get to ask questions, and the leader has all the control. Basically.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. I think you need to look up the definition of what a cult is, and you'll see who the cult really is.
It's y'all. You and Globers. Y'all are cult. Ew.
So you're using a word and you have no clue what the definition of the word is.
Bro, a cult means a leader, and then the followers don't get to ask no questions. Like they have nothing to say. Like they can't say
No, you're
anything.
wrong. What you should do is actually look up the word and the definition of it.
Yeah, try the Oxford Dictionary.
It says a relatively small group of people who have beliefs, practices, especially related to religion, that regards by others as strange or sinister activity and controlling of members. Like I said, thank you.
Yeah, but it doesn't mention in that definition of a leader.
Yeah, huh.
Okay, so you weren't right.
Y'all are just stupid doo-doo heads. Oh my god.
Come on, bro. After everything I've done to defend you, you just gonna say stupid shit like that?
It's not stupid, it's true.
Mm.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, man?
What do you think about women empowerment?
I think it's time for you to
I
go find another room. Or go to sleep.
Okay.
I believe women should have all the power and men should be our slaves. Period.
Oh, go read your fantasy novels, Beauty and Beast.
It's not even how Beauty and Beast work. But I feel like women should be empowered because, like, I believe there's a country with a female in power, and
Why did I got kicked out?
Like Italy?
There literally would not be a country if women were in power. The whole infrastructure would fail.
it's not funny. Stop it.
I already told you.
Whatever.
Hello, days. I don't know what it is.
Hello? Anybody home? Hello? Anybody home? If someone could tell me why I can't get any YouTube feed for 24/7 Flat Earth Live, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Is anybody there?
Hello there.
What's up?
Mm. Ah.
Right. So
Anyways,
it's a big
yeah.
mistake when people mistake the map as the territory, right? That's it's a big problem. Okay, it's a map, it's a tool, it has a purpose. There's hundreds of different map projections that serve different purposes. All of them are based off a spherical, all of the projections, right, are based off a spherical coordinate system which originated from taking angle measurements to the sky, to the celestials. How do we know the Earth's not a globe? We went out and tested the Earth over and over again, validating that there's no curvature.
How did you validate there was no curvature?
Well, okay, so most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water, according to the
Yes.
globe, right? According to what we know about. And so it's like 72%, something like that, okay? And we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over a certain distance when we're talking about the surface of the water. So if we have 20 miles, for example, we can calculate that there would be approximately 266 foot of curvature over that distance of 20 miles. Okay, then we can go and test to see if the curvature is actually there.
Wait. What's curvature? Is it in
Right. So
Anyways,
it's a big
yeah.
mistake when people mistake the map as the territory, right? That's it's a big problem. Okay, it's a map, it's a tool, it has a purpose. There's hundreds of different map projections that serve different purposes. All of them are based off a spherical, all of the projections, right, are based off a spherical coordinate system which originated from taking angle measurements to the sky, to the celestials. How do we know the Earth's not a globe? We went out and tested the Earth over and over again, validating that there's no curvature.
How did you validate there was no curvature?
Well, okay, so most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water, according to the
Yes.
globe, right? According to what we know about. And so it's like 72%, something like that, okay? And we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over a certain distance when we're talking about the surface of the water. So if we have 20 miles, for example, we can calculate that there would be approximately 266 foot of curvature over that distance of 20 miles. Okay, then we can go and test to see if the curvature is actually there.
Wait. What's curvature? Is it in meters, in degrees, in degree meters?
Yeah, like what's on the outside of a ball. Curvature would be
Okay.
like bending, like the water bending.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how would you measure the curvature? Like you sound like we measured curvature and it wasn't there. But what were you actually measuring? How much the
Okay.
horizon went down? What exactly? Your angle to the
Yeah.
sky?
So, the byproducts of the curvature would be a horizon at a certain distance, depending on the height of the observer, and then things
Absolutely.
that are beyond the horizon. Do you understand?
Yes, I'm with you.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Okay. And then things that go beyond the horizon becoming obstructed behind the physical curvature of the Earth.
Yes, which is exactly what happened.
Right. So that when we actually go out and test that, it's what should happen, right? But it turns out that that's absolutely not what happens.
It is absolutely is what happens. You're just pretending you measured it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, genuinely,
Okay. Well,
genuinely. You're
how
saying
about I just
someone
present you with
The
evidence?
horizon is never globe
present it.
curvature.
Yes, please present your evidence because it doesn't exist. What do you mean?
Okay.
The Earth is supposed to curve one way, but we measured it and it didn't because it can't not do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So if it was a globe, it would have to be curving at a specific rate.
And it
Okay,
is
so
curving.
It provides a definition of the horizon, which is physical, correct?
Yes, the horizon is when the curvature of the Earth doesn't allow you to see what's beyond it.
okay, so let's test that. All right, so I'm going to present you with a test right now. Okay, so you can see it. You can see a screenshot. Can you see the side chat?
Yes.
Okay. Right. So
Anyways,
it's a big
yeah.
mistake when people mistake the map as the territory, right? That's it's a big problem. Okay, it's a map, it's a tool, it has a purpose. There's hundreds of different map projections that serve different purposes. All of them are based off a spherical all of the projections, right, are based off a spherical coordinate system which originated from taking angle measurements to the sky, to the celestials.
You can tell me where exactly is this?
Yeah, so I'm going to post some screenshots showing you exactly where it is. It's called Rampion Windmill Farm. It's in Worthing in the United Kingdom. Here's some screenshots of the location. Here's a diagram of the windmills.
And wait, why is Meridius muted?
He's muted because he's highly emotional and disruptive.
Oh,
Yo,
hey y'all. Hold up, I gotta come in. It's not
wait, Q trans. Okay.
Caroline.
T. Wait, I'm in
Right,
here.
okay,
The Earth
period.
isn't flat. The Earth
Period.
isn't flat. The Earth isn't flat.
It
Period.
isn't.
Everybody knows that.
So is y'all going to debate or no?
You're right, because I want to. Let's go. Let's do it.
ASAP.
What?
Debate
So
about the earth.
who in here thinks the Earth is flat? 3, 2, 1, go.
All of them do.
Yeah, that's retarded.
Cupid, do you think the Earth is flat?
No, who is the fucking dumb that think that Earth is flat? I don't know that.
Bennett, do you think the Earth is flat?
No, I think that the fucking Earth is, circular and
Girl,
bald.
nobody's talking to
So,
you. I said
Caroline, we
Bennett.
can't cuss on here because they'll be on our meet for it. We can't cuss. What's
Why is
that?
nobody
But
debating? I thought this was an arguing server.
because they do this little stupid ritual where they like all be quiet and then, like sometimes it's annoying.
Stupid ritual. I'm crying.
Yes, they're all funky. Literally, they listen to themselves talk. Like they got this podcast channel that they rerun it back, and then they listen to themselves. Like they're real funky people. It's sad. I'm gonna try to get DJ in here because he likes to debate. DJ relax. If nobody's not gonna
Oh,
debate, then we gonna go.
okay, right. We could find a new VC.
Yes, queen. All right, nobody's not gonna debate. If you still up, Caroline, then I'll let you know. All right, let's hop. I'm gonna pick one now.
Okay.
Join me.
Okay, so here's the list of claimed full Great Circle circumnavigation pole over both poles to date. All right. 1. The Pioneer Polecat, 1965. The route: Honolulu, North Pole, London, Lisbon, Buenos Aires, South Pole, Christchurch, Honolulu. 2. The Speed Demon Pan Am Flight 50, 1977. To celebrate Pan Am's 50th anniversary, they chartered a long-range special performance jet. The aircraft was a Boeing 747 SP. The route: San Francisco, North Pole, London, Cape Town, South Pole, Auckland, San Francisco. 3. The Heavy Lifter Aeroflot Antonov, 1990. The aircraft was an Antonov AN-124 Ruslan. The route: Melbourne, South Pole, North Pole, Melbourne. That was the previously held record. This flight covered 50,005 kilometers, which is significantly longer than the Earth's polar circumference.
Why would they use that aircraft?
Sure.
That's the worst aircraft to choose for that. flight.
Right. And ensuring it met the strict Great Circle requirements. The current record, one more orbit, 2019. This mission was launched to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 moon landing and holds the current FAI world record, which is the Fédération Aéronautique Internationale. Sounds French. Aircraft Qatar Executive Gulfstream G650ER. The route, Kennedy Space Center, Florida. North Pole, Nur-Sultan, Kazakhstan. Mauritius. Is that how you pronounce it? Then the South Pole, Punta Arenas in Chile, and then back to the Kennedy Space Center. Record of 46 hours and 40 minutes. This flight was specifically designed to pass as close to the precise 90 degrees north and 90 degrees south coordinates as possible. Those are, to date, the closest, well, they claim full north-south circumnavigation. And then it says here, like, because I originally asked for suborbital claims, it says you mentioned suborbital in your initial query. To date, no suborbital vehicle like the Virgin Galactic Spaceship 2 or Blue Origin's New Shepard has performed a polar circumnavigation. True suborbital point-to-point travel over the poles remains a theoretical goal for companies like SpaceX with Starship, which could technically fly a ballistic trajectory from one hemisphere to another via a pole in under 45 minutes, but this has not yet been attempted.
Okay, that's interesting. Ask it. What about Fram 2?
Fran 2?
Fram, F-R-A-M?
It says, excuse me, the Fram 2 mission was launched on March 31st, 2025, represents a historic shift from aircraft-based circumnavigations to the first ever crewed orbital polar mission. It is not suborbital. It is a full orbital mission that specifically targeted a 90-degree inclination to pass directly over both poles. Spacecraft and launch launched via a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket and Crew Dragon Resilience capsule from Kennedy Space Center, Florida. The trajectory, this was the first human flight to achieve a true 90 degrees or 90.01 degree polar orbit. Previous crewed records were significantly lower, such as the Soviet Vostok 6, which was 65 degrees, or the Space Shuttle, 62 degrees. Orbit speed, and at an altitude of 430 kilometers, the crew traveled from the North Pole to the South Pole in just 46 minutes. This is roughly 30 times faster than the one more orbit aircraft record set in 2019. The flight lasted approximately 4 days, concluding with a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California on April 4th, 2025. It goes into the crew specifics. Scientific and historic goals, atmospheric research, health studies,
Hello everyone.